flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아급고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망, 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나. 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 고집해볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 아둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 shining on those memories. And yes, across our time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 난 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 파도 믿어 날때까지 세계 오면 흙을 떠 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 Let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 파도 믿어 날때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 Let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 파도 믿어 날때까지 세계 오면 Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rifts winters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
They can focus on to their task here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus grow. The bears they're feasting. The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch me? He goes down forward with a great set of push and damage here.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to day 3 of Marvel Rivals Ignite, where champions rise, upsets brew, and every win is one step closer to that $3 million. I'm Cozy, joined by the always electric Vicky. And Vicky, today we have these teams that are proving that they belong at the top.
I mean, from the action we saw from EMEA, from the action we saw from Americas just yesterday, there's a lot to look forward to, Cozy. I cannot wait to break down the action with you.
We've got so much today. We have 2 of the top teams here in NA. We've got new up-and-coming teams thirsty to go ahead and get an upset. We've got a potential best Black Panther player. We've got it all, and I'm excited to break it all down today. Vicky, we had so much happening over the last couple of days. Let's go and take a look at the format and the schedule that we're going to be going through today, and it all starts here at the group stage.
All right, looking at everything here, looking at what these teams are playing for, let's not forget, not only is it double elimination bracket here within the group stage, as you're seeing, this is only week 1. If we're already getting the action that we're seeing thus far, I can't even wait to see how things iron out as the group stage progresses. But it's all to play for that playoff spot. All these teams are vying to get that big prize pool money to be able to play, also with the excitement of LAN.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is some absolute life-changing money that you can get simply by playing with Marvel Heroes and Marvel Rivals. If you guys have come here for just top-tier play, you've come to the right place where dreams, they're turning real. And we saw that yesterday and the day before. Listen, guys, it's like whether they're established orgs, streamer squads, or just straight-up unemployed grinders today, they're going to be clawing their way to the top, and Ignite's going to have it all.
I love how you have to highlight like just like that, because that's, you know what, maybe not unemployed for very long with the way that we're seeing some of these teams shape out. As you can take a look at our participating teams here thus far. If you're tuning in maybe a few days late, get to see which of our teams are competing within this group stage and how they even got here. Of course, some of our top heavy teams being invited from the MRC Season 1, MRI earlier on, that happened just a few months ago, as well as those teams that made their way through the open qualifiers.
And I always love that. I love the qualifiers of just having people believe in the team and in the dream and try to make a name for themselves and make it here on Rival's biggest stage thus far, and what I believe is the birth of Marvel Rival Esports. Taking a look at the brackets, we've got Stage 1, Group A, and then we also have Group B. Looking at Group A, though, we have 100 Thieves today who came out swinging, taking down Luminosity in round 1, and now face off against a new crowd favorite, Jobless Bums. The No Job Kings cruise right through Shikigami and now find themselves up against one of the tournament's best. On the lower side of the upper bracket, we've got Envy, often considered the top team in North America, who proved yesterday that even gods can bleed. They fought through some serious adversity to edge out Solaris, and that team I'm growing more to love in that lower bracket. And Envy now is going to be facing off against Ego Death, my personal pick for the breakout squad of the tournament. They bring in most unique style that we've seen so far with the dive comp. Excited for what we've seen in Group A, Vicky.
Yeah, and then taking a look at Group B, you highlighted basically everything that I'm excited for here. And taking a look at the matches that we'll be able to see as Group B's bracket starts shaping up. Of course, we got Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming. And then on the other half side, we got Team Nemesis versus Shroud X. Citadel Gaming versus Sentinels is going to be very exciting because Citadel had just 2-0'd Nightmare. Sentinels, you talk about, showcasing gods could bleed. Don't let that 2-0 deceive you. That Sentinels versus Alani win match went the distance for that second game specifically. Sentinels knowing that they themselves have to iron things out here, as well as looking on the other side, Team Nemesis with a 2-0 versus Dark Zero, and then Shroud X being able to take care of Techie, sending them down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, we had a lot of 2-0s the past couple of days. Just one of those 2-1s, but I expect it to get a lot tighter. We've seen all the teams today, or now we've seen all the teams going into day 3 here, and these not-so-known teams are starting to make a statement for themselves. And so, in particular, I'm telling you, Citadel Gaming, love what they've got cooking up. And no jobs, come on. We got to start there because that is where today kicks off, as we've got 100 Thieves versus the Jobless Bums. No job up first, followed by Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming. And then, Vicky, what do we have in the later half?
We got one of my matches that everyone needs to take a look at because it's Envy versus Ego Death. That's going to be a banger going in for match number 3. And then for our final match to wrap the day up, we got Team Nemesis versus Shroud X.
It's a stacked day. Like, as just a fan of esports in general and Rivals, you guys are gonna get it all today. And I'm a big Marvel nerd. I get amped up just watching the Marvel universe, dude, come to life in a video game this well. It just doesn't get better than this. Seeing Magneto, Doctor Strange on stream going up to it is just so cool to see. 100 Thieves though versus Jobless Bums is where we're gonna kick things off today, and this matchup is gonna have it all because Jobless Bums definitely showed they have what it takes to try to punch up to who is the #1 seed in 100 Thieves.
And we get like just hero picks coming out of left field that you may not expect to be super viable within your own respective games, or even looking at the broader scope of what Marvel Rivals esports has been shaping up to look like. And we're seeing a little bit more of Thing going in from yesterday into EMEA region as well, like looking at how we're even gonna maybe see Black Panther. So I think that's the most exciting part. Cozy and I, you and I were talking about what makes games exciting. Specifically for me, it's being able to feel like you could pop off on your favorite Marvel Rivals hero, feeling like you could make a huge difference playing who you love to play, even if they may not be #1 on the meta pick list, is always great to see, especially when you get to see that from these pro teams.
Absolutely. Some just now getting to Marvel, others seeing Wolverine get like a 4-stack elimination is the most hype thing that you could possibly come up with here. Now, looking at Jobless Bums and with 100 Thieves, let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters of the players that you'll be watching today and some key players to watch out for. Now, 100 Thieves, you guys know them by now, but we do have Tara Delina, TTK, otherwise known as Top Tier Kid, the controller tank player, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP in that alt skin there. I love that. What do you think about this 100 Thieves squad? Who are some key players to watch out for in your eyes, Vicky?
I mean, from what we've seen from Delena, that hella was popping off. Tara, of course, you highlighted Wolverine before. I mean, Tara being that Wolverine crack player to definitely keep your eyes on. Vinny, of course, one of the best Groots in the world, but showcasing things with that thing, with that Captain America at one point here. As we take a look at the highlights from the first game that we saw 100 Thieves play versus Luminosity.
Yeah, honestly, Tara versus Oltens, both of them played Punisher to a high top tier level, and so to see these guys go head to head is something that I'm pretty interested in myself. SJP here showing off some great support play. The strategists have been incredible on most teams here, and these two highlighting some of the best. And then we've got a tree off. You know, we've got some British Tree versus Vinny, which is going to be great as well. But Tara just showcasing here just how lethal the duels can be on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you know, also being able to showcase how flexible the backline is for 100 Thieves. Harvey being known for that Loki, actually swapping that with SJP, who had opted for the Loki themselves. You know, also being able to flex over to that Luna, always important to highlight here. And TTK, not even just with Tree in general, right? Just being able to showcase that they could also be flexible with that Doctor Strange, with that Magneto here, as we take a look at the opposition here for Jobless Bums.
Yeah, and listen, I love this, but we asked him yesterday in the interview, are you jobless? Yes, I'm unemployed, and I'm a grinder. And I love that. They grind this game, and that's what you want to hear for people at this level. Now, key players to watch again, Olten's a fantastic Punisher player that we watched yesterday do great things on DPS. British Tree, just a perfect example and embodiment of Groot, as you see. And again, I thought all around we saw great MVP play from Forky, who went crazy on Loki and Invisible Woman. Across the board, highlighting each and every person doing their job is easy because they all played at such a high level.
Definitely agree. Looking at the way that Jobless now have that motivation against a tier 1 team of 100 Thieves, it's going to be difficult, but they seemed incredibly confident when we got to talk to them. They were very honest, being very straightforward with how they've been able to approach their practice, how much time they have on top of it all too. But something specifically that surprised me, Oltens, man. You highlighted Oltens. Oltens and British Tree were so peak looking at how they were able to approach that matchup versus Shiki.
And they adapted well, even though once Shiki decided they're going to try to shut down British Tree in that group play, they adjusted, and we saw him swap to Magneto, and they did a good job getting everything prepped for ultimate play. And just look at the chaos that we got to see yesterday in an insane two-piece there from British Tree into the Olten's ultimate. We can expect a lot of that today. All of it here and more, with some more flyers that I thought we were going to see. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Storm, but I've been impressed with the amount of Human Torch play that we've seen in this tournament so far.
You know what's crazy is that whenever we don't see Punisher being banned, from either side, that's when I feel like the Flyers are way more enabled. Obviously, right? You don't have a pesky Punisher constantly mowing you down when you finally poke one toe out of their line of sight. So, that could play also as to why we haven't seen as much Human Torch until recently. Now being able to see Human Torch coming into fruition, it's great, because then you also wonder which of these Flyers, having that lackluster performance within the season thus far, why is it Human Torch sometimes, yet we're still seeing progress going into the Ignite tournament?
Absolutely, guys. We're going to do a little head-to-head comparison here and show Vinny that you guys know one of the best Groots in the game, but a new and upcomer British Tree, and how they've been performing on Groot and Magneto. Both of them have played both of those heroes. I think Vinny went briefly on Venom in map 1 there, but look at how razor thin this is. It's kind of cool to see 38 KOs there for Vinny, 37 for British Tree, and then that damage block number. Now, keep in mind, obviously, British Tree, there was a very long match there on Wakanda for them against Shikigami. But we know Vinny, we know what he does well, and we know what he's able to perform. And so I'm wondering if we're going to get little Guardians v Guardians of the Galaxy matchup here.
Yeah, I'm on board. I'll definitely board up that ship real quick, because that's going to be crazy hype if that ends up being the play. But of course, we also did see Vinny's flexibility over the captain. We saw him going over to the thing. So I feel like maybe adding in the fact how important it is to have a diverse Vanguard pool should further highlight, Vinny, yes, he's great with the Groot, but maybe trying different things out depending on how these bans play out for this match.
I mean, listen, guys, the new fan favorite that is, there's a lot of people that have been gassing up Jobless Bums, and to see that with 100 Thieves, an already very well-known name. Yesterday, we had FlyQuest go down, and that could happen right here, right now. We head into stage 1 group stage, 100 Thieves versus Jobless Bums. Now, if you guys don't know, we do have a brand new pick ban system. Very easy to understand. Each side is picking and banning for their specific teams. So you see the bans are going to go against them. We have Emma on each side, followed by the Loki ban into Magneto save. Similar opening to what we saw yesterday, Vicky.
Yeah, the actual fact that we saw Emma being played a lot more than what I was expecting yesterday added some excitement. But we're not going to have that mistake starting off for our very first game on Hell's Heaven. Emma being gone, Loki being gone, actually, looking at Jobless Bums who won't be able to utilize that Loki. Magneto being safe from both teams, and that's kind of what you usually see too, right? You either have the Emma or you have the Magneto that you absolutely prioritize.
Yeah, we're having that respect shown to Terra right away as Wolverine is getting banned, followed by that Loki ban too, shutting down either Harvey or SJP. Both play Loki at a high level there, and it looks like we're going to get the Cloak save. Harvey's been flexing over to Cloak. Cloak being picked a lot more, Vicky, because of how easy it is to get that ultimate in comparison to Luna, who's had several nerfs against that ultimate charge time recently, plus the Terror Cape. That added damage percentage stacking for the whole team has been crucial for the tournament.
Cloak and Dagger has been the one hero that everyone knows, sometimes you look at Cloak and Dagger, you look at the impact that Cloak and Dagger has, and you understand why. I feel like this character in general has been slowly slowly power creeping their way into being a must-have for a lot of these teams, and being able to prioritize that safe pick, and then looking on the other side, the Luna being safe here too.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that we've got Luna not banned on either side, which is going to be a huge difference. I mean, that's going to give 100 Thieves access to obviously some powerful teamos if they want to go. Obviously, they don't have Loki. Now, guys, you can see right here with the bans and the picks on just how this is going to unfold. And it's looking like Jobless Bums is going to go with Olsen's there on Punisher, comfortable where they were yesterday. British Tree and Vinny locking in. We've got the Group v Group, Vicky.
This is what we wanted. This is what we asked for. And on Hell's Heaven, this is one of the newer maps, and I feel like this is going to really work out here. If you're looking at the way that this map layout is, in my personal opinion, Cozy, I feel like it could be really difficult if you're on the attacking side here, looking to see how this is going to be able to be approached. But I was actually thinking about Ultron's latest map. Going on to Hell's Heaven, though, this is another one of my favorite maps where in that middle point, sometimes if you get a nice play, you can find yourself off the map in that middle side. So looking at how everything's going to play out already side by side, let's get it started for a very first game of the day.
Yeah, Solaris, this is where they were able to get the game on Envy. Could we see a similar result? The domination is how we start things off in map 1. Loser picks the next game between Convoy and Convergence, and we start right here, right now, as we've got 100 Thieves going down to Lina being that Hella that we know, looking for those flank angles early, looking them taking this early side. We're going to see if we can get a pick on the DPS, but everyone else taking that main lane.
Ready, trying to take control with some of this poke pressure here from TTK. Delena, as you mentioned, already going into that position over to the side here, but these Groot Walls already putting in a little bit of that pressure that we were expecting. I love the horizontal Groot Wall, too, on top of that pillar before he gets destroyed. Ready, starting off here with TTK taking a lot of damage, forcing his way to back away.
Yeah, Delena getting that key pick on Valk. That's what we were saying, getting those off angles, and we don't have a Hella to contest Delena. It's going to be difficult. Nice pumping of damage here from Olsen's, getting a lot of pressure built early on. They got to make up for the damage lost by Valk out of there, and with the ultimates almost charged up already for Harvey and Forky.
And Delena gets away with murder once again. That's 2 KOs already. And that's Jobless Bumps looking for a reset, losing out on 3 early on. They will have 2 of that strategist ults to at least try to approach, as we can't even get away. Tara gets the follow-up.
Yeah, this is what I love. I've watched a lot of Delena, and you can tell when that man is on, and he is on right now, getting 2 crucial picks to open up that fight. Going into it, we have both support ultimates here for Jobless Bumps to help open up. But 100 Thieves have everything they need to continue the pressure, and Tara doesn't need an ultimate. He's just going to hold down the trigger and get those E-lins.
Really depends on how Ben is going to utilize this Meteor of M here from Jobless Bumps. The moment that 100 Thieves is forced to use out Melania with that Luna Snow ult here too, Punisher ult v Punisher Bolt. Who is going to be the one with that final judgment? Here comes that Meteor. Ben is the one that finds Tara, though, off to the side. Another Meteor coming in. It's not going to find a mark either, but Delena with the 3K. The save right afterwards once the Groot comes out, and 100 Thieves, they already showcase how dominating they are with another team fight win.
3 thorns and a tree with Groot to cap it off. That was a beautiful back-to-back headshot there from Delena. Nicely done there. We saw the Punisher light show as they're going to portal right in, trying to get the contest going. And it's madness as Ben is going to back out because Tara taking out British Tree immediately with that shotgun.
And then the Groot Walls too on top of it, just putting something over to their side here as a Psylocke ult Dance of the Butterflies comes in, forcing Jobless Bumps to start getting something moving. They did lose out on Porky Dog earlier on here too, but 100 Thieves, they see the Groot Walls in front of them. They're still putting on the pressure. Tara uncontested here side by side with Harvey.
Yeah, this is where they're going to have to take advantage. They have 2 down. Ben is going to fall, but this is where they're going to have to push in. Olten's trying to make that statement happen. Getting good positioning with that smoke grenade of Punisher. Valk now looking for maybe a side elimination there. Looking for Delena, but TTK showing why he's the top tier kid. And British Tree right now is getting absolutely torn down. And it's been a rough one so far for Jobless. Let's see if they can take it back together.
TTK has just not let British Tree have any sort of movement, any sort of space. And Delena gets another pick off to the side against Valk, who has been trying to go for more of these flanking angles, just has been shut down constantly.
Yeah, they have to figure out how to work at Delina here because Valk, it's not the answer. Now look at that. Valk is going to go to Hella to see if he can go to get more contests on those off angles. And just like that, Terra, though, in the meantime, burning down the Vanguards and just absolutely tearing up a new one as their ultimates already locked and loaded, and they won't even have to use it to get this point as we head into the second map.
And that's even through the Luna Snow fate of both worlds activated from jobless bombs. 100 Thieves, they've came and they've delivered, already showcasing the amount of damage output that they are laying onto jobless bombs.
I mean, it was a great job all around, but I've got to highlight just the insane play there. Per usual of Terra, but also Delina with those flank hits. I mean, he set up those openings and the rest just snowballed into it. I mean, we just did the damage graphic. Look at the difference between Vinny and British Tree right now, too. 5 versus 9, massive damage block. We can see who's the better Groot at the moment.
So we wanted to highlight these two individual players. British Tree struggling a lot within that first round. Vinny's placement too with the walls have been chef's kiss. Looking to see how that's going to continue now going on to the second round.
Yeah, keep in mind, guys, this is without SJP, and we have a sub-in of Millennia, which, if you guys have not noticed, they're making it look seamless, and that's what top teams do. SJP being a great Luna, but Millennia just stepping right up to the plate. We'll see if me and Forky can do the same, but it all comes down to, A, taking care of Delina, and then we're going to see British Tree is able to not get picked so much, but we have Ulton style doing the Hella v Hella instead of Valk.
Also, the ult economy too, favoring 100 Thieves to try to take this point first. Seeing with Terra getting absolutely melted, British Tree is going to get that first opening blow onto 100 Thieves. You see the walls being set up here too as Delina has that 1v1, the Magneto shield just to help out jobless bombs for Ulton to get enabled. Here comes the fate of both worlds here too, over to the other side while Forky Dog keeps everybody from jobless bombs alive here from with the Eternal Bond. Everybody's having their own dance party while the Eternal Bond on the other side now from 100 Thieves tries to keep them alive in this fight. Ooh.
It has to hit that, and he does get the connection in the slam dunk from downtown half court. But Vinny and the entangling pressure gets the job done on the other side. The Vanguards taking over business for 100 Thieves. Great job, Eternal Bond working overtime and the slam dunk, but it wasn't enough for 100 Thieves and their elite tank players.
Imagine being Ben in that perspective. You get that slam dunk, Kobe from a mile away. You turn behind you, and Vinny and company have already pushed your entire backline out to the spawn.
Yeah, no one to celebrate with them. They're all there in the spawn point, and fortunately, as Vinny and Go are putting the pressure up and continuing to force the team to go the way they want, they're forcing them up on the high ground here. I love the approach here from Valk and Ulton. Let's see if Ulton's can get this pick. If he can open up with this, this will set the team up for success to get the cap. It's at 31%.
Also really like the approach too, coming in from high ground with Delina being the only one to really poke at them as Valk activates the final judgment here. Protection with the Magneto shield forces 100 Thieves to back away with jobless ones finally having some progress on this point.
Yeah, and they didn't use the Luna. Oh, they didn't use the Luna ult there for the Punisher, but Luna is going to go down there, unfortunately, to Delina. Good pressure, kind of pseudo take making for the Punisher. We've got TTK up with the purple and down. Unable to get anything with the Eternal Bond out on the field, but great pressure. Right now, the point does belong to Jobless, which is great for these extended fights as Terra goes final judgment mode and ends 2, now 3, and is going to make it 4.
And that was right through me, who shows up late to the party after being the first one to get picked. Now it's gonna be a stagger, and that was still a used up fate of both worlds from jobless bums.
Yeah, 100 Thieves saw FlyQuest go to SideQuest yesterday, and they're like, nope, not us. We are going to play our top tier game right here, right now, and everybody's playing at an elite level as a unit should. And we have been going to Captain America, maybe trying to get a little bit more survival, a little different approach, because obviously what has happened so far has not worked.
See, with this change up here, if they can at least try to harass the backline, just a little bit of Delina on fire here. Already harassing the change up from Ben being on that Captain America. Landing a lot of these shots here also. Has that Goddess of Death ready to go just in case he need to go in for a reset.
Yeah, great use of the bubble here to keep everybody alive. Been trying to get some type of pickup because Delina has been doing that for 100 Thieves, constantly making this a 5v6. And Delina trying to put more pressure on that back line here. And Valk just trying to get any room of poke damage in, seeing if they can get it. But here goes. Let's see if TTK can finish the job. And together, they all fall down, grouped up and dealt with.
TTK with the sneaky play, though, at the same time, where is he looking? Right, left here. The meteor comes crashing down and wipes them from being able to contest. They have to try to go in with this Doctor Strange portal.
That quick portal here, they have plenty of ultimates. Going to open up here potentially with the Luna into the ultimates. There's Terra up top, going down every ultimate on. This is the fireworks show of ultimate play. Looks like an MCU film as Ultimate does get the pick on Terra, taking down Millennia. This could be their point, and they already have 35% to fight back, but they used a lot of resources to do so.
They had to. They had no other choice, but the priority target was absolutely there, too, for Ultins to make sure that Terra could go down here. Jobless bumps. They have the advantage, the man advantage, and now are going to be able to finally retake that point.
There's Val finally showing the 1-2 there, and I love what I'm seeing from Jobless Bums. Playing loose, exactly what they wanted to do yesterday, what we saw yesterday as this team has made their way in here. Now looking at, we do have Millennia with an ult of Luna that's going to be tough to contest, but we do have the Eternal Bond as well to the Agamotto. If they set this up right, they can also get this thing to 99%.
Now they're going to try to navigate around it. Vinny as well is so close to getting that strangling prison. That knockdown, finding the KO onto Ultins. Here comes that Eye of Agamotto from British Tree. But they lost out on Ultins way earlier. Now they lose on Ben. And this is the ult economy that we're highlighting. Even with the Eternal Bond, 100 Thieves have a lot more to work with, and Jobless Bums have no defensive strategist ults.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't even need a lot of ults to get the job done. The Vanguard play has been some of the best we've seen in the tournament so far. And again, if you don't know, TTK, controller user. Yes, console players, you can make the dream at the top here because we're seeing it from the best as Vinny is going to sweep up the rest of Ben. And it looks like map 1, game 1, is going to go to 100 Thieves. That looked honestly flawless.
Man, TTK. Top tier kid, you say out here. Well, with the clean 2-0 within this first game here of this first round, the first 2 rounds rather, and a great dominating performance too from 100 Thieves. Specifically want to highlight the ult economy and how they cycled through those ults.
Look at this. TTK only got eliminated 1 time, and absolutely, you're right. I've seen TTK look like he deserves to be in the NBA Hall of Fame with some of these slam jams he got, and he did insane today. 13 final hits, deservingly getting that MVP, 20,000 damage. I mean, looking across the board, you only had 1 death for 3 of the members of 100 Thieves, and the strategist play also elite. What was the big key difference maker to you here, Vic?
Honestly, I think it's Valk being on that Psylocke, not getting enough impact, not doing enough damage. Ultens was doing a really good job at putting in that pressure, even a few times, was able to burst with that judgment into finding that KO onto Terra. But at the same time, Valk, in this first round specifically, was a lot of setting up, but no progress on harassing that strategy backline.
I'm telling you, I see some players, they just, when they are playing great, it makes them play even better. And Delina's one of those. Like, when he's feeling himself, he's gassing up, he goes crazy. We saw that here on the first map of Hell's Heaven. But yeah, I definitely agree. They actually had to switch mid-strategy because it just was not working with Valk on that Psylocke. And Delina was able to not only get the early picks, but just raining down thorns on British Tree. The poor Tree had no time to move forward and just giving all the power to the Vanguards of 100 Thieves, making that space, making that pressure, and ultimately claiming the point and claiming the game.
And then at the very end here, too, you know, when you're feeling like you're getting staggered here, Jobless Bums had to go for the Hail Mary, Doctor Strange portal just to contest. It was unfortunate that me, in the second to last fight, I believe, had gotten down first. Getting that KO first was crucial here, too, because you won't be able to have that Fate of Both Worlds. That was also a very beautiful Magneto Meteor, too, from TTK. Little tricky there, getting clipped off the top of that building, but still being able to find that triple and then the follow-up, too, from the team.
I've got to say, I'm a fan of upsets. I love upsets, but what I also love is when you're at the top, everyone's going to bring their A game. And 100 Thieves, they met that response and showcased why they belong at that top 1 seed. And not only that, that was without SJP. You know, Millennia, the sub, going in there and really acting like there's been nothing missing, which is a big shoe to fill as well. So props up to just making things look seamless there. I have no faults. Strategist play, Vanguard play, and Duelist. As far as Jobless, I think they've done well, but they do have to figure out Delina, whether that's a hella ban or a new strategy going into this next map.
That's a good point. Or are we going to see Punisher ban perhaps too? You know, obviously seeing 100 Thieves dealing a good amount of pressure from that Punisher, but then they want to use that for themselves as they were able to get that progress here, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have an awesome game 2 of Jobless Buns versus 100 Thieves. We'll be right back after this quick break.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of the both the words is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We come for match 2 for Jobless Bums versus 100 Thieves. And let me tell you, we talked about this all beginning in the pick ban phase, and I think we might see something different here as we head into our next match. They got rid of Ultron, which is great against 100 Thieves, but this could be used maybe for Hela. But on the opposite end, Valk played tremendous on Storm, and that was not available. They did not have flyers available, Vic. So what do you think might change here as we head into the next match?
I mean, the counterpicking starts already within these bands, right? We know we're going to have a new set of bands going into map number 2. I feel like, you know, them not being able to have that Ultron to work with, then looking on the other side, you know, British Tree and company, Jobless Bums, showcasing that, all right, well, if we can't get flexible with what we're comfortable with, we kind of opted to go for what we could play with. Obviously, British Tree coming out on that tree. Me also getting picked off very early on with a lot of these engagements, being on that Luna Snow. I feel like maybe trying to protect the Ultron here this time around, maybe like the first go, but we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, flyers are great here as we head into mid-down, I believe, and that's going to be great just for in and out of cover, able to reduce the really sneaky things there and get the right damage at the right time. But we also saw 100 Thieves mess around with some flyers here too last time. Now, when we head into this match, what I want to see is Jobless Bums just have fun, let loose, and just do what they do best. And that's, I guess, unemployed. Ready to some rifles we head in here, and if you look, we got some AMER bands coming out first, most likely. It looks like Jobless is thinking about it here. Yep, we got the double Embas to kick things off.
All right, not too surprised there. Of course, we didn't get to see Emma, as Emma was also the first to go within that first map. Hopefully, no Torch or Storm bans in favor for Jobless Bums here, as we get to take a look at the first protection on the Magneto.
Yeah, so it looks like we're kind of keeping the same song, sing, dance, which I expected here at the very start. One thing to highlight too, Millennia was mainly a Hella player from Nightmare, previously in the MRI MRC, which is crazy because now we've got that role here for strategist. Now, really, Delina, he made his reign in the MRI, and why they were such the empire to the rebellion of the rest of the teams was those flank angles. So we'll see what they do to figure that out this time around, as we have the Loki ban on the bottom, followed by the Human Torch, and we're probably going to see the Storm again. And there's Wolverine yet again to shut down Terra.
All right, and you also talk about trying to take some flanking angles. If you're Delena, I mean, this is Midtown. You know that there's going to be lots of different positioning. I mean, this is actually the same exact map that we saw Delena pop off in their previous series.
Yeah, he played Black Panther for a little bit. We had remember the air and the sky and the land. We had a little bit Iron Man for Delina, and then we had the Black Panther on the bottom, and then Punisher and Wolverine finally. So they're getting rid of the Wolverine. They're keeping the Luna, which I think is smart here, and this is what we expected. Same bands. Don't change it if it worked for 100 Thieves. Shut down Valk and what they do best, and that's what they just did.
Oh, and then we're going to get the save, too, on the Cloak and Dagger now. 100 Thieves, trying to prioritize that. Coming in clutch here when you take a look at Jobless Bums, who try to prioritize and save their Luna. All right, we got our bans, we got our safe picks, and now we're going to be getting started.
All the difference.
Ooh, Punisher ban at the end. A little bit of something different there. And it looks like Terra is going to be going over to Human Torch. All right, so last time it was Delina in the air. Now Delina on Invisible Woman. We're going to have to see if these locks stay final. But like I just said, Millennia did play a lot of Hella for Nightmare, so the pseudo-Ultron role would fit him very well here.
Well, Jobless Bums don't have Punisher banned for them. So, you know what? If this ends up being a problem, looking at Terra being on that torch, they at least have some countermeasures to consider here as we get set up. Because you know that Midtown absolutely benefiting Flyers, just trying to get out of the line of sight, getting tricky with it here too. So that could be detrimental as we get started.
Yeah, Flyers can have a big advantage here, and they are going to need to lean on that Punisher if they do so. I mean, Psylocke, we see a lot of Delina play on that hero, too, on this particular map, because, again, a lot of corridors to go through, so Valk could find some more success, even though it wasn't there on map 1. You know, sometimes it's just not there, but on this map, it'd easily be a different story as we have the setups happening down the elevator of the Fantastic Four Baxter building and into the streets of Midtown.
3, 2,
Okay. We're getting set up here too. Interesting to see over on the defense side, the Penny coming out with the rocket.
And look at this aggression right away from Terra, just laying it on them early. Again, they try to push up here so they can get 3 potential holds on defense if things go wrong at the beginning of this point. And they're just taking it to them. I love the setup for British Tree, though, as Penny Parker getting a little thing established in there that the team can retreat into, get some heals, and it works beautifully. Delina going down as that Moon Knight kind of cheeky pick, but they're able to rain down and get that pressure constantly in trying to get this team out of there.
Look at the way, but they're all funneled inside of this room. Ults galore here as Forky, with that damage output put out by Terra, allows Forky to have that Eternal Bond just as fast to counter the Supernova from Terra. Vinny also having that Strangling Prison. You're going to have to be careful looking out for that if you're going to conjoin yourself together in that room. It's the tried and true bread and butter coming in from Delena just to completely annihilate Jobless Bums. But me also being able to have that Luna Snow ult is going to keep Jobless Bums alive as British Tree was at first to fall.
I mean, Khonshu is happy and I'm happy. I'm a Moon Knight player myself. And to see Delina play a little Season 1 special of Groot into Moon Knight ult, it's a classic. And Terra taking down Ben, TTK following that up into Cloak. But that's what you love to see is new ways to combine ults, and this is a great map to do so.
Yo, he got his ult. That's how you know how much damage he's putting in. Delena got their ult literally back to back within like 10 to maybe 15 seconds. Absolute insane damage output.
Well, it was like the perfect counter strategy to them having that Penny Parker and kind of keeping the inside, and then you just get the Delina to go crazy there. Ben, though, getting a huge pick right away, but we're going to have Delina respond.
I just witnessed a crime. They just kidnapped them, and then TTK just saw the light of day back into the spawn room. But Vinny, with the answer back on the complete portal play, gets shut down as Jobless Bumps back to the drawing board.
Yeah, just it takes that portal right away from the wizard. And as we head into this bend here, we do have the entangling prison that's going to set up massive. Millennia also having that invisible boundary ready to go. Jobless not much here, so they're going to have to do a little bit of farming, but they can open up with that internal bond. We'll see if they keep the pressure on or if they try to farm a bit for this back point.
Also slowly approaching that fate of both worlds too from that Luna Snow, but look for Vinny right now having that strangling prison, as Forky Dog will be able to answer back with the Eternal Bond if they're not the ones caught up in it. Nice save right there too with the Mag Shield. There goes the Eternal Bond, but it may be too little too late. Conchu has something else to say. 100 Thieves with another wipe from each attempt from Jobless Bums.
I mean, good gosh, Moon Knight just charges ult so quickly in this game with those crescent darts bouncing so fast. And you also have that little bit of invisibility with the team up for Cloak 2. I'm digging Delina playing something pretty different than what we have seen him play in that hit scan hero. Yes, you know, Moon Knight, can pull off some crazy things, but this is not what we've seen from this 100 Thieves team in the past here, as we do have Valk flexing over to Wolverine.
And Ultins, I'm not surprised, also trying to counterpick Terra, who's been a terror in the skies, by the way. You saw all that damage output, what we highlighted earlier on. Delena going over to the Ultron so quick to actually make the adjustment towards Jobless Bums, making this change up.
And Terra could play anything, truly. And this is a great job from Valk switching over. They need to handle Vinny because that shuts down 2 and 1. Delina now going over to the Ultron, going to give some team up there. They saw the Wolverine. They made the switch. Love to see it. Terra here ready to go and trying to hide from Ultins, who does have that final judgment. Supernova in response, and it doesn't do much. Neither ult getting the picks they want, but Ultins finally getting Delina from the sky.
This is why Midtown is so good for Flyers. Look at these different corners. Yes, they're all going to focus Terra before Terra could try to retreat, but the healing output from 100 Thieves, the strategist keeping Terra alive. Vinny stung just for a brief moment, took way too much damage as Valk with the Wolverine ult combined together with the Adamantium takes out Vinny and the invisible boundary just to keep 100 Thieves contesting on this point.
A great job there from Valk doing the job they're looking to do against Vinny. And honestly, the strategist play has been elite, keeping both teams up. But Millennia getting the last laugh on Forky Dog. Strategist v strategist elimination. Me ulting up, trying to keep the team alive. But Terra, a little too late as Ultins goes down.
Ultins be the first to go down with TTK. Also, Harvey getting that KO onto British Stream. But TTK had put on the pressure. Maybe not landing that meteor, but putting in enough of that damage so that way 100 Thieves to clean up what is left of a Jobless Bums.
It was a decent stall there. There's 1:50 on the clock. They're going to have one more defense here and maybe 2 with the portal if they push it. But they have to get down there first. And Terra really putting pressure and damage on them early. And the really only response they have is British Tree is going to have that meteor in. But Delina with the extermination, both healing and damage to keep the team alive and pushing.
You got to pick one if you're British Tree. Do you deal with Delina now with that meteor? Yep, that's the attempt here. But then you have to worry about Terra here in the second checkpoint. It's a lot easier to find that mark with that meteor as a supernova comes out from Terra.
This is not the Age of Ultron right here on this map. This place loved the early ult there, just getting rid of a huge threat. Terra, though, going crazy on the damage, eliminating Valk and a huge vehicle of pressure that's now making not only one go down, but British Tree having to back up as well.
Oh, you have the Hail Mary attempt on the Captain America ult, just trying to keep the contention. As now the judgment comes out here too from Ultins. See the beautiful invisible boundary from Melania too, just to make sure everybody stays alive as Ultins gets a huge pick onto Terra here.
Yeah, that was huge. They're great combo of work, but we have another combo coming into play. Vinny throwing down the Entangled Prison. Can they get the piece together? No. Keeping alive is Forky Dog and that internal bond coming in clutch. They're just getting good trades as Ultins is finally getting the pressure putting Harvey back. I've been falling down to Delina. This is about even.
That was a beautiful ult cycle from the strategist of Jobless Bums right there. Between me and Forky Dog, that's why they were able to survive through that imprisonment here. And Delena now with the Ultron ult is going to force them back. British Tree, oh, it clips on the other side of the roof here. Oh no, this forces them back. They can't try to show face here. Delena now just trying to buy time as the time is dwindling away.
Yeah, Millennia setting up the invisible boundary, even more pressure. That was unfortunately just not the right time for that Meteor M to get the job done, but Terra taking down Valk in return.
No follow from the Agamotto too. Ben now continuously pops that Captain America ult just to try to way they can try to stay alive here and keep contesting with overtime ticking away. Here comes the Punisher Judgment and he immediately gets deleted. Put him in the microwave here because Terra stays being uncontested. Still the problem as Terra finds British Tree next.
And Vinny putting up the walls to block off me, trying to do the ultimate for Luna, keep the team alive, how to make their way through all the chaos that what is Groot doing best. They're now taking and trading, and they land the hit. Yes, they can on me. They're making it huge. Get the other strategists, and TTK now pushing forward, and they're going to get this point.
TTK is on another level. Top tier kid for a reason. Even with limited time, they finally get to the second checkpoint here versus Jobless Bums.
I've got to say, Vicky, though, pretty proud of Jobless Bums there. I think they did a good job. Much better, obviously, than the domination map of just showing that they're here and they're here for a reason in this upper bracket. Almost taking 100 Thieves out on the second point. They've got to lock in, though. They've got a minute and 11 to keep it from being 3.
Ultins understands exactly what his job is, and it's to keep harassing Terra and Delena. Being some of these first initial picks have been incredibly detrimental to winning a lot of these fights from Jobless Bums.
How do you feel putting Captain America here and their game plan of putting the pressure on? Usually there for a little bit of a Magneto bounce back. What about that?
I feel like it's necessary to at least put the attention of 100 Thieves backline, right? When you still have Delena up in the air, you have Ultin trying to focus on them, but then you don't have the opportunity because TTK gets that first pick. Then it's just a domino effect at this point. British Street gets sent out, and Ben is going to meet them right back in the spawn, so they have to reset here so that way they don't stagger.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Ultin goes down, they don't have a good way to take down, I don't know, the biggest threat on 100 Thieves, Terra. And just raining from the skies as that 100, as that Human Torch does have that Supernova ready to go. Millennia and Harvey on action too for the Ultimates. This is going to be a very tough point to contest. British Tree's going to have to nail this Meteor Am.
Yeah, they do it with Vinny. Also very close to getting that strangling prison here too. Supernova active. Terra doesn't get shot out of the skies with Ultis even having that judgment as he pops it right now. The Meteor following up, keeping them alive between Harvey and Forky Dog. It's eternal bonds galore. All the magical colors showing up on that screen with TTK getting that pick up to Ultins is now going to keep enabling Terra and Delena, the two problems in the sky.
Yeah, great patience there from TTK, eliminating Ultins. But yes, you do have May with me with the ultimate for Luna, keeping everybody alive. The fate of both worlds doing its job in overtime. 12 seconds of immortality, but Val is going to see if they can finish off the rest, and it's not doing much in the reverse. Luna, Hera, swapping the script here.
Yeah, you find Harvey here. Millennial also incredibly low. Literally 1 pixel of health still stays alive, and 100 Thieves have cleared out the front line, have cleared out Jobless Bombs to get this convoy to the finish line.
2 overtime pressures, but too late. They were unable to, Jobless was unable to hold back 100 Thieves there, but a good job. They can pull together, maybe get a better push. They're going to have to lock in. This is their chance to stay in the upper bracket and see what they can do against 100 Thieves. Do you think they change anything up here, Vic?
I mean, they did a really good job. They even counterpicked the changes that we saw from 100 Thieves really early after getting that first checkpoint. Ultins was on top of it. I just also feel like TTK in general was very focused on where Ultin's positioning was to help enable Terra and Delena.
Yeah, Terra too, just always being right there as a constant nuisance and also taking down the biggest threat on the field continually. Looking at the stats here, I mean, just an absolute show once again. Look at TTK with a Cool Breeze 10, but 40,000 damage on 1 push. Terra, are you freaking kidding me?
What? All right, I want everyone to look at this and take this as the example that you have to look up and deal with these flyers. I know it's the summer here, you know, pesky mosquitoes all around, but you got to get your mosquito swatters. You got to make sure that you have something to take care of these flyers. On the side of Jobless Bums, they did. It was Ultins on that Punisher, right? After we saw the swap originally here too, 100 Thieves, they came out of the spawn room gates when they were on the attack with Terra being on the storage.
No, when Forky and me are working overtime, they have 90,000 healing combined. That's like the Terra damage plus more. You can't ask much more from your strategist play. Got to take care of the skies, though. Again, as you said, the best prescription to get rid of the disease of flyers is looking up.
Wait, and maybe a little bit of some cold weather here because Valk has now gone over to the Hawkeye with me being on that Luna Snow to get that team up.
Yeah, I'd love to see. We didn't see it all that much. We saw it a couple times yesterday. We'll see if they utilize that freeze to get the free headshot and combine some more combos with it. Valk, love to see it. Haven't seen a lot of Hawkeye. I do know he does play it, though. So we'll see if it comes into light here, trying to take down Terra maybe in 1 blow. Ultins, though, does get the pick on Delena, giving them plenty of space and bin to follow.
Look at the beautiful attention that we just saw there from Jobless Bums. Ultin's looking at 1 flyer. You saw a follow-up between Valk, also being able to get some help onto getting that last pick here. 100 Thieves forced to back away, giving some space down to Jobless Bums.
Yeah, honestly, I love that they've made some adjustments. They realized really what was their big error last time, and that was obviously Terra up in the sky. Now pushing forward, they have greatness ready, but TTK with that meteor, can he get the connection? Yes, he does, as Hawkeye goes down the anti-fly. And now with the Groot all together, can they combine internal bond, keeping things alive?
That was a crazy Groot block from Vinny. Now he's enabled. Now he comes in with a strangling prison here too, as the follow-up comes in. The save from Jobless Bums. You've got the fate of both worlds here too, while Jobless Bums stay in this fight. You hear the Magneto Meteor coming in as Terra gets that pick onto Oltens. Make it two now onto British Street, burning down the forest. That is Jobless Bums forcing them back.
Yeah, me had ult there, and we did have Oltens with his ult as well. I thought maybe Final Judgment would be combined there, and unfortunately too little too late as the Magneto ult to counter Terra Supernova wasn't able to get the job done. But here we go, we got some swaps. Been going to Doctor Strange now, trying to get some pressure. 2 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time.
Sit down pretty if you have to be the Punisher to shoot with your turret right through that portal, but then you have to think about Delena with the Ultron ult gets shot out of the skies. This is why we're seeing these adjustments from Jobless Bumps between the Hawkeye and Oltens being on that Punisher.
Yo, Valk showed what's up there against Harvey, getting that one shot there on the Hawkeye, getting rid of the supports early, and they're going to get this point because of it. Great job in the neutral there, not having to use all too much. Oltens with some pressure from the Final Judgment, but overall clean finish to that first checkpoint.
Tell me this is Jobless Bums right now, putting on a performance versus 100 Thieves. Yes, 100 Thieves, they may be up an entire game, but looking at the way that Jobless Bums have now readapted around 100 Thieves has been spectacular.
And what I love is the resources available. Jobless Bums, they don't have a coach. They have the game plan, and that's just to play as the unit they've been. Valk, though, with a huge opening on Terra.
That is ginormous. This actually helps out Jobless Bums with their win condition. That is why we're seeing what we're seeing currently from the change-ups from Jobless Bums. Valk here also having that Hawkeye ult ready to go. British Tree as well with that Entanglement Prison here. So you see Terra now looking over the side. They try to cover the next corner here from Valk.
Look at this perfect play from 100 Thieves. They grouped together. They knew what was about to come. TTK trying to squeeze it in between that shield, but Vinny instead going to trade them, get Valk out of there. Great strategic play, getting ready for the ultimates they knew were online as Terra finishes off Oltens.
Well, this being taken out is huge because now they could only really focus on Valk being that problem, but this is going to force Jobless Bums just to back away. They're going to respect his space from 100 Thieves looking behind them. And nice Groot wall just to help protect me and Forky.
Now, this is going to be the next Infinity War here as both teams are going to reset. Look at the ultimates online, ready to go. We're going to get 2 in prisons with the follow-up. But the big thing and the big difference here, Ultim's a little far away from any follow-up of British Tree. We have the Supernova ready to go to combo.
About Jobless Bums, do they have all the stones? That's the question now when they have to deal with Delena being on that Ultron, having that ult here too. But Jobless Bums, they'll be able to contest now with the Eternal Bond. 100 Thieves answer back doing the same exact thing to mirror that, and here comes the prison as well. Vinny still has his before he now answers back, just so that we can try to keep the rest of Jobless Bums. The Oltens is there as the insurance policy before TTK with the Meteor M comes in to smash their dreams down.
The patience there, the patience from not only TTK, but 100 Thieves. They let Jobless Bums use the ultimates first and really just found the positioning to get the job done, ultimately ending and putting the period with the Meteor M.
Whew. Talk about TTK keeping it ready when he needs it with that ult now. Jobless Bums trying to hold back. 100 Thieves looking on the other side as they try to counter them. 100 Thieves still being off to that side angle here. Jobless Bums, Ben does have that ult just in case looking at 100 Thieves, but nothing to really answer back just to force them away here. Trying to find a different angle as British Tree also finds TTK.
That was a good pick there. They're ready to go, like what I saw there. And I'm saying Valk getting these picks earlier are letting him win those fights. If he can keep getting that crucial pick. And right now they have 2 different things to shut down Harvey's cloak. They've got the mag and they've got the Hawkeye. Great job there for getting the push up a little bit more. They've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Keep in mind, 100 Thieves, they only had 1 minute and 10 seconds at this point. So they just keep putting on the gas. No brakes. We'll see Valk here with the Hawkeye ult and get it done.
Got this time bank here. If you get to clear this next corner, you are looking fantastic if you're Jobless Bums. Try to get that breeze here right through that corner wall. Terra feeling the pressure from Oltens, who's stuck on that convoy. Okay, we got the Ultron ult here too from Delena.
Yeah, extermination coming in into the internal bond, but Val, can he get the headshots that he needs? The openings that have opened up the last two pushes, but here's the imprisonment. British Street trying to get it done, and Val gets the connection. It's the Avengers assembling before your eyes. They get the 4-piece.
Man, 100 Thieves, they try to do that a defensive ult here. Millennia not going to be able to have that output because it is Jawless Bombs Falk with these insane shots here after using the Hawkeye ult to get the space as he's desperately trying to contest with Terra still being alive, was able to slam dunk to contest against Jawless Bombs.
And Val get this pick. It's all on this pick here as he's going to have to go down and make himself vulnerable. And Val gets the pick on Millennia. That's massive. Here it is, though. We've seen it. TTK with not 2, but 3 for the 4th time.
Is it enough here, too? Being able to get that huge ult to the meteor. It looks like it is just enough to dwindle away the time bank from Jawless Bombs.
Man, Harvey from downtown. Now, I always hate this when the music goes on and you think you only have like 10 seconds. There's a minute and 24 seconds. Calm down. Take a deep breath. But huge stop there from 100 Thieves. All the momentum was for Jawless.
He knows how close it is to get Herbie to that finish line here. TTK, clutch moments. Terra's got that supernova as well. Ben, with the Meteor M, though, could answer back depending on how they want to approach this. Trying to come in from the flank, breaking through the building.
Yo, no respect for the residents of Central Park, just breaking windows, going through the top there. Johnny Storm raining down hell from above of the supernova, but luckily, everyone's staying alive in that internal bomb. Can Owens get the pick? He does. Vinny goes down. This could be the difference here. Trying to get the picks through the invisible boundary. We'll see, but Millennia with the huge clutch pick.
And Harvey with the eternal bond was so close to getting it. Gets it at the very end right here. Right through Jawless Bombs and British Trees. Entanglement gear 2 with that ult. Now you have the Doctor Strange portal. It's a Hail Mary. 30 seconds left from Jawless Bombs.
Yeah, 30 seconds left with the portal. They're going to try to, they have time to get the turret in. They're going to see if they can get the pick early. Don't love the angle, but it's not bad. They're able to get some pressure on, forcing them to push away. Love it. Who's going to dive in first to contest this thing? Terra just taking you right to them as me is going to go and ult on the point. Valk with the follow-up ult. They might be able to pull this off.
I also really like the body block that we also saw right from there, but TTK with another hugely impactful Meteor with the Magneto ult. Jawless Bombs, they lose out onto me. Was so low here, cannot punish through this Terra damage output, even with the supernova running away with murder as 100 Thieves send Jawless Bombs back to the spawn room door.
Absolutely insane. It's like he's got a freaking cool, just an ability. It's just an ability at this point for TTK. The Meteor in, slamming it down, going crazy. That shows the bend not break mentality, and that is going to be the swan song, at least for the upper bracket for Jawless.
Top tier kid, the controller player, the Magneto, landing double KP, basically back-to-back double KOs on the side of Jawless Bombs is actually insane. 100 Thieves showcasing why they are one of the best.
Yeah, and we actually even had at one point a C9 in there for point cap. I mean, we had that match had it all. I thought it was a great job all around. But I mean, just looking at these numbers, some of the craziest that we've seen today and over the past couple of days. Look at, I mean, me with 90K. What more can you get out of there? But it's 79, 69. Nice for Terra.
Terra doing so much damage. I mean, you even saw Valk standing still at one point, being on that Wolverine around the corner. Once Terra was just unleashing the supernova. Only so much you could do out here. Looking at the way that 100 Thieves were able to reset. It was so close too. Let's not forget at 1.2 that we saw Terra just drop in on that torch and just make sure to contest on that convoy right before the rest of the team was able to escape and join Terra on that point at the very end.
Yeah, again, if it's not one, it's the other. Yesterday, Terra did an insane job today, but we're gassing up Terra so much yesterday. And then it was the TTK show a bit today as well, right? And that is just why this team is so threatening at the position that they're at and why it's so fun watching them. I got to say, hats off to Jawless. You guys did an incredible job. And the story's not over, right? That's the great news about this double elimination tournament. But man, was 100 Thieves just seamless.
Looking at these highlights too, I'm just still reflecting, looking at the way that the end had played out here. But these meteors from TTK, the amount of impact TTK had with Magneto alone needs to be studied for this match.
No, honestly, and this is what, some of what I saw. I'm telling you, every single time that Meteor aim went up. And guys, yeah, there's no aim assist on controller, so just pure sticks, man. Going crazy, absolutely beautifully done. And it's just showing why Magneto has to be that instant save right after Emma, because it's so clutch of his defense ability and patience of play mixed with the offensive output.
I just need a skin where we turn Magneto's Meteor into a basketball. Just the way that we saw TTK just dunk it, literally, like that was incredible from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and listen, if you're a No Job fan, as a lot of people have become, hey, listen, you're gonna get to watch them and continue in the lower bracket. They're gonna be able to make some big waves there. They've done a great job, and they've shown that they have what it takes. Again, just fell a little bit short there, and I think really that domination round, they wish to have some of that back, because it fell apart at the beginning, and they was unable to make it up when it was too late.
Man, and looking back to the way that they were able to make the adjustments, I'm still a big fan of Jobless Bums. You know what? Like, they were very honest in their interview with us yesterday, talking about how they just wanted to have fun, and that was the name of the game for them. Going against a team like 100 Thieves, that's rough, man. You're literally dealing with the Goliaths here of this bracket, but at least it's double elimination, and that's what matters, because Jobless Bums being able to have another chance is something that they're going to be able to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for 100 Thieves, it's like, you know, when you play they played the 8C, they've played Jobless. It's just keeping that same momentum. You know, they're bound to play probably a bit tougher of opponents as they continue down the stretch, but they're exactly where they want to be. That's where the game plan was. They've been cooking. Are they going to be sending the other teams their cookbooks, their recipes? We'll have to see. But man, this is what I love about this top tier play. We've seen things that these teams have been cooking up. Tara yesterday even said, I'm not telling our strats yet. We got a lot more to showcase, and we saw that today.
Yeah, if it's not the torch, we saw Terra put out the Wolverine in full display too. So now seeing how that's going to be able to work into 100 Thieves, how they stretch out their own hero pools is going to matter a lot with these different advanced ban systems having to adapt per match.
Yeah, and listen, I thought it's so crazy that they had every response to Harvey's cloak. They had Valk on Hawkeye. They had the Magneto dunks, but it just wasn't enough for the consistency and the approach they were able to do. And again, just to highlight Millennia stepping into that role and really just filling what is big shoes for the strategist position there. The tanks, the pressure was there, the healing backline, and then the duelist as always. And honestly, I want to give hats off to Delina too. Playing out of his cover, I've seen 90% Hella, a little Namor. Moon Knight though, haven't gotten that yet.
The Moon Knight getting like what 3 ultimates ready to go within like 30 seconds of each other was, I mean, that's how you know the damage output from Delena.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot from both angles. And speaking of, it looks like we've got Delina, who is going to be our interview today, and we got to welcome him in right now. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's good, man? What's up? What's up? How you
Dude,
doing?
it's been a minute since I
good.
talked to you. Hey, listen, okay, I've seen a lot of Hella. I've been gassing you for Hella for a long time. That Moon Knight, though, that was a new little addition I haven't seen before.
Yeah, you know, usually it's martial arts swaps, but he was on Torch, so I had to play Moon Knight.
Awesome.
I mean, the way that you guys played that, you taking the angles that you were able to take with Hella, man, like, everyone that gets to play the game a lot, they understand to look out for certain things when you see certain heroes coming out. You know, they see Delena being on the Hella. They don't look to their side and stuff. I mean, can you talk about a little bit of how you get into these angles to help enable other players at home that want to be able to get as good as you when it comes to trying to find these different angles and priority picks?
Low key, I just be like walking around the flank and like just hoping I find something. That's really the thought process.
Is it the same? Like, it feels like you always mix up the paths too. I've been watching you a while, and you're always taking a new way, a new approach in the Hella meta, which has seemed like forever at this point, man. I mean, you've just been feasting here. Tell me about this, man. You guys look so in sync from the start to finish. What is the prep like behind the scenes heading into these big games?
The prep, low key, like we've been doing a lot more VOD reviewing ever since we got Remix and Cam, Millennia. Like, shout out them. If it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't be doing any of that, really. But that's really it. That's how much more prep we've been doing. We've been VOD reviewing, playing more. We looking good now.
I feel like
Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, I feel like you and Tara just look like such a scary duo. I mean, can you talk a little bit about how you and Tara try to navigate being the duelist for your team?
Honestly, it feels nice having him as my other duelist, but like, I just be doing my own thing on the map half the time, so I don't know what really be happening in the team fights. But that's really it.
Hey, SJP, he said that SJP in an interview before, he goes, we just let Delina go do his thing. You know, maybe a snowflake, and it's like, all right, buddy, go on and just go on those flank angles and go crazy. What's that medal behind you, man? Is that like a self-appointed? Is that like, I love the decoration of the one medal there, man. What's that for?
That's from a LAN I went to like 3 years ago. We got first, and I just put it there 3
Heck
years
man,
ago.
Well, look to add.
It hasn't changed.
Look to add to it, man. That's what I got. Vicky, you got anything else here?
Oh, I'm good. Now Delina answered everything.
Listen, bud, I know you got a tweet ready to lock and load out there, man. Get it out. We're excited to watch more of you guys. Good luck in the upper bracket. And as always, man, just fun to watch your Hella and your DPS play.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Job's not finished, though. Job's not finished.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll see you soon, man. Appreciate you.
All right. See ya.
All right, that was Delina from 100 Thieves, one of the lethal duelists. And I love the answer to that. It's like, he loves having Terra on his squad. But he's like, man, I'm in the zone. I'm doing my thing. And that's what you got to do as that hit scan Hella, looking for a big, change and putting on the pressure. Guys, with that win, let's go and take a look at the new bracket and the update of where everything lands for 100 Thieves and Vicky. They will be advancing. Jobless Bums will be going down to the lower bracket as we see here.
Jobless Bums then have to play against the winner of Solaris versus FlyQuest here. Seeing how that's going to play off is going to rely on whether Jobless get to stay in this bracket or not. But 100 Thieves sitting pretty comfy there in the upper bracket finals already.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got, oh my goodness, Ego Death. If you guys have not seen them, a wild team versus Envy. Either of those teams is going to bring something new to 100 Thieves. And I know they'll be watching that here in just a bit. One of my most anticipated matchups for today. But hey, Jobless, great job down there as they wait for either FlyQuest. They've got a tough bracket down there because both those teams, Solaris and FlyQuest, are some of the strongest down in the lower bracket. So we're going to see who they get when we continue this going into day 4. But yeah, 100 Thieves, exactly what I thought we would see. The true 1 seed right there with Envy that we continue to see, and Jobless doing a great job as well. We've got some great matchups, Vicky. We're about to head into another one, but quickly, guys, we're going to go on a break. So go ahead, grab what you need to, and we'll see you in just a second.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
Double KO! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to match 2. We're just now leaving match 100 Thieves won against Jobless Bums. It had it all. It had 90k healing, 50k plus damage, C9s, you name it. We just saw it, substance and more. And now we move on, Vicky, to Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming. A huge, highly anticipated matchup of the up-and-comers looking for the upset.
Another big name dog out here, Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming, after the action that we saw yesterday, or rather 2 days ago alone, looking at Citadel really putting on a performance thus far, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Citadel, they've been here before. They've gone against top teams. They've scrimmed against them. So they know where they're at. And Sentinels, again, they have an insane team ready to go. Guys, if you haven't already, skins are back from Season 0. The 616 Vault is in store, and you can get your favorites from the holidays or the elusive, man, I was repping that Captain America skin. No one else had it, Vicky, and now it's out for everybody to have again, as well as Hawkeye.
Not gonna lie, I was like, how do you get that? Because I wanted it so bad, and I was so sad when I found out I missed my chance. Well, guess what? I'm getting it again. So I get to have the chance to rep that alongside you with my Captain America. But the Hawkeye is also really cool. I also really love the holiday Groot.
Yeah, the holiday Groot skin outside of the newest one that just came out was the one I saw the most, man. Nothing like Christmas in July, the famous saying. But as we move away from the 616 Vault and we move on to match number 2, Sentinels, Citadel Gaming kind of has it all, has 2 very stacked teams. What are you most excited about?
I'm excited to see, after the performances we saw already, the possible very close matches, Sentinels versus Citadel. I mean, yes, Citadel, they beat Nightmare 2-0 on day 1, but this is a completely different look than a Nightmare team, right? You got to look at Sentinels and what they bring to the table and their history as an org.
Yeah, and listen, after Valk playing Hawkeye in that last map, Usher is insane at what they can do on Hawkeye. We saw that in the map before. Fraud there on DPS as well. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the teams that we've got ready to rock today in this next matchup. And guys, we've got more comparisons, more rosters heading your way. Sentinels, though, it surprised me. They've got 2 new members on their team. Kalush going to Envy, and right now we've got the sub in from Nectar as well.
Yeah, you know, Nectar being that duelist that we saw last time we saw Sentinels, right? Gomez taking a bit of a step back, even with Nectar playing on that Wolverine. As we take a look at Sentinels, of course, you know, you see Gomez on there, but we didn't get to see Gomez beforehand when we saw them on day 1.
Yeah, Super Gomez, my guy. Love to see how he plays the game, but I gotta say, Nectar has stepped it up massively. Did a great job there as Wolverine, slicing and dicing, going crazy with some of those picks earlier from yesterday. Amazing, as always, just has been dominant in so many games that he plays, and he went off yesterday on Human Torch. Love to see him shifting over there to the Flyers. Again, they've got, fantastic supports in Aramori, Karova. We've seen what they can do in the past, and Crimzo is such a solid tank to hold the team together. Has been a group as of late and has been really dominating.
Yeah, well, we got to talk to Crimzo a little bit. Literal business. Like, this man just poker face talking about exactly what the team needed to do differently here and how they were able to approach going into this very first match, which, again, Alani Win, they put on a pretty good performance in the second map. They were trying to do a lot of changes here, but diffing Sentinels was just a different story. Specifically at the end here was one of my favorite moments looking at this matchup with Armori actually getting the copy with the Mischief here onto the Groot, and then we saw the double Groot ult coming out back to back.
Yeah, that's what you love to see, is when the team has it so together that they're not even doing strategist copies. They've got the double Groots to get the job done. And this is where Amazing really went crazy yesterday. Now, Sentinels, they win against an 8 seed. That was Alani Wind. They played great, but now they've got a much bigger threat to go up against. And so some of these openings may not be there, but it's going to be shown here immediately on domination. And that's where, if you're going to be Set It Out Gaming, you've got to get the W. If you're trying to get the upset here, it's going to happen on the anything goes domination, and we're about to see what they can pull off with their roster.
I also feel like Sentinels have just such a good awareness at where all the teammates are and how to enable these different ultimates too, as you saw right there between Crimzo. But looking at Citadel Gaming, this is a team that we were highlighting a lot. Love how you also talked about Yusher and the way that Yusher was able to put on a performance. Velocity was another player that was on my radar.
Yeah, and I've got to say, between what Velocity and Valentina were doing on the strategist end, you highlighted that a ton yesterday. Honestly, great job just having extremely good timings with the ultimates. But man, I've got to say, Mace, I talked to him and he just told me what it would mean to get a win against a team like Sentinels. And that's a story that you want to hear, getting their team up from being a highly talked about and fan favorite to an actual huge top tier competitor. Mace here with a huge Agamotto. We expect to see more tank play and Vanguard from them. But Yusher, that was the big difference maker on DPS. Will he be able to do that with the likes of Crimzo and Techie there in Vanguards?
Good question. When Mace is putting up numbers like 43,000 damage blocked in their yesterday's game, or rather 2 days ago game versus Nightmare, and the way that they were able to cycle through that strategist ult, they were able to just completely negate a lot of the ultimate hurdle in their direction from Nightmare. And then of course, this fight specifically lasting like what, 2 minutes between you and I, Cozy, that we were able to see so much action. It looked like whiplash.
Yeah, the back and forth, absolute nuts. And, some teams have more Magneto-leaning players, some Strange, and I think Mace plays a very solid Strange. You've got very good ones at that with people like Kalush, TTK, but excited to see that play put together here. And Yusher can kind of do it all. He's got the Hawkeye and the great aim there with the hit scan, but then also can now lean into Ultron and give you a little bit of both there. So we might see more of the Flyers yet again today if we head into something like Krakoa. A lot of good maps for Flyers in this season.
Yeah, if you know what, if we end up seeing something like that in Sentinels, they get the read immediately from the beginning. Maybe Gomez coming in with the Hawkeye, but you know what, for now though, we saw Nectar, we saw what Nectar could do, and it's all about expanding on those hero pools.
Yeah, guys, if you're looking for upsets, this is going to be the match or the next one to happen, in my opinion. I think we're going to see the potential there, as we've got, obviously, favorites that have been there for a while. We've got a head-to-head graphic yet again to take a peek at. 2 names that you might know and 2 that we just shouted out. Amazing, the incredible duelist that you guys have now watched on Sentinels for a long time. Yusher, look at these damage numbers. But Amazing, 79,070 KOs, absolute carnage.
That is insane numbers. Yes, it's a different look, looking at the way that the series went on in general, but look at that diff here. 70 KOs, 79k damage. I mean, that BP going absolutely crazy here too, just looking at what we may be seeing. And Yusher, of course, too, on that Iron Man. It's going to be a bit of a trek to deal with, especially when it comes to dealing with Sentinels in total.
Yeah, and Ryan Amazing, you know, he plays a little bit of everything. Funny enough, when I saw Delina play Moon Knight, gave me a little bit of a callback to Ryan Amazing playing lots of Moon Knight back in the day and Magic. And then you kind of seen those heroes exit a bit of the meta, unfortunately. And now he's taking on the role of the Human Torch, who, again, we have just seen rise up right now because of all the big skill ceiling gaps that you can do of animation cancelings and just perfect timing and movement. And Ryan Amazing is nailing that down. He hasn't gone against the Hela that has been usually a big threat against him, but looking at Citadel, maybe that's what Usher leans into. We're going to see a lot of the story here in the pink band phase.
Yeah, because then you get to see, you know, are we going to have the Emma Frost out at any point? Is that going to be the immediate ban like we've already seen before? Magneto, how that's going to impact what we probably see from Ryan Amazing and how Ryan Amazing gets away with a lot of that damage output.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We head into our match right here, right now. The picks, the band, Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming. Will it be the Goliath? Will it be the David? We'll have to see here as we head into match number 1. And if I'm going to take a guess, ooh, we're floating Magneto. We're in Burnin' T'Challa here. Domination to kick things off in the double Magneto band to mix things up.
Okay. All right. This leads us to see that Emma is going to actually be saved up, too, for the other side for Citadel.
Yeah, that's a must, right? Usually that's Magneto there. It's got to be one or the other. Going to be fun to see some Emma Frost play. Me and you have not had the privilege to cast the diamond form herself. We have Luna as the second band there coming from the Sentinels. Like the band there to go against them. Matching Luna, so we're not going to get the dance floor. No Coachella today.
Not gonna have that dance off here too. Fate of both worlds off the table, and it looks like the Invisible Woman too. This is interesting because you have that triple band back to back. Looking at Sentinels and what they're gonna decide, and that's already 2 supports off the table.
Yo, we saw this yesterday from Solaris. They did this against Envy where they got rid of all the main healers and it took them by surprise and forced people off into different healers. But Karova is an insane Adam Warlock, so they still have plenty of options. But right there, we're seeing a lot of the key healers go away for Sentinels. They're going to have to find something else as Punisher looks to be the last lock-in. And Cloak, though, is going to be that anchor to try to get the majority of that healing down for the team.
The last save, or is it going to be here on the other side? The Loki option. Okay, Citadel having their priorities, making sure that Sentinels won't be able to lean into that comfort, knowing how good of a support, especially Loki too from Armory, who's been able to expand on their own strategy pool.
Pick your hero.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or
The
villain,
teams have
I'm not
picked. The
judging.
bands are out. And just like that, we're heading into Domination round 1 and looking early. I like the Loki keep. I think that's going to help out a ton, and having Emma there available as well for both teams is going to be clutch. As you know, Diamond Form is perfect for the horror carry that she can do. One of the best, if not the best, Vanguard right now in Rivals.
It has such a big vertical auto grab, by the way. Just want to pinpoint that. You have to be careful. You think you're safe unless you have one of your strategy ults allowing you to get that insurance policy just to help yourself stay alive. But then you have the Emma getting that grab if you're floating just too close to her.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the Storm band too. I think you sure can flex over to Storm when needed. So we'll see if that's against that in general as we head into the flyover, the beautiful city of Wakanda. Vibranium at its core, ready to be potentially fought for here. And this just a good time on this Dom map as we see the teams lock in, ready to go. Fraud locking Punisher, you sure on Human Torch.
Let's get it started here, everyone. Map number 1, we're always going on to Domination, where map number 2 will be a mix of either Convoy or Convergence here. So this is going to be that first map to really highlight how these teams are going to be able to work around each other. It's always usually that one explosive map, as I always say.
And here it is. We've got the Triple Res team coming for the Sentinels. They're known for it because the elite play of Karova and Amazing flexing the Mantis. We've seen this in MRI, MRC. They're bringing it to them. They have 2 lives. You have to take them down twice. That's going to be a tough thing to do as Citadel.
So they'll have to keep that in mind too while they get set up first on the point, taking advantage of that Doctor Strange portal. Backing away though, Fraud tried to set up with that turret. It gets deleted, and Nectar gets that first pick onto Mace.
And Nectar been playing a great job there for that Star-Lord. Taki getting it on the Emma, getting rid of Monster. Great trades there as the opening is not what Citadel wanted to have. Crimson on Captain America. This is what Ignite is for, man. And this is why I'm here. The leader of the Avengers, Steve Rogers, doing it all day, ready to push forward and proving that point right now.
And that's with combined together with Techie being on this Emma. It's been entertaining thus far here, creating space. Crimzo keeps up the pressure. Mace having to back away, gets deleted. This is the follow-up here between Crimzo and Techie, as Crimzo almost was able to get away, but that's before Yosher actually comes right back in.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you get rid of one of the Guardians, they're going to come right back. So you have to get rid of them twice. And they have the path to pull down the deal with. They've got to see Crimson. They're nailing the animation chances with that shield, doing the quick melee, quick run hits. And that is insane at this level of play. We have Yusher now getting the trade. So this is massive to try to flip the script.
Oh, and that's with Fraud following up here too. Yusher, though, he gets caught. Techie turns the tides of this fight with the Psionic Seduction as they drop down in the pit, leads Mace to his demise. And Citadel Gaming, they felt like they had some sort of progress before the turnaround from Techie and Sentinels are able to keep their feet planted on this point.
They say looks kill. I mean, in this case, looks eliminate here with Emma Frost. Techie can do it all because you've got not only just the primary beam that got buffed this patch, but just grabbing the flyers from the sky with the quick melee punch and kick. We just saw Techie do on Yusher.
I gotta deal with the Diamond Form, the Carbon Crush, a Crystal Kick. Can't fly anywhere out here in the no-fly zone, but Citadel Gaming do have a plethora of ultimates to work with.
Absolutely, you're just being relentless. Crimzo here on the full aggression is something that I've not seen yet from him, and I'm loving the flexibility they've shown. I've seen this team play a lot of the same hero pool, and this is so cool to see them bring out something unique here. A lot of Sentinel fans out there, and I know they're just gassed to watch this team go crazy right now.
Especially with this Emma Frost here too. Turns around, follows up here with Crimzo, who manages to back away to the lovely hands of his strategist. And what a dominating first message sent from Sentinels to Citadel.
I mean, that's as clean as you get there. And that's where it just gets tough having Emma available right out the rip. It is a tough thing to do. Techie played great there up, yesterday. They chose to get rid of that. Now looking into even this next point, though, not only is the ultimates about the same, but on top of that, you have the double res to worry about. Looking at the stats, though, altogether, team all around doing a great job.
Sneaking all the way down here. The way that Sentinels have just been putting on so much of that pressure, but I really do feel like it was that Emma Frost who was dictating a lot of the way that Sentinels were able to play around not only the space, but the aggression that brought in.
Yeah, and just look at, that's what happens when you have triple support. It's just so much continuous support healing happening for the team. They're going to look to get together here, see if they can reset, and they've got some ultimates to do so. Maybe they go with the Invisible Boundary into the Final Judgment to charge up. They could go with the little Supernova, but in response, they've got to deal with not only a res, the Avengers, a symbol, and you've got the Legendary at the hands of Sentinels.
Oh, here it goes as it gets started with the Supernova, though, right to answer as Fraud is the first one to take it out. It is Crimzo leading the pack for Sentinels. Yes, bro, Aurora going down first here is going to actually allow Citadel Gaming to have the advantage. Thank you to the res comp to allow Sentinels to come right back in. Techie gets a little bit of that help here too, as Nectar deletes the rest of Sentinel Gaming. We're here on the other side, the front side here, isolating Valentina.
Yeah, the whole thing before you even get into the point, you had the fire tornadoes happening with the Invisible Boundary, but in response, all you need is the res. And we got just that from Karova, one of the best Adams in the game. Beautifully done there, and they didn't have to use all that much. They still have that internal bond ready to rip. It's looking pretty deadly here for Sentinels, and Citadel Gaming's going to have to reset. Take a deep breath. You guys can do this. Just got to believe.
Velocity, having that Loki ult ready to go. Big moves here for Citadel as they have some old economy to work with before dropping down Mori too. Also being able to have that Eternal Bond to keep Sentinel here as we see the God of Mischief activated.
Look at this back, trying to go for not just the strategist, but no Fraud himself taking care of the key DPS. Now Crimzo wants both duelists. Yusher looks to go down by Crimzo. He wants more, make it 3, that's all. And that could be a hard thing to come back from when you've got Steve Rogers going this crazy in the hands of Crimzo.
Fraud needs some help. Nectar's got his head. He's got the count right now, and Fraud hasn't really even been able to show face once as we take a look at the stats just real quick and the damage output that we're currently seeing right now from Nectar.
And Wakandian soldier gazing down upon as we gaze on Mace, trying to get the pressure going. But Teki with the ultimate that not only has the people go forward, but shuts down the ult as well. No combination. So with that, that's beautiful for Citadel, and they're going to respond in their own with Mace. And here comes the final judgment. Can they connect? They have everything set up. They've got to deliver.
It's the map here too. You can float around over to the side here, just so that way you have more opportunities to reposition. That's actually exactly what we saw from Teki as Crimson, he pops the Captain America ult here too. Nectar goes down here first, but could probably get res right immediately afterwards. And Korova also activates the Adam Warlock ultimate. Here comes a supernova from Yosher, and now Citadel Gaming have to keep themselves alive with Velocity about to have that Loki ult ready.
It's a cat with 9 lives, Red. Nick should come back not 1, not 2, 3 times with the res as well. And you're right, the fraud just tailing his inner AC 130. Flying above with the ult is absolute chaos there as Yusher trying to get the pick, but that's what makes Korova so crazy on the golden god himself.
Yes, Adam Warlock player for a reason. Yusher didn't have a chance in that moment here. Invisible Boundary still buys in some time for Citadel Gaming as they were the ones that were able to retake the point for now.
Yo, we don't, it's, people kind of forgot about this triple res comp. And Teki here trying to get something going, trying to get the team to finish the deal. Overtime hitting, clobbering timeout with the block. We got Monster pushing through, but here Mori stealing the deal.
And that was with Teki and a huge block. Teki going crazy here while they were able to flip that point in their favor and take map number 1.
I mean, there's just so, I was just beginning to say, there's so many things to worry about in this game of picks and bans, and often forgotten, especially after Season 0, Season 1, is that triple res comp, and no team plays it better because the flexibility, most importantly, Vicky, the practice that Rising has had on Mantis, and then we've seen that with Korova and Adam.
I definitely agree. You play into your strength. That's something that Sentinels just displayed right there. That's why they're able to really take advantage of that res comp as we take a look at the overall stats here too. But that res comp just allowed Nectar to keep himself in the fight, which was so important on also isolating Fraud at certain points. That's why Fraud had to make the swap from the Punisher to that Star-Lord.
Crimson having 7K on Captain America there is so sick. I gotta shout him out there. Just an insane job. And listen, altogether, the Guardians did their job, and we had the anchor of Aramori as always. They tried to ban out all those strategists, and they kind of banned to allow that res comp to happen so easily. Typically, other teams, this would work, but for them, they practiced it so well as we see Teki going crazy as Emma Frost again carrying in that Diamond 4.
And as you mentioned too, Rising being on that Mantis, Teki was a very big standout performance for both rounds, honestly, to me. Even being on that Doctor Strange after making that swap out of the Emma Frost here, but was mostly that big impactful player there at the very end of that first round here. And Nectar going crazy once again here too, constantly shutting down the one counter that would have put a dent to their side.
Yeah, Teki was staying back with the Guardians, and then you had the flanks that was Nectar and Crimso constantly putting pressure. And Crimso, it's like, forget the strategist. I'm just going to shut down right here. Perfect callback. I'm just going to shut down their duelists, and there's nothing you can do as Velocity tries to escape, but the pressure was too much. And honestly, Citadel Gaming, they played great yesterday, and I know what they're capable of. You want to get that win domination to get that momentum, churning for the team. Right there wasn't it. They've got to reset their game plan, and it's going to start at the pick and bans.
It was great, though, to see how quick Sentinels are to follow up from one another, whether it be Crimso leading the head here or more following up, as well as what we saw from the rest of this team. Rising putting on the damage output. It's going to be difficult here, but like you mentioned, we already saw a glimpse of what Citadel is capable of. Now it's about managing that going into the advanced legend ban system.
Absolutely. And I've got to shut this out. If you guys have been watching competitive rivals for a while, it's so cool to see the lack of mirror matches. Every team, every comp feels different. And that's what makes esports great. The players, the drive behind it, and then just having complete chaos in what we're seeing in the matchups. Again, triple res, I highly doubt we're going to see that yet again. And we're about to head into that game. But before we do that, we're going to head into a quick break. We'll see you in just a second.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 별에 달아서 내 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Sentinels versus Citadel Gaming Match 2. Now, Match 1 wasn't exactly what the hype lived up for. We really didn't even have a team fight one from Citadel Gaming. And really, I think, Vicky, a lot of it was lost in the early pick ban. I mean, you're giving the team that's notorious for their triple res comp just right to them.
Yeah, ban Loki, ban Luna Snow, ban Invisible Woman. That's fine. We'll just keep going with the res comp, which worked amazingly in Sentinel's favor. I mean, that is the Sentinel's way, right? You know, Sen City is here to display what happens when you let Kurova just walk away with these reses, and also the damage output from Kurova. I mean, Kurova literally is just Adam Warlock. Like, that's why we keep highlighting Kurova.
Well, dude, he was already good with them before they did the cooldown change where if you get a headshot, you get the reduction on the E, and we just saw him become even more of a golden god than he already is. Now, let's see if they can correct it. Yggdrasil's path right here, Convoy. This was Citadel's pick. They're confident here. We'll see what happens at the start, and it's the same thing, 2 Magnetos.
Yeah, that means we immediately get Emma Frost, right? It's one or the other, usually here. Looking on the other side, which band we're going to see here. And having that Emma Frost already displayed too, Cozy, like how great it was, even looking at Techie.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting rid of both the big threats up there. Sentinels taking down both Magneto and Luna for them. And listen, Techie did such a good job, and he gets to do it all over again. Autumn team now, they've swapped sides, and when you lose, you get to pick side and map. We now have the Citadels picking on the bottom. Luna getting banned for them. Back-to-back bans. They pick at the same time. They're going with the same strategy. Triple support, but do they go maybe with the res Adam, Mantis? How do you think they switch it up here?
Are they feeling like they could counterpick the res comp, it looks like maybe here. This could be a Loki ban unless they go for something different. Thinking about Citadel, but let's see what we see the save for. Okay, it's going to be the Cloak and Dagger just to prioritize that Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, it's like not only do you have to win the team fight, you got to win it twice, possibly 3 times, even with the res, right? And there it is. There's the respect.
You got to do the Adam Warlock.
Look at the disgusting, like Mantis, Adam, Mantis. They both are tough. They're gonna take care of Karova and get rid of the Adam, and that's a big vehicle of that triple res comp and the vehicle, if you will. And so they shut that down, but Loki then being available for them.
All right, let's see. We're gonna get the save here too for Invisiwoman. Man, I mean, sure, you could try to replicate it with the Mantis and Starlord, but without the Adam Warlock, it's going to be very different, especially from out of Korova's hands too, right?
Yeah, that's going to really allow there not to be at least the same repeat of history that we just saw. They're looking what to do here. They're thinking about Torch just with how good he is. I mean, Rai plays a very good human Torch here. And luckily with this new system, you don't have to worry about it. And that's what I think is so beautiful. You can get rid of a threat that you don't want to deal with, and then you have the access yourself. But Nectar taking that role. We saw Riot go crazy, but he's now going into the Ultron swap, which you'll love to see. And we've got a similar team lineup of what we just saw. Aramore flexing over. Karova there just for the bubbles, most likely on Jeff, and then swap.
Okay. Yeah, just to be able to get that boost forward here. Maybe see what we're going to have differently. Now looking at Crimson even hovering over the Groot.
Yeah, you know, I thought Crimson might go Groot here instead of Cap because you've got those combo ults with Human Torch that you could do easily into the Supernova. Very tough play here. And then you've got Ultra to deal with. This is a great flyer map as well. So they've got their work cut out for them if they want to try to make this thing a 1-1. Citadel Gaming going to have to go crazy. Yusher is their hit scan. He's going to have to rise up and step up to it.
Let's see here now as we get started on one of my own personal favorite maps. Love Yggdrasil Path. Gonna see how this is gonna work out here. Being that convoy map here too for Citadel Gaming to really lean into after noticing what they have to really counter. They already got a step ahead in that ban phase, as you mentioned too, Cozy. You know, in that first map, already feeling like that ban phase was detrimental to the win condition for Citadel. Look at
Got the rainbow up on the double wall. Love to see it as we head in. We've got Sentinels on defense and Citadel on offense. Now we've got some nice poke damage here from Mariah Mason getting that ult charge going so quickly here. And right away, Mace with the portal up top with the turret behind.
All right, Mason taking note of that, though. It's just going to get out of the line of sight of that turret here. Going to be able to keep on the pressure from the skies. The rest of Citadel Gaming just slowly walking that convoy up.
Yeah, giving them a little bit of space here. Going to use these structures as some protection for the Flyers. And you've got the 1-2 punch there with Nectar and Ryan Mason. We see this in the standard ladder. It's the domination of the Flyers. Yusher again. He's going to have some heavy lifting on Frank Castle. Make all these hits, all these notes hit for the perfect symphony here. As we've got now getting old charge like crazy. Nectar and Pecky getting themselves 3 picks to get things started. Oh my goodness.
Nectar with the damage output is just getting away with it. There you go again, just seeing the issue that the Torch provides here at top level play.
No, absolutely. I mean, Torch has done so much, and it's crazy that I have two different players that can flex in and out of it. You know, we saw what Amazing did yesterday. Hector saying, hey, I'm very comfortable on Johnny Storm. Let me add him with the Fantastic Four, and Crimzo showing off his Yggdrasil skin on Yggdrasil's path. Love to see it.
It's one of my favorite skins. It looks so great here, too. Crimzo in the early game just aura farming here, but stops the Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond with that wall before getting right around it here. Here comes the Brew ult 2 to match that. Fraud with the sneaky KO onto Techie. Here comes the Ultron ult coming in from Amazing here too. Backing away even through that prison. You are able to use that Eternal Bond just to keep the rest of the team alive here, as Aramori is also going to be able to get the copy onto the Ultron.
Yeah, going from that Loki copy, but right now it is all fraud, showing that Citadel Gaming in the upper bracket is not a fraud as he goes with the Kraken Impact, making it an easy up in .1 here as we've got a portal, though. Gonna get everybody involved here as a pseudo wall, but right now we've got them trying to push them back with fraud, showing what the Winter Soldier has as they head into .2. Beautiful play here and a great comeback of momentum.
And now Crimzo also has the bad respawn too, because they got that pick right through that Doctor Strange portal, so now Crimzo is a little behind here. They don't want to find themselves staggered as they can try to hold back Citadel over by that next corner.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And pushing up right away. You love to see it. Only one on the point. Now, two, they've got Mace here pushing up, getting that aggro that AMER does so well. Such a tough hero to contest up in the close. But there it is. We've got Supernova, but you sure to counter. What ultimate is going to take that one? It's a battle of the insane flames. And right now, great just dodging and weaving there as the Flyers stay alive. And both, no eliminations happening yet.
Nectar knows exactly how far behind, what pixel he could poke his head out there just to avoid getting melted by Yushir's ult here too. With the Psionic Seduction, just trying to pull them in. Techie has other plans, though, being in that diamond form, unaffected here. Kept together with the Eternal Bond, too, as Velocity follows up to find the backline out from Sentinel. Citadel Gaming with the momentum that they needed.
Holy Velocity! I mean, my gosh, the beautiful imprisonment into the Terror Cape and then damage. The whole team turned their attention, unloaded, and this has been an easy 1 and 2 on the first couple of points, and all it took was no triple res comp. Give it up to Citadel for changing up the strat.
Actually, Ginormous, with how Sentinels have just not been able to plant their feet for any of these team fights at Citadel, just keeps throwing at them. Look at the positioning that constantly Mace and Monster are taking.
Yeah, honestly, just great job here. Airmore and Techie do have plenty to respond here, but the Kraken Impact is going to go alongside this internal bond. They have plenty of room to push. 4 minutes on the clock is a lifetime on this map. Supernova to get a little bit of pseudo-tank pressure of space pushed away. We do have the ult to get them all. Look at, they got the 4 of them together, but Velocity pushing forward, stuck on the payload, unfortunately, and that's going to allow just a lesser path for Kraken Impact, but he right now is eliminated, and right now they're going to have to reset.
At least Velocity in that fight did get God of Mischief online here too for Citadel, which is going to be big looking at the way that Crimzo also has that ult. He activates it right here too. Sentinels also on the other side staying alive as Techie wipes out Yushir, wipes out Maze, gets a quick 3 get a follow-up from Techie here, and now Sentinels finally get that reset here that they needed just to hold back Citadel Gaming and keep up the pressure.
Yeah, I like the Punisher swap here from Ultron, just, you know, up close in that cave. You're going to put the pressure forward, and Aramore having to use that ult as it's copied, getting a little bit of pressure, but obviously just going to reset. Unfortunately, on the timing, they only needed Crimso's Groot ult, but they didn't use a lot to get that hold, and right now, all the ultimates are for Citadel. Can they use it to their advantage here?
Now only having Kurovalo with that Eternal Bond, looking at Sentinel's side just to keep them alive here as we see the Judgment coming out from Amazing. Sentinels dancing around. Monster just trying to stay alive in his own Eternal Bond. Amazing now on the other side, looking at Valentina coming in with Yushir, just holding them back. They saw that Kurovalo already utilize that ultimate, and Sentinels have no answer to this.
We said this was going to be on the back of Yushir if they can pull it off, and right now he's doing just that. Nectar trying to get some spacing with the Supernova, get that Groot off that high ground. I'm going to be Obi-Wan for now, and it looks like there's still plenty in the tank, though. For Citadel here, we'll see if they get the Emma ult to try to give themselves even more pressure.
My eyes are on Crimzo, though, right now with that Strangling Prison and the answers that Citadel Gaming have at the moment with Velocity, looking to see how that impact comes out. Could help their team with the Psionic Seduction. First comes out from Maze. It's to match that from Techie, and we get to see that Loki ult this time around from Aramori.
Absolutely here as Mace is putting on the damage here, but we've got Crimson with the ultimate. They're looking for the combo, but luckily we do have protection happening, but no, too little too late as Crimson and Kurova get the two-piece they were looking for, and unfortunately, even with the ultimate here, it may not be enough, but we have a minute and 45 seconds, and Fraud does have the Kraken impact, comes in with the one, Vicky, getting it two.
Fraud, man, the impact right now from Fraud, but the way that he can just reset the stall too, again and again he goes, but the eternal bonds are keeping both sides alive between Valentina and Kurova.
Now, popping it a little early, I wanted to wait for Monster there in the ultimate, but they do have Yusher now to combine that Final Judgment. Oh, but Monster goes early, and when you do have the Final Judgment, let's see if they can make it happen, but there's no follow-up. Monster, though, it looks like that was a tragic play of the Entangled. Unfortunately, they're going to have to back up and reset yet again.
That was big help, too, from Crimzo, though, just to negate any sort of pressure that could have come from that Strangling Prison, because you had Amazing that had that Judgment and then was uplifted by Crimzo's Brute Wall.
Yeah, absolutely here. Now, Velocity does have the ult online. They can get some pressure. They do have that Final Judgment ready to go, and Monster's charging up fast. Fraud will get one more Kraken impact to see if he can make that impact. And Nectar, though, going to have plenty of pressure. Those Supernova Tornadoes, Vicky, right in here. I mean, that's the worst combination I could think of, man. Tornadoes in a game, it's over.
Yeah, talk about all the pressure and just such a little space here, too. About to see the Loki ult from Velocity this time around. Talk about the Strangling Prison, the Eternal Bond on top of it as well. But Yusher comes in with the Judgment, finds 3 in the process, together hand in hand with Fraud. Citadel finally get this moving.
Locked and loaded. The Rocket team up's not even in the game anymore. Triple C is gone, yet you have Punisher. You've got the old callback to Bucky Bar, who's going crazy. Turn mode set up. This is theirs to get. They're going to try one more push. They're going to have to bring it all. Good cap switch, though, to try to get a little bit of pressure on Crimso. You've got the ultimate out with Aramori. This is going to be the fireworks, the Michael Bay special that you come for.
Only explosions and fireworks. A psionic seduction comes in from Techie, forcing Citadel Gaming to come into their line of sight. They have Amazing ready to go, though, with the Judgment 2, and Citadel don't have much of an answer. Midas mates with their own psionic seduction just to counter that.
Great answer there, but that's all they have. Unless Velocity can get the charge up, it is getting it fast, but we have Fraud putting the game into his hands here with the Kraken, and he does make that impact and get the 3rd checkpoint. Huge.
Fraud, the opposite of his name right there, by the way. MVP of that last corner to get that convoy to the finish line, too.
Yeah, Fraud went crazy. We saw him play Punisher yesterday, but today, making that swap over to Bucky is what you want to see. Listen, Bucky, yes, he had some nerves happen, but he is still such an insane hero to snowball, and that's exactly what... That looked like a completely different team than what we just saw on Domination.
I think it's also a statement to say that you need both Punisher and Bucky to deal with the harassment that was coming in from the skies. Let's not forget, at the very beginning, we had seen the Ultron, I believe, there too, as well as the Torch. So, you know, forcing out some swaps, nonetheless, quick adjustments, no surprise there from Sentinels, but it took everything, with Fraud finding a lot of impact too on that Bucky by the end, even after the swaps.
Yeah, it's a big call to be risen up to, right? When you've got Ultron, you've got Human Torches raining down. Yusher did great pressure there. I like the response here from Sentinels. Amazing going to what he did great yesterday in Human Torch. Nectar was going nuts on Wolverine yesterday, and so glad to see that. That's going to do a good counter to Monster. On the other end, you don't have that Wolverine, but really Fraud is just going crazy with all those Loki clones, and if you noticed, they really took that. They don't have Loki. They're getting rid of that. They don't want to give any more ammunition to what is already a deadly Fraud.
Big impact out here looking at Citadel Gaming. Valentina, also the way that they were able to cycle through those strategist ults was on another level. But coming out of the gate, Sentinel, Mori being on that Loki, of course. Techie controlling a good amount of space, but it's the pressure from the skies for Amazing that continues.
I don't know about you two. When I'm playing and we get a 3-tap, I feel so much less pressure right now. You know, on the offense and the defense, it just feels so much better. You know, you did the best you could on that last map. Nectar here trying to get a little bit of a flank there, probably on Monster. Can he go in? Can we get the kidnap? He goes, and unfortunately comes up empty, but gets a slicing and dicing, charging up that rage, seeing what he can do. He's got Loki clones and to do so here. Aramori, by the way, going back to Loki. Look out for that.
With Crimzo getting picked off first here, too. Big time spent as Citadel get to plant their feet back on this defense.
Not only that, they got 75% going for Fraud. You got 92 over there for Velocity. They're going to be ready to go. And on the inside, really only Kurova close. Maybe Ry-Mazing a bit for Supernova. More of that space-making ult. And Techie just farming up that primary. You love to see it at 100% going crazy.
Fraud's about to get that ult, but he gets kidnapped first. He doesn't even find his way down because Crimzo finds him first. Even with the eternal bond on both sides here, too, between Valentina and Kurova, we're always seeing the Cloak and Dagger match for match. More like choke and drag her as a Gru ult comes in. Ry-Mazing gets that pick here too, and we get to see the survivability from both Aramori and Velocity.
Channeling the inner Peter Pan, you can fly, just taking up and getting rid of Groot. The own ult was incredible, and now just look at that from the sky as well. Peter Pan's going on. Victor on Wolverine taking out, and what Ry-Mazing that swap Human Torch was huge for them.
I mean, after that, I don't want to grow up for real. Maybe you want to just hold back here. No Peter Pan, please. As we get to see the Doctor Strange portal get put up here from Citadel just to contest here and stop them on that first point.
Yeah, they've got a couple things that they can use here, but I would probably stay on to those duelist ultimates. You're going to have a lot of pressure forcing out Sednos ultimates. See if you can win in the neutral here. Nectar and Ry-Mazing taking care of business. You're going to have that full reset happen, and it's a long walk back here from the back of the near cave. And so we'll see what they can do here on this first bend around, but great job from both teams. If I'm Citadel, you're still feeling pretty confident. 4 minutes on the clock.
Oh, no, but you don't want to find yourself staggered here. You literally looked. You thought you had enough time just to look around the corner, and guess who's waiting for you? You have to deal with Crimso's wall. You have to deal with the damage output from Ry-Mazing, and then a Techie also right there just to get the choke.
Yeah, and if you look, Citadel doesn't have any support ult, so this is going to be a tough battle to win. This is going to come down Yusher, Frog, and they keep doing what they're doing, right? They're playing very passive at the moment. They need to just let off, wait for the team to recalculate, but that just allows Ry-Mazing to feed damage. Look at that ult just tick up, up, as he's able to get that poke damage. That's why we see 50k from the King all the time at the end of the match here. Frog now getting that pressure on, and they're going to open up with the Emma ult.
Damn, the Vanguards here from Citadel Gaming have just found themselves staggering one by one. It was first Mace, now we see Monster, and Techie had used up that Psionic Seduction just to get even more pressure in, looking at what Sentinels has to provide. They have 4 ultimates ready, make it 3 now with Crimzo activating that prison.
Yeah, that was a huge Gru ultimate there, but Fraud taking down Nectar is a huge vehicle. We're going to see if he gets that Kraken impact going out right away. Velocity with the quick support ult to keep everybody up, and now Yusper trying to get the final judgment out, but goes down to Ry-Mazing. A huge pick on this last part of the point.
Ry-Mazing just keeps getting away with it. Another Supernova pick after pick. It's all Ry-Mazing staying planted here as Kurova follows up with the 3K. Beautiful teamwork as we see Sentinels dominate this second checkpoint.
We just saw that from Cloak on when they were on the defense, the Cloak getting that exact point, and now the script is on Kurova going crazy with the Terror Kit, but really Yusher could have gone crazy on Final Judgment, but Ry-Mazing took care of him.
Ry-Mazing is just an uncontested problem right now. All eyes on Ry-Mazing as Yusher trying to see if they can try to find the isolation. Monster, by the way, going over to the thing.
Yeah, this is everything you want right now if you're Sentinels. You're playing flawlessly. You've got an insane Groot ult getting everybody together. The 1, the 2, they make it 3. The pressure on them. This is going to be very tough for them to come back. Citadel is going to regroup this 4 down. The pressure is all the way up.
Stop. They're already dead. The way that they came in together like this off the strangling prison. Nectar getting the finishing blow with help with Techie. It's literally an all-star brawl battle. You think we're playing a fighting game with the way that Techie has just been strangling in this diamond form.
Absolutely, here as they push him, we stall. Sentinels do a good job trying to stall the point from that spawn. It's so hard to do, though. Can they do it? They've got the ults to get it done. Velocity's got to try to get that team some survivability. Monster's got the setup, too. Then they combine these to make the difference. Silent, though, choked and done by Crypto and Emma.
Velocity, though, coming in on that Loki ult in the form of the internal bond now, but Yusher gets Ry-Mazing finally out of the skies here. Sentinels trying to keep themselves alive after Aramori had also used that Loki ult, too, to help the rest of Sentinels, and Citadel Gaming now forced their way back onto this point.
Still 2 minutes on the clock, but I gotta say, great job there from Citadel, able to just collect, breathe, not use a lot of resources to capture that point, even though they could have used them all. Right, it's do or die in that situation. And here comes Crimso and the disrespect of the Supernova Tornado, and it's gonna look like another 5-6 team wipe ace.
It's not clobbering time. If anything, it is just Amazing walking together with Sentinels with a complete team wipe onto Citadel.
Got 2 minutes on the clock now. Someone just trying to get to the point. Someone's going to get that Captain America a little too late. Wow. 2 minutes left. Citadel, they got the 3. The Sentinels did it better.
Literally, look at that time bank. 3 minutes and 6 seconds right now in favor for Sentinel. Even with the way that they were able to make those adjustments, Cozy, man, it's Citadel just didn't have the answers to the wombo combo that we saw between the Supernova and, of course, the Strangling Prison together.
Yeah, Citadel, they mentioned how much this would mean to them if they could pull off this win, and they've got to channel everything together right here, right now, because this is a long hold. You can do it. Again, point to the sign, say believe, channel your inner Ted Lasso as we've got the matchup ready to go. Can Sentinels go on and move into the upper bracket even further?
Taking a look at the damage output already. Look at Amazing, nearly at 40k, by the way, together with Nectar with 32k, and then big differential looking on the other side. Mace trying their best, putting in a lot of that damage blocked at least, but it's just so far Techie, who's been clearing so much space alongside the Crimzo. That Groot and Emma Frost's combo is just insane.
Yeah, call him the 40k king at this point. I've got to point out, though, Citadel Gaming, they've had incredible strategist play. Valentina, Velocity, they're playing lights out. It's just coming together as a team. We hear this from teams all the time. Great individual players, but you got to play as one unit. Both these teams have been together a ton, have a lot of experience, all in the same belt. Here we go, as we've got Citadel on offense first. They've got a minute to do something.
Running something similar here. Amazing still in the skies as well. Fraud, though, coming out of the spawn room doors on that Iron Man. As Techie keeps being the problem that Techie is, boosting up that damage, too, with that beam.
Yeah, I mean, Emma for us, Becky just showing why she's banned all the time. Just crazy output. You've got to respect the diamond form, the instant eliminations. Fraud, though, doing a nice job here with the open drive beam, getting that space on those, not only Groot Walls, but also Vanguards. Is going yet again. Fraud doing a great job here. Like the switch up into the Flyers as Usher playing Ultron. We saw that yesterday. But Techie is going to trade with Mace, and that's a brutal blow with 15 seconds left.
And that's with the Ultra Power Beer, too. Look at the damage output that we're currently seeing right now, even through the Groot Wall. Here comes Mori with the copy onto the Cloak and Dagger with the Eternal Bond. Strangling Prison, keeping everyone together. Nectar in the form of my sleep paralysis demon, the nightmare I don't want to have to deal with here as they try to back away. Citadel Gaming overtime activated, and Fraud gets that pick up to Korova.
Somehow getting out of that point, but oh my gosh, from the skies, Nectar raining down and taking out Iron Man. Tony Stark says, Jarvis, help for the love of God, as Logan takes him down. Velocity, though, trying to keep the team up. They're doing a great job here on this push. Pushing back, Nectar, though, gets Mace. That would be a huge pick here on this final point.
There's no way that worked. The stagger was huge right there. Between the Groot Wall, the follow-up after the kidnap onto Mace. Mace makes a quick swap over to the Doctor Strange portal, then right back onto the point as overtime taking away, and the Strangling Prison to deal with.
Yeah, great job here. We have now Valentina activating the ult. We've got Extermination going, but Emma up close, bringing the Ultron down. You should just try to survive at this point. They're doing great, trying to keep everyone alive. There's the portal, trying to keep this fight extended. Techie, though, just going off, and there's the Berserker Rage. There goes the tanks. There goes 3, now 4. And this is going to be that final bit. And honestly, a pretty good push with what they had available. There was only 2 seconds left, Vicky, and they got that far.
Those adamantium claws coming out of Nectar, man, he just crushed their dreams, stabbed it right through the heart with the way that they just came out of that portal like a shish kebab to meet that rage at the very end of it.
Honestly, I respect Crimson with the ult at the point, keeping them all tied together, and good job touching to keep the thing rolling. Fraud with a good pick. But listen, 3 minutes, this would be a hold of a lifetime. They're going to have to lock in. Looks like they're staying with the fly comp.
Okay. We that CTG just really try to change things up right there, too. It was desperate looking at the limited time back they had, but it's going to be even harder. You have to look at Sentinels. They have over 3 minutes to work with versus Citadel Gaming, who had less than a minute.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough. Hey, listen, I've seen it happen before in my own ladder games. It can happen. Look at the damage, though. Crazy chaos. 20 final hits, 47 making a 50 burger here. The whole car wash on Yggdrasil's path. And Nectar, I cannot tell you. We have not seen them all, but some of this man's kidnaps have been insane.
It's actually terrifying. Just looking at it, you just get secondhand scared. Just watching, you're like, hopefully that isn't me in another life, because you do not want to be on the other side of those claws. Always very fun to watch Wolverine pop off, as we have seen thus far within the Americas. And let's get started now with Sentinels keeping that in mind, and Nectar being able to pop off, just getting a little bit of that speed boost off the bubble from the Jeff.
And there we go. We're going to look at, really, all you have to do in these situations is just have coordinated ultimates and wipe them out, right? Crimso being the Groot that he is, he can do just that. And Monster's going to have to try to play that defense. Groot acts and tree on tree, as I like to say. And Fraud here from the skies, right? Amazing. Going to keep up the pressure that he's had before, looking like it so far.
Which tree stands taller, though? That's the question. Look at Nectar. He's creeping about. Oh, they did call him out. They know he's creeping. They hear him. But it's about finding the opportunity. A sneaky Nectar looks to take a flanking angle.
Yeah, good eyes there on the Wolf. If Nectar's able to get that kidnap, that's going to be all she wrote. So they're going to have to keep one eye there, but you got 5 in front here as the structure comes back. There's the kidnap. There's the slice. There's the slice. And just trying to live it. It's Valentina and getting out of that horror movie, the splaster film that is Nectar.
You know, Valentina clinched real quick when you got that double jump on the Invisible, but you still managed to get away, but then you lost out on Fraud, feeling out the pressure. Techie, you're going to get that, and now you have the kidnap on top of it all. No Groot for your fight, because you got to deal with a swiping Nectar, harassing your Groot, kidnapping him and isolating him.
Yeah, going down with the ult is tough there for Fraud. And on top of that, he's going to change to the Strange to try to give his team the comeback. So it's the double whammy, losing that. Now, Right Mason trying to pick off the rest that is there. Here comes the portal. Techie, though, takes out Mace. Mace can make the portal if he responds fast enough here, but everything is going for Sentinels. They have all the ults in the bank. This is it for them to improve and shut down Citadel into the lower bracket.
And then you have to worry about Nectar being at 100 rage on top of it. You got the Doctor Strange portal from Fraud Citadel Gaming trying everything to keep themselves in this fight. But between the Supernova, you have to worry with even more damage output from Amazing. The follow-up as Sentinels walk the dog for free.
And there it is, just like that. The point gap. Citadel definitely played a lot better on this map, but unfortunately, Sentinels, they did that much more. And guys, just wait till you see these stats. If you're watching and you enjoy some crazy statistics, some crazy damage, and even more so healing, just wait. Vicky, we could have had potentially 100k heal burger happen here. We'll see in just a moment as Amazing captures the MVP.
I'm not surprised with the amount of damage output that we highlighted from both sides here too, but Amazing specifically being the problem that Amazing was just on another level. And then you have to add Nectar as a sprinkle on top to the Sunday. Taking a look at the overall stats, though, you were pretty darn close to it.
Dude, 75,000, 71,000 healing is upstairs. 74 on the top there from Kurova. Got to shout out the strategist play was elite. And then again, the 50k up top. And got to respect Fraud and what he was able to put together. But Crimso hitting 42k damage on just strictly a little captain, but mostly Groot. Respect.
42,000. Wow. Crimso's wall placements were also really, really good. On this map specifically, it comes in clutch with the way that you could cover those different corners by those chokes. Very big highlight to look at here for Sentinels, taking a very dominating win versus Citadel Gaming in a clean 2-0 fashion.
And honestly, I'm proud of Sentinels too, because they are the team, one of the teams to beat. And I've seen them sometimes don't get to play at their best. This is them at their best. They are going crazy from what we've seen. Dominant on domination and very well played there. And again, it starts with Amazing from the skies there. I mean, what they were able to do, the one game they suffered a little bit earlier in that match was when Rai was not on Human Torch. That man needs to stay on Johnny Storm because he is a dang hurricane.
For real, like, I do not want to see just the fiery hurricanes hurtled in my direction. Amazing played that great. We did see that quick little swap up at the very end, but that was with Citadel being able to claim that very end of the point with Fraud, also having their own highlight moment from Citadel, even despite that loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is not the complete swan song, as Citadel is going to head into that lower bracket, and it's definitely going to be a team to look out for. They played great yesterday. Phenomenal cloak play, too. My gosh. Just getting that Terror Cape is a lot to handle, and is why we used to see a lot of people think that Cloak Dagger were more of a low elo pick, and we're seeing now why the pros are utilizing them, how fast that ult comes out again, and all that stack damage boost.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Cloak and Dagger is like the must-have for Lord icons at this point too, because having a Cloak and Dagger just within your hero pool just comes in clutch. It literally covers so many different compositions that you could rely on. I mean, look at what Sentinels brings out, right? We see the res comp in game number 1 showcasing, all right, you could ban these other really strong strategists, but we still have tricks up our sleeves. We're Sentinels, by the way. And then seeing what they could take out for map number 2 between the Torch. We even saw the attempt at the Ultron at some points there too, but then making the quick adjustments that they need was what allowed them to reset a lot of these fights in a stronger way, having even a better ultimate bank.
Yeah, I've been watching this Sentinels team, then Nightmare, all the way back in the Alpha. I've been watching them a long time, and who they've done and who they've played, and the flexibility of this team has continued to grow and show. Losing members, gaining new ones. They have a core there, though, and that is what makes this team great. And they have now kind of maximized that flexibility. It was the res comp. Don't have that. They're going to get you from the skies. You've got Right Mason that can do it all in Duelist, and the strategist to do so as well. Great work with Crimso fitting in there perfectly since the MRI. This team has what it takes to make it to the playoffs with ease.
I mean, it's a statement too when your flyers are such a problem that you have to take out Bucky and Punisher just to shoot out 2 from the sky. So, I mean, take that as you will. It's not just the res comp, it's whatever Sentinels knows how to be flexible with, which is very important when we have our advanced ban system.
Yeah, without question here. And I can't wait as we look to get an interviewer here just to ask them. I want to ask, you know, what do the teams not see behind the scenes? Because this team, they feel so calm, cool, collected. And that's one of the advantages you have when you play together as a unit for so long and through so many patches and metas and tournaments at the big stakes. And they have so much high expectations for themselves, right? But when you're at the top, everybody, they want you to fail at times. And so Sentinels, they live up to that pressure.
They also have a lot of experience under their belt. You know, we're talking about a lot of individuals that make up Sentinels that have been competing in other hero shooters and being able to take that to another level here in Marvel Rivals, showcasing. I mean, we talked to Crimso like 2 days ago. The way that Crimso displayed what Sentinels has in store for us and how they're approaching their practice should further highlight how Sentinels as a team are taking this seriously and expanding these different hero pools.
Yeah, it's the power of that cap blanket behind him. I mean, that's got to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting, if I say so myself. But yeah, listen, it's great to see Aramori too, and what she's able to do as to what I feel like is that anchor of that strategist behind the team. And listen, we've got ourselves an awesome player to come on in for this interview, and it's going to be, believe it or not, Mr. Super Gomez.
Hello.
What is going on, King?
Hi, hello.
How you doing?
Awesome today. I'm doing absolutely great. I'm glad to be here. You know, I played really well in the match today. You know, I did really well. You know? You saw me out there, right? I did pretty good, right?
Hey, brother, I've seen you play enough to know what you can do on Wolverine, on Star-Lord. This is someone I talk to all the time. Hey, it's finally nice meeting face-to-face here. We talk near weekly at this point, buddy. Hey, looking at the outside, looking in, you know, allow me behind the curtain. What is it that makes Sentinels so tight, so great, and just perform at the level that you guys do?
It's just like the chemistry that we have all together. We don't really have any bad blood in between each other. Like the last teammates we used to have, like Hogs and Gasklin and Mace. Like we don't really have bad blood between them. We always have good chemistry. Since we got Nectar and Techie, those two have been just amazing coming in too. Great additions coming in. I mean, Nectar's hero pool extremely vastly bigger than mine. He's amazing. I want to say that he's doing really good representation for Sentinels. He's a good addition.
That's actually what I was going to lead into. First off, I like the GameCube in the back, looking fresh. I like the background in general.
Okay, thank you. I got all of this stuff, you know.
I mean,
I know.
Really fantastic.
I didn't get a haircut.
Liking the vibes. That's the only thing you got to do. Absolutely. But, you know, you talked about, you know, what we're seeing right now from Sentinels. Where have you been? We missed you, man. Like, where have you been? Have you just been like Invisible Woman, truly just waiting in the back, like waiting behind the scenes? Or
I've
are you
just been
there
kinda
alongside with...
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, are you waiting for your moment? What's been going on between the comps? Without revealing too much, right? You don't want to reveal everything up your sleeve. Where have you been? What is your role right now? Are you helping out Sentinels too in between you guys figuring things out for different compositions during the ban phase?
Yeah, what I usually do now, a little bit, because since we're giving Nectar a lot of playtime, I've been kind of reviewing more over his Wolverine, which he's been doing pretty good at now. He's been popping off pretty much in time. I think you've been seeing his grabs. He's been doing a really well job. Pretty sure you guys saw that, right? You too? I see you guys over here, right? Am I playing the right way?
Oh yeah, dude. He looked like he was flying as Wolverine, man, getting some insane kidnaps there for sure. Listen, man, it's cool how flexible your team. I talked about how they've continued to show the flexibility of Sentinels. And I gotta ask, man, listen, people look at you as one of the best, Sentinels as one of the best. We've got other teams flown up there. We've got Envy, 100 Thieves. You know, we've seen some tight matchups. In your eyes, give me some of the team. What do you think are the top teams to contend against? Who you kind of looking forward to playing and proving what Sentinels are?
Envy is definitely like the powerhouse right now. Even though they dropped the map to Solaris, they're a scary team right now. They're like unbelievable. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased because of Kaluj, right? But holy, that team that's going to be a team that's going to be like a big old sweat to go against, like 100%.
So what are you looking forward to now, knowing that Ego Death is going to be playing against Envy, and you highlight Envy in a light like that, very reputable, of course, but like looking at how Ego Death played against FlyQuest, how do you think that series is going to go in your honest opinion?
I mean, I'm kind of rooting Ego Death like the whole way. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a bit biased. I've been looking at that team. I forgot what was his name. What was the Panther player? Who was he? I forgot his name.
Self is insane, dude.
Self. Oh, he's insane at the. He kind of inspired me. I'm gonna be playing a lot of Panther today because of him. So I'm it's.
Dude,
maybe
I love to hear, man.
Like
and
an
again,
just like a little bit of understatement, but you know.
Well, man, hey, listen, it's great to see you and talk to you, man. As always, you know, I've been a fan of you guys, been covering you guys now for a year, which is crazy to see with the Rivals evolving from what it's become. We're excited to see Sentinels move forward, excited to watch you play, which we will, I know, soon, and give my love to the team, man. Congrats, guys, and enjoy the win.
All right, thank you so much. Hey, Sen win, big old Sen win. That's huge, huge for us today.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, man. Stay super, buddy. Stay super. We'll see you soon. And that was Super Gomez. And I love the humility, man. It shows right away, just like, hey, you know, Super has played a lot with that team and most of what I've casted. And to say, man, right now, Techie doing what he's doing, Nectar doing what he's doing, I love that. And that's what makes a team great. It's the selflessness. It's the do your job mentality, whatever it takes. Super Gomez, class act, and the whole team of Sentinels.
And also knowing where you slot in too, right where you know what you could do to provide more help for your team. It goes the distance here. And I really like the humility coming in from Gomez as we take a look at our Group B bracket and how things are shaping up to look forward to what's next here.
Yeah, and this is where the Group A, Group B thing comes to play here, because 100 Thieves is going to have to play either Envy or Ego Death, right? That's a tough matchup. Sentinels will be playing Nemesis or Shroud X, and both good teams, but I like where Sentinels are sitting right now up there in the upper bracket, trying to make it to the grand finals. And all I know is both teams are on all cylinders, firing on all cylinders, and it's going to be excited to watch that unfold.
Yeah, so far already showcasing, you know, what we have to look forward to, and already getting a little bit of a highlight onto what to expect for our new series too. I just had to ask Gomez because personally for me, Cozy, that's my favorite series to look forward to just because of the action that we've seen go down in the Americas yesterday.
No, absolutely, man. And I've got to say, if you guys want to see a crazy team, it is Ego Death. And you put that together with Envy, the best team right now from Super Gomez. He said it right. I knew he wasn't going to say 100 Thieves. But you put those two teams together and you're bound for a masterpiece. We're about to check that out. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a second for the matchup of the day.
keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. I've got a favor, and the only prescription is more Marvel Rivals Ignite. And the good news is we've got the matchup of the day. We've got the new breakout Ego Death with the potentially best Black Panther in the game, the Dive Comp Heroes, one of my favorite teams, versus the NA's best, Envy. What is this match going to bring? Are you excited, Vicky?
Dude, I am more than excited. This was the first series that I looked at earlier today. We were talking, before the day even started. I'm like, this is going to be the series to watch. The Unstoppable Envy versus the recently defeated Ego Death against FlyQuest, where now Ego Death, they're the topic of conversation. You heard it in the interview. Self, the Black Panther extraordinaire, making other people maybe pick up BP themselves, play it at a very high level. You never know what you could be finding yourselves. I had to find myself on the other end of something like that just yesterday, but you know what? Looking at the matchup in general, can you pull it off against a team as strong as Envy?
So stacked across every single role. This team's been assembled like the freaking Avengers. They've got Kaluge, just the man, the myth, the legend himself at the Vanguard. Paired up with Window previously on Shroud X, has been playing insanely well with Envy. And from top to bottom, there's just not a weak point on this team.
Yeah, you know, when I take a look at these names, Collusion, you know, aka Boogers and Snot, aka Cucumber, we go way back. I've known Collusion, seen him how he plays. He's always been within this Vanguard lineup too, when you talk about where he finds his strength. So obviously Envy too, together, seeing how they will be able to perform alongside with their coach Gator, who has an amazing repertoire, by the way, you know, not only with his performance on Shroud-X, but in general, through his past experience and how consistent he is currently with Envy. There's a reason why this is the team to beat. This is the team that you have to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And the DP, the duelists here, Speedery and Cal can do it all. I mean, truly, Cal, I saw him play so much Hella, and then, oh, nope, he's playing Wolverine, then Luna, then he can continue to play so many different heroes on the role that he's called to. So look out for just some of the most organized, well-timed ults, insanely pulled off strategies. We're about to see it all. And really, the only thing that caught them off guard last time against Dolores, a great team, love them, think they did a great job against them. The pick ban phase, maybe some of the triple strat stuff banned, took them by surprise, but after that, they played lights out.
And we can see how important these advanced legend bans have been too for a lot of our teams, whether it comes to them losing out on a lot of these crucial games, which look winnable, but because they can't run certain counter picks, it works against them here.
Yeah, Nero, I want to point out, by the way, yesterday had a 70% accuracy rate on Luna with what we know now is pretty much a DPS at this point. The light and dark eyes, 70% of the healing, of the damage, crazy strat work. Again, there's just not a weak link, and they sometimes bend, but they just don't break. I'm telling you, this team. But then we look to Ego Death, and I'm telling you right now, this team is so unique. Instead of having comms of saying Emma here, Emma there, it's ready, set, go. Trusting everybody to do their role, and my gosh, are we going to see that on display today from top to bottom? Self can do it all, but man, he's a Black Panther king.
I cannot believe that this team, with as sick of a logo as that too, are unsigned, by the way. Like, Self being insane at his peak, being that Black Panther cracked player, following up with Somble's hero pool. We saw him come out playing Venom off the rip in game number 1 versus FlyQuest. He went over to The Thing, he went over to Captain America, who he got like a very crazy play with later on. He even made a swap over to Squirrel Girl, where he went for flanking routes. And we're talking about Somble, the Vanguard, being able to take these angles in general. That goes beyond hand in hand with the rest of Ego Death and what they provide.
Absolutely. Zatex 2 is just incredible on Psylocke, the constant source of damage, and just you've got that kind of 1A, 1B duelist that we've seen. You guys are going to see a clip here in a second where Captain America is going to be going on the rooftops with Black Panther himself, and it's like an MCU moment. They dive on together. The Luna that has an ultimate wipes her clean, then he turns back around to deflect a magnet. Somble has become one of my favorite Vanguard players, and what I've seen here is when Self is playing Wolverine, he plays Thing, and when he's not, he switches off. Look at this madness.
When I was watching this live, I was literally in awe. Like, I just could not believe what I was seeing. Like, you would think it's a bird coming through. Nah, dude. Like, hey, kitty, he's here. Literally the Wolverine. Oh, but here's the clip that you were talking about.
This. Look at this. This is what sets them apart. Dive is dead. They say no. Look at this. He jumps on the Luna. Bam. You've got the follow-up from Self. He turns around, protects his team, and then reflects this ultimate to save the cloak to win the game and get the upset on FlyQuest. This is what this team can bring, is that burst of electricity, and they play Dive. They play it so well. They trust each other. They're laid back. They're going to have some fun, and we're going to have a good time watching them.
Dude, that deflect was insane. If you look at that, that is literally an aura farming clip right there. Like, you know, you get that done and you follow. Also, like you talked about, the way that the communication flows here for Ego Death, it's just about trusting their teammates that really help them find out. Like, they don't have to say too much. It's not overcrowding comps. It's about knowing what you do immediately, and the way that Sombo and Self had played the very end there really allowed them to win that game at the very end too.
Yeah, and I talked with them, and they said, hey, we are hard on each other, but we know we don't have a high egos. We just take the criticism and move on. And guys, we're talking so much about Ego Death because they're unknown. You know Envy. You know what they're going to bring. It's top tier level, best tier level play here in Marvel Rivals. They've done so many sweeping of the top teams here, only recently just showing a little bit of blood as a god. And now we're heading into the pick and ban phase where Emma is gone on both sides.
Not surprised there. Will they let the Panther go through? That is the question. You already know that Envy have studied and seen why their opponents are not FlyQuest, why they are Ego Death instead. And that's the storyline. That's what we have to highlight here, looking at the Magneto being saved.
Look at Nero just hovering on Black Panther as a little form of respect. Now, I do want to say he only played Black Panther a little towards the end. He was playing a lot of Punisher. We also saw him on a Wolverine. So expected to come out at some point. I don't know if we'll see it right away. But Hell's Heaven is a great map. And hey, a little bit of history. That's where they just lost a game Envy did yesterday. And so they're looking to correct themselves here when they go on map 1 against Ego.
It's a really good point. And, you know, we also saw a little bit of Torch, which, of course, we've been getting enough of. It's like a Torch buffet out here for today's day for the Americas. We're saying goodbye to Invisible-Man, it looks like, from the band side here, while opting to protect the Ultron for Envy.
Yeah, look, we're kind of getting the same bans as we got from yesterday, trying to get rid of all these strategists back to back to back here. And I like the play here from Ego, now getting rid of Luna instead. This is looking interesting here to see if they're able to pull off that strap ban like they did.
See here with Loki being off the table as well. Ego Death deciding who they want to ban, or rather save, as we take a look at the Cloak and Dagger being the priority save right here for Envy.
Yeah, Month plays a great Cloak and Dagger, so we're probably going to expect to see them kind of do that Aramori role that we just saw, that anchor of healing that they can pull off here. And we've got a ban going to Ego Death. They're talking between themselves. Who do they want to get rid of? Remember, we just saw the triple res come to play. We don't see that too much from Envy. They're definitely capable of playing it, though, with ease. So they're going to shut that down instead of going for, like, the Loki ban.
Another player that you have to look out for, too, is the way that Zytex had been playing on that duelist role. Being able to take advantage of the Psylocke and Punisher is something to consider. Looking at the fact that they do save the Punisher just in case we see more of these hero threats. And because they saved the Ultron, that is absolutely something that we could expect.
Yeah, Zytex there playing great Punisher, just crazy Psylocke plays as well. And finally, for the ultimate ban of Envy to finish things off here, it's going to go to Invisible Woman, which yesterday in play did not see a ton of Far, actually. Sorry, Far does play a good amount. So that is going to be shutting down that a bit. And Window going to Groot, they can flex it all here.
What are we opting for here? Samble teasing with that Venom. That's what we saw first coming out of the gate. And the Black Panther, too, from himself. The fact that we didn't see a Black Panther ban, you know it, you love it. Getting it one chance to see how that works out against a team like Envy.
Play, you know, come at me, Wakanda. They're ready for it. And again, even in the interview yesterday, they said, you know who Wakanda? Look, Cal was talking. He said, I respect Ego Death and what they can do. This team has the hearts of many fans, even pros here. But Envy looks to be all about business. I've seen a lot of Envy games. I have massive respect for their entire roster. But hey, even in the EMEA scene, we saw VP go down. Listen, the Titans can fall. We'll see if Ego can be the one to do it.
Keep the tradition alive with the action that we've seen within the Ignite tournament all across the world thus far. This is going to be a series to remember. Let's see how it all plays out here. It's Ego Death versus Envy for map number 1 on Hell's Heaven.
If you play Black Panther, if your friend does, get him in here. Get them on this screen because they're about to witness some greatness as we do get him right off the bat. He is here. The king of Wakanda is ready to go, and it's not Warrior Falls. Zytex going in with a nice smoke grenade to get some damage early, get a little bit of poke damage we've seen from them. Again, this team can go crazy here. It's almost going with Venom up top.
I can just feel the plane. You know, you do not want to be the strategist on the receiving end of Self's Black Panther. We have to see how they're going to be able to avoid that, keep themselves alive here as Month. A bit of pressure, so does Sheepry. And Ego Death right now going to be able to navigate around while Self is already getting to his angle.
A huge pick there from Zero, taking out Soko, and Speeder taking a momentum to follow up Deluge. And right now, it's looking like the Kings doing what they do best. Self's going to have to get out of there, and a little too late there. First cap with ease is to Envy. They don't really, they're not intimidated by a man wearing the Black Panther outfit. Great job there.
Also some help from Speedery too. The way that being on that storm, going to be able to avoid a lot of more of that damage here. Going to be able to put in a lot more poke pressure from the skies. Something that Ego Death is going to be able to counter with that Punisher.
Yeah, we saw that Ultron protect early, and that's their game plan going in. You can tell right away what can handle this dive, what can get rid of all the momentum that they carry behind here. As we've got Ultron line arrows to get that execution going right now, trying to get rid of the teams, getting the pressure out. Speedery going crazy, eliminating the biggest threat. That is Self. and another reset is going to have to happen for Ego Death.
Ego Death will at least have a plethora of ultimates to work with. Same thing could be said about Envy, as you currently see the Black Panther ult, or at least attempt right there from the other side. Month on that Loki ult, gonna be able to now reflect, but giving them a taste of their medicine onto Ego Death.
There's no way Month's just copying Black Panther. That is something I did not think I would see, but gotta give it to him there. All right, we've got all the ults online for Envy, most of them for Ego. This is gonna be the battle of the greats. We saw Thanos against the Avengers. This is the next thing up. Kalush putting that pressure. The big Vanguard himself. Nero, though, just capitalizing on it. And right now, it's looking like light work for Envy, showing what they can do.
Oh my, Ego Death haven't been able to do it. I mean, look at this. Look at the way Sambo is trying to run for his life, trying to swing away. Somebody help him. Gets into the open arms of his backline between Far Momentum, and it's going to have to be a different change up here because Envy right now are just running away with this lead.
Save the symbiote. He's screaming, we need help. It is not looking great so far for Ego Death here. But Far can do something maybe with a little bit of jet action, but it's going to go right into Speedery. We've got Kalush going up and down with the Meteorium, getting rid of momentum. That's going to be a huge game changer as now Speedery just cleaning up the scraps. They've got to use everything they've got here to even make a divot, or you just save it for map 2.
Speedery just pushing them back, following up with Nero to go in and get that next pick onto self. Ego Death didn't stand a chance to even poke one toe on that point.
What are they, speed running? Are they timing their upper bracket run right now? That was ridiculous. I mean, that was truly just a clinic from Envy. They knew exactly what was coming their way. And right now, if you're Ego Death, play loose, have fun. You guys got here by doing just that. Do what you guys do well. But right now, they've got to figure it out because if you look, we have one death, and that's just to Kalush.
And Zatex is putting in the damage, but it's just no follow-up potential here when your backline is just constantly getting harassed here too. And that's with that triple support where Cal probably give them the speed boost real quick just to get them out through the doors. But that is with the way that we're seeing Nero being on this Ultron.
Yeah, Speeder doing great up there from this guy. Showing why Storm is such a terror from up above. You know, they did a lot of strategist bans going into this. They may need to rethink that a bit as they go into the next round. We've got a little of Jeff flipping there. 2 Jeffs to get the bubbles out early. But let's see what Ego Death can do. Self going back over to Wolverine. That's what we saw yesterday in some of that domination play. We'll see what happens.
Most of them are bad.
Looking at what is available right now, I'm looking at Window having that Gru ult in that next engagement with the Strangling Prison could help dictate this fight here, but they're cycling through these ults were no issue here for Envy. Looking at the way that Ego Death now is coming up with Self being on that Wolverine.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, we saw Far play Jeff yesterday. Obviously, doesn't have the Invisible Woman to lean onto this time around. Great little map here to throw them off if he can get that going. But Speeder is going to be their main target. You hear the Stark. Here comes Jaws. Going to get the Swallow. He does. He's going off. Going to get to the end of the map. It's only one. It's down. And boom, Group window goes out the window and off the map.
Love to see that here in Ignite. Always a little bit of a different pace at the same time when you see that Jeff Bolt come in and still get a big impact on finding the Vanguard from Envy.
Yeah, Stumble able to get some things going too. 14%, great way to start out this second point. That's exactly what you want. Now Envy has plenty in the tank here that they can use. Look to see the Imprison potentially with Storm combo. They've got a lot of things that they can do up their sleeve here. I like the swap over. They'll place a great Wolverine, and that's what you need to do against Window on group.
The issue, though, is up to Momentum right now to also have that internal bond ready to go. Had it right on time. The Month Speedery comes in with the Storm. It's Hurricane season here, having to back away. Month 2 with that Loki ult just to keep them here. But with clobbering time, the follow-up on top of it all, Ego Death, they withstand the onslaught of ultimates from Envy.
Here's the thing, and it's Stumble. Fantastic clobbering time there, and just beautiful play, setting up Zatex for the great final judgment there. That's exactly what I want to see. Play loose, boys, and see what you can get done. Envy, though, still has plenty left here to open up. Kalush does have his ultimate that he can try to get a pick on any type of strategist, and they don't have anything to keep them up, at least for a little bit. Or they're coming close to that jet ult.
Unless Far could do the craziest Jeff ult right now, you have to wait and see who he keeps here. Looking on the other side, the Meteor 2 from the Magneto from both sides here as Envy. They wipe out the rest of Ego Death, leaving Far isolated. Yes, you can try to get that Jeff ult, but you can't get any impact as Self is going to have to go in for another reset as well as Far.
You know what, though? They used all their resources to do so. So Ego Death has the chance here to go ahead and reclaim it. We're seeing a lot better stats here on the end. And Zatex going crazy. 14,000 damage. This is what you want to see. Self here. Really need to see him do what he's known for. He played great on Wolverine. He's got the opportunity to showcase that right now as they're going to push this high ground.
Yeah, but it's Jeff who has way more damage output at the moment versus Self's current progress, as you saw right there. Been very difficult to find any sort of isolation with these Wolverine kidnaps onto Envy.
Now, sometimes, listen, it's boom or bust on some of these dive comps, and right now they're doing good adjustments here. Nero, though, from the skies, just controlling the map like he's playing Ultron's Battle Matrix Protocol. This is auto chess for him at this point. Zatex, though, with the ultimate, taking out Kaluge. They follow up with Windows, shutting that down. Speedery, and this could be a good cap on the point. They're going to look to probably Doctor Strange, but man, it's looking close.
The fact that they're already at 95% and climbing uncontested as Envy is going to be forced to stagger in and come in with the Doctor Strange portal.
Can they distract long enough? Yes, they can. They're going to team in. The Vanguards are in, and there is the Omega Hurricane to rain down, and he gets one pick. Can he make it two? Yes, two. What a massive flip of advantage here as Speedery is going crazy. Now Cal showing their inner Wakanda King, and just like that, the flip of the script, and Envy is looking to take this right back.
Had to make these quick adjustments just so that way they can recontest just as fast before they now swap off and go back to what they wanted to rock.
The skies obeyed the enemy team pay. That was beautiful from Speedery there. Love to see the Storm play. Kaluge looking to throw up the Meteor M. And again, this is what top tier teams do. They do not get shaken on moments of stress. Now, as we push in here, Far can make a difference. Let's see what they can do. Look at this stuff. Crazy kidnap into the act right away.
Try to find a kidnap of the Speedery right there, but doesn't land it. Instead, it's Kaluge landing head. He's finding 2 picks now as Speedery then follows up, catches Far. That's going to be 3 picks already out from Ego Death. They're forced to back away if they can even get away, but Envy is not even letting any stragglers out of their sight.
That was huge from Kaluge. I mean, he got a couple hits there that were just really game-changing. Cal now switching over to Hella. Cal playing the full roster at the moment. Now, you got a lot of ultimates coming online for Ego, but in turn, Envy's going to have the exact same. What do they look to open with? Potentially a Jeff in the Madness?
Could see here, unless Far wants to wait onto that, see an opportunity here, maybe with covering time, but they won't be able to have it on time, or maybe even Self coming in closely with that ultimate. Momentum also has that Eternal Bond just to close in the gap if Ego that struggles to close it in for themselves.
Nero making it so hard out from this guy. They got the clobber in time that they can combine together. Here is the Meteor of Kaluge. He's done it so many times before. And he looks to do it again as it's slams down. Or getting the ult off, but unfortunately just dying right after that. And right, just like that, Envy made it close, but it's looking like they're able to close this point off.
What an answer for Speedery there too, because it was out of Far who used the Jeff ult to try to contest, and then the immediate answer from the Storm ult is going to shut them down, get KP after KP, knocking each head off of Ego Death to take map number 1.
She just forecasted a 100% chance of elimination there. Great job showing that, listen, you can get that 99 on them. All right, they're going to bend a little bit, but unlike yesterday, they came together and just flipped it. And I got to say, Ego Death, great job getting it going a little bit. You got to reset. It's your map pick, your side. Okay, get the team, back in the morale up. But here we go. Let's take a look at the stats, and really, Speedery going crazy. But Nero was my highlight. All right, Ultron is the MVP farmer in casual play, but man, this guy deserves it here. Like I said, it was like he's playing the auto chess out there.
I mean, imagine feeling the damage output if you are currently Ego Death, just between the Hela, the Loki too, and Loki combined together as a strategist with Ultron, showcasing that Ultron could do it all, not only just the damage, but also the healing output too.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like we've highlighted with some of these other top seed teams, it's just there's not a weak point. They were all playing and doing their job. Sometimes in team games, it can seem like chaos, but when you slow things down and everybody does the role they need to do, the comms were synced, they played calmly, and they got the job done.
I had to make the quick adjustments too, just to reset after a team wipe like this, right? Ego Death, they were nearing 95+% already on that point, and Envy, recognizing the situation, had moved in with the Doctor Strange portal. But not just that, they came in with change-ups too, and they had the Storm ult just so that way they could contest and then re-engage again at the very end with another Storm ult.
And there's just so much to focus on with this team. Both teams, really, but that's where the calm, cool collectedness came in. Look at this. Watch Kalush just completely rain down and far. Just as he saw the team swallow it up, he lost his life. Unfortunately, poor one out there for Jeff. It's always sad to see one go down. Now we head into what we think is going to be an electric match 2, but I got to say, from start to finish there, obviously map 1 wasn't what they wanted there. But if you're Ego Death, you can hold your chins up high. You did pretty well there on the second point. Let's see if they can pull it together.
Although, Envy, the way that they just cover so many different heroes at the same time, it's about that matchup spread that we keep mentioning, you know, when it comes to these different hero bans and the way that the advanced ban system works. I do have to give props. You know, sometimes you see the Jeff on the other side. Far a few times was even trying to use the armor animation at the very start of the Jeff ult to avoid even getting hit by the Meteor M. And even then, you have to still worry about the Storm ult. So ult management 2 from Envy's side was always covering one another, literally playing chess on the field.
I told Window yesterday I did not have him playing Jeff on my bingo card. He played Jeff yesterday. Today, he's just playing flawlessly on Vanguard, right? So the flexibility, as you pointed out. Guys, we do have an electric match 2 coming between these two teams. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before us! Maximum pulse!
What's going on, guys? We go to match 2 between Ego Death and Envy, the battle of the E's. And listen, from what we just saw, it was a little rough sailing at first. I think Envy did a great job in that pick and ban phase, Vicky. They got rid of Invisible Woman, which made Far play Jeff. And Jeff, although the play there from Far is great, the team going against something like a Magneto bubble, you have the thing there, you got flyers, so you can't really capitalize on what Jeff does well there. You're out a support ult, you know, a true one. And so that was a lot of the game one just in those kind of strategic picks with the bans.
Yeah, you have to consider, like, what defensive ults do you have against the competition versus Envy in a matchup like that, right? They themselves are running Ultron and Loki, I believe, so they had a bunch to work with there, too. I mean, we saw what Ultron was getting away with, literally, not only with the damage output, getting that MVP as well, but also securing that very first map.
And I'm saying, guys, Kalush and Window, just the 1-2 craziness that they can do on Vanguard. Kalush hitting 14k damage last match, and Nero and Month just holding it down for strategists. Cal doing a great job with his flexibility picks. We head into Central Park. This is going to be Ego Death pick of the map. And listen, we'll see if we do get it. I think Self been awesome, Black Panther. That map up, you know, we saw yesterday he was playing Punisher. We had Wolverine. Black Panther came towards the end. We're going to see if they do that same thing here. But we have an Ultron ban getting rid of Nero. They don't want any Nero this time around.
Yeah, they knew that was a problem. That was a problem. Nero even hovering over the Black Panther once again, just as a little bit of a tribute here while we get the safety on the Magneto here for the other side.
Yeah, you know what? It's because it's tough to who did they really have to take out flyers that last match? Not a lot, right? And so they're trying to get rid of the skies, and a big way to do that is Ultron. And look at that. They get Emma down too. Obviously, you know, you're going to get one or the other typically. I like the Emma ban here, and this is a stronger start to the draft, in my opinion, for Ego. And we're probably going to see the same kind of song and dance from Envy. They're going to get rid of, most likely, we're going to have Invisible gone yet again.
And safety here on the Emma Frost here. Seeing if the Invisible Woman is gone, that's what worked out in their favor for exactly the reasons that we were just talking about before, with Far being forced on that Jeff, you know, and even rocking the no Storm and Jeff ult, right? Because we saw that being utilized rather earlier on by other teams, but not really what they were working for if you're looking at Ego Death and what they have.
Yeah, absolutely. As they look to just ban the tried and true Luna Snow, the woman that has been just in every single patch. She asks for nothing. They give her everything. She's an insane hero at the moment. It's a very worthy ban. The Mantis, they're looking between the Mantis potentially. It's going to go to Storm. They really don't want to deal with the Flyer Speeder. He just went crazy last match.
Get that out of here with the way that we saw that. Looking at the protection here, we're going to protect the Invisible Woman since it's not banned just yet. Or maybe opt for the Loki. Okay. Saw the Loki on the other side here, specifically for Envy. Yeah, I like the Loki play. We did not see that from Ego Death yesterday. We saw really no Loki. We had Invisible Woman and Dagger mainly. And so cool to see. I don't think they had the option to play much of him yesterday, though. So they may be going for the more brute approach of maybe triple Vanguard. We'll have to see. But there's the Invisible Woman most likely yet again. And that's probably going to be the solid pick to have here. Envy, they know what they're doing. They've done their homework. And I've seen great teams do this. They let the team play what they want to play. Play your Panther. We've seen 100 Thieves let Sentinels play their triple res comp. These top teams are confident in what they can do. Also, just Envy letting them know, like, you could bring out the Panther. It's not going to bother us one bit. Like, you saw what happened with your Panther that first round. It looked almost, like, literally indisputable. Like, they couldn't even touch the point there, too. And it looks like a safe pick here for Loki on both sides. Yeah, definitely just such a strong hero. You got like a mini ult there in the lanterns. The guy can do it all. Good damage, insane DPS, and then obviously when you can, not in this case, but when you can get the Luna ults up twice, pretty crazy stuff here. All right, we've got them in the picks, the bans, and we're gonna see who's locking what. But to give Envy, Luna, Loki, and Hawkeye, that's a lot of team up potential. Which one are we going to opt for here? Is going to be the Hawkeye Luna Snow team up. Of course, seeing that if Speedery still sticks onto that torch this time around, Zatex does have an answer to that, utilizing that Punisher, since Punisher was not off the table here in this ban list. Yo, arrows are cool, but what if they can shoot through walls and freeze? That's the new Hawkeye team up. Absolutely lethal what that thing can do out there against the Flyers, which maybe is what they're expecting here. Central Park, though, great map, always competitive, but this first point is very hard to get. And funny enough, we've seen time and time again, this map sometimes go towards the way of teams that aren't always more skillful, but sometimes just have that coordination pulled off a bit better here.
And we'll see if Dracula is going to make an appearance. Can they get to the third point, or is it going to be stopped here at the front?
Or maybe charge some rent onto Squirrel Girl out here, living it up over here in Central Park. You love to see the crib. Pulling up here too is the way that how you're able to make the swaps that you need to going around certain corners on this map specifically, because I definitely agree with what you were saying. Leading up to Central Park, sometimes keeping their ultimate charge and making a swap just to control some space is very crucial with the way that some of these teams handle that.
Well, we've got Pure Dive, Zatex on Psylux, Stealth on Black Panther, Ensemble, the craziness of Vanguard on Venom. They're going to stick to the game plan here, and we'll see if they can make a difference. Dive on defense, always crazy to wall. Zatex trying to get things started right away. They don't have to worry about the flyers as much this time around.
Zatex just putting in a little bit of that poke pressure here too, while keeping an eye on Speedery, who's up on the high ground, flying around. Month also slowly approaching that Loki ult too, but it's just a battle of the pokes while Ensemble still showcases what he's got on that Venom.
So much to deal with. You've got the flying high in the sky of Johnny Storm, but then you've got Cal under the arrows, who does get the pick on Zatex, followed by Window. It's the 1-2, but Self getting that trade on both strategists, showing the King.
He's doing all this through the backline, but you have to imagine the walls that are being pulled up. Now Envy have no sustain. Window is incredibly low despite all that pressure, and here comes Self to showcase why he was the Black Panther extraordinaire.
He missed that initial dash and then comes back with the spinning kick on Cal. That's huge. Trying to take down the flyer as well. Dash up, dash down, dash across. Wow, the Chala.
Are you
I'm
kidding
speechless.
me? I cannot believe it. The way that he literally just dismantled Envy by himself when Window had kept the rest of Ego Death stuck in that room with 2 walls.
Look at him peeking over too, trying to go in that backline again for the strategist. This is what Self was doing a ton yesterday. We're seeing it again. You've got all the strategists right there. He's going for the first dash, the second with the lanterns, giving that protection. Loki, one of the best anti-dives. He's kind of stuck, but does get out of there.
That's why they had to protect the Loki. Just in case a Black Panther was going to be the last saving grace that Ego Death wanted to use, they at least have an answer against it. Psionic Seduction coming in from Soko too. Great cover though. Envy take from the other side, while Window saves the Strangling Prison for this moment. Currently seeing the Eternal Bond, and now it's the fate of both worlds activated from the Luna just to keep the rest of this team alive.
As Zatex going down, and they really need Zatex playing at his absolute best here while you've got Self doing his thing. Speedery taking down the Imba there, and that's going to allow this most likely to get capped. They're going to maybe push again. Yes, we do. We've got Venom Ensemble going in there, trying to stall a little bit here, but Speedery taking down one by one. There goes the strategist, and they're going to have to reset here and walk back from the far point.
Oh, forces out Nero's ult here too.
That's huge.
From Envy. That is huge because they won't have that utility going around the next corner, but they at least get this point activated.
Yeah, Self is doing his part right now, I've got to say. I mean, he's absolutely going crazy. Getting that that ult out is definitely nice there, and Nero probably wishing he had that one back. But either way, they still have cows ready to rock and roll, and that's going to make it tough here for Ego Death. But we'll see what they do. Sambo now going over to the thing. They like the fastball special. They like the crazy kidnaps. Zatex, though, let's see if he can go crazy here with this Psylocke from what we've seen.
You've seen this before, too, from Sambo. Seeing how they're going to be able to approach this with the change-ups that they have right now. So we're taking a good amount of pressure. Zatex already still looking and focusing onto Speedery. Here comes the dive, though. The rage coming in from Cal. Gets that next pick here. Soko, momentum. They're out. Speedery's going to meet them right back in. The attempt of the Dance of Butterflies. We have to also consider the fact that you also have that team up here together with Emma Frost. But Zatex, he gets called out. Window gets another pick. And Window's also been on fire here for Envy.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is a one ult, and that is going to be Wolverine. We actually saw this yesterday on this map, remember? I mean, I think it was with Guru or whoever, but the Wolverine went crazy. We're seeing that yet again. Looking at what we have for Ego Death, they're going to have Far's ultimate coming up, but it's going to be too little too late here.
I don't even know where he's going to kidnap him. After Wall still blocking even his side, while the rest of Envy still get to walk the squirrel through the park now, reaching that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is really a point where you can stall for a long time. You got 4 minutes to do so and plenty in the tank. You don't want to use all your resources at once here, though. Cal, though, just fearless, going in, slicing and dicing, being the monster that he is here. And he's just going crazy in the sky with the kidnap and going behind.
Self with the swap up here too. Oh, he almost got it. He almost got the environmental KO. Misses out just by a pixel. And then with the meteor, follow up with the supernova. Speedery is going to be able to find so much out of this from to Ego Death. Ego Death will be able to reset, though, with some ultimates in their pocket.
what that would have done if Kalush would have gone off that map. Self was mere inches away from it happening. Now, a lot under Ego Death here. We do have clobbering time. We can set up into the final judgment. You also have a setup there from Emma if you want. You could go with momentum to open up with the ult. There's plenty here, but they can't get picked early.
He with 4 ultimates in favor of Ego Death, making 5 with Self, about to have that Wolverine ultimate. Envy needing some answers. They will have Nero, but it's so important that Nero stays alive here. But you got the rest of Envy finding these pigs, finding 3 onto Ego Death. You get the psionic seduction now from Soko. There goes Nero activating that ult, and now currently with Cal just slicing and dicing. Kalush following up. Nobody left standing from Ego Death.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. You had all these ults in the tank. You don't want to get picked early. We can't use any of them. And right now, it's looking like the case 4-3-2. They're able to contest just a little bit there. Nice blocking from Window with the walls early. And that's going to be the match. And they've got 4 ults in the tank. That's not what you want to see.
2 minutes, 31 seconds, and Cal uncontested the whole time. It was literally fear. 100 rage, continuously putting on pressure onto Ego Death.
Yeah, you got the first point, and after that, they just held down the W key. I mean, it was just pure all gas, no brakes to switch it up there. And again, it seemed to kind of unravel really after the self-kidnap there before Kalush not falling, and there was nothing else in the tank. And that's rough there because I know Ego Death, they were feeling confident on that one with their early play. Let's see what they can do on offense, which, can help dive a bit more.
Also, the way that we saw Envy cycling through the strategist ults, yeah, we saw the force out at one point with the fate of both worlds, but holding it at the very end there just to keep up that pressure was crucial just to set up Cal in position.
Yeah, Cal went crazy there at the end. Speedery, again, doing it from the sky. There's only so many flyers that you can ban, and if you don't ban one, he'll play the other. And Self there, again, doing his job there quite nicely. Great stretch display across the board. Vanguard's going crazy. Kalush Window showing that 1-2 punch that they constantly are. If it's not Kalush, it's Window. Vice versa, as we head into 13 seconds of what is going to be an aggressive dive attack from Ego Death.
Look at that damage output from Envy. Now the position is flipped here. Currently, Ego Death getting ready to be on the attack instead. Ready here in Shenanigans right outside, because he's waiting for you right outside those gates of Speedery.
Yeah, it's always the Human Torch, right? Stacking up those flames. Sambo is wishing he had that one back. Uh-oh, that is not what you want to see. Going off the map early. Self taking the long way around. Going to give his tank time to respawn. I definitely don't want any of that to open up the game right off the map.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Oh, my.
Well, as the foundation of the house starts crumbling down underneath their feet, sure, they got some time to just start it, but that is not a way you want to start off your run when you're at risk of getting sent to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, definitely not. With 2 dives going down immediately, they're going to look to potentially change things up. Stomble now trying to stay alive this time, but Zatek's going down. Speedery just putting this into his own hands, going absolutely crazy here on Johnny.
Call the ambulance. He's setting them on fire.
For sure.
Oh my goodness. Or get the fire blanket. Something out here. Self is just trying to run away. Speedery is just running away with just setting everything on fire before his eyes.
Flame on, game on. He's going nuts. It's absolutely crazy. The pressure, the spacing, pseudo tank making that he's able to perform here. And I mean, just looking at Ego Death, they just have not even shown any progression here on this offensive push. Stumble trying to go in and create some space early.
Zatek going over here and trying to make something happen while Sombo goes down. Being on that Punisher, you got to take out what's in disguise, but you got to stay alive first when you have to deal with Windows strangling Prison on the other side. Another team wipe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the rotations. The rotations right now, they're all on it. One's going in, one's dying. And they're trying to give the space for them to go around the main street, but they're just picking off Stomple, and then they pick off the rest from there. It's either dive in together or try to make that space. But right now, what they're doing is not working.
I have to ask you, Cozy, the question is, do you stay onto this Venom? It looks like they need a shield to at least get some space in here. And now the Supernova coming in Speedery to continuously pressure out Ego Death, force him to stay by the spawn room doors.
Yeah, no, honestly, I agree. They're trying to stick with their game plan, but it's just not enough. Shield for Emma is not enough to stop Speedery in all of the contention. Look at Speedery just always rotating, getting rid of this pesky symbiote. And here we go. We have the internal bomb pushing them in, and this is where they're going to have to make something happen, or this could be it.
Oh! But protecting him with the ammo for a shield. Great timing against the meteor counter. And now we have the eternal bomb from the other side here. Nero's gonna have that Luna ult too. Envy releasing everything with Cal diving in, finding two. The back-to-back, the wombo combo from Speedery to then follow up from Cal. This is what you like to see. The bread and butter from Team Envy.
Yo, Speedery's just non-stop on the kill feed. I swear it's just copy and paste it up there. Dude's got the Game Shark in ready to go, or just the pure skill that we've seen, man. Insane work there from the skies of Johnny, Storm, and Stealth going down again. My gosh.
I'm putting everybody on any hit scan right now. Everyone needs to go on hit scan. Everyone needs to focus down on Speedery, but it's hard when you also have Month and Nero literally uncontested in the back. Even with Self trying to get into position, he keeps getting shut down.
Oh, well, I guess they got the trade off and the kidnapped Cal goes down. They have one of the threats, but Speedery's still up there in the sky, going crazy, taking down now Emma, and everyone's sticking to their roles. I'm telling you, it's one after the other, flame it on. And at this point, they're trying to regroup. One, now two DPS down, but there's only 19 seconds. They only have one ult to the name. This is going to be pushing them to the lower bracket unless a miracle happens.
I really like the Speedery highlight clip that we're currently seeing right here, too. Is this really the series, or is this going to be a Speedery putting this all on his portfolio now? Looking at the follow-ups that Speedery has had enabled by Window, enabled by Cal, as Window gets another KO onto Self, who has not been able to get anything set up.
Yeah, we're giving a lot of love to Speedery. You see the kill feed, but I gotta say, just a phenomenal play of rotations from Vanguard has been insane. There goes yet again, everybody doing their part. Nero on Luna against 70% yesterday with ease. Ends this an ego death versus Envy. What you look for, Self trying to have one last laugh. But no, Envy put the lights out on a fan favorite team in the upper bracket.
Do not ever want to deal with Cal, Wolverine, and then Speedery Human Torch. What a combo, a lethal combo at that for Envy. Following up with Window being on that group, setting up the walls perfectly just to help enable everyone to get funneled into the line of sight of Speedery.
Yeah, honestly, I would even playing that. I'm going to have nightmares of Human Torch. I mean, that was just so much aggression. And honestly, they were sticking to their game plan, and I give them points for that, but you got to adjust there. It was just too much on the front line, and then they were dealing with the back Venom. Looking at the stats, 21 eliminations over there for a total 10 that they had there on Ego Death.
21 final, 24,000 damage. Are you, 21 final hits is like, what? Speedery got away with everything under the book here. Envy with a dominating win. I mean, we were highlighting this, Cozy, looking at what Iodat did yesterday, but if anything, this dictates what a gap Envy has across the rest of the competition. Why they've been going on this unkillable streak.
Yeah, you heard it from Super Gomez himself. You've heard it from 100 Thieves. You've heard it from, well, you know what I respect too is even Envy was excited to play them. They're like, we haven't seen them. We don't scrim against them a lot. And so to have that be the performance that came out, I know they're going to be happy about this. I mean, this was the clip of, I loved that clip there from Self. But for the most part, it was all the Cal, Speedery, Deluge, Window, Month, and Nero show. I mean, really everybody, again, just executing to perfection here in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
First, Kalush, too, giving in some of that backup performance alongside with Window. We saw a lot of attempts to just counterpick from Ego Death versus Envy, but unfortunately for Zatex, like, they could not get set up whatsoever, too. The moment that you saw Cal focusing on Zatex, even Window at some points sniping at Zatex, there was no opportunity for that Punisher to do what Punisher does best on the turret.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I've got to say, what a turnaround from Envy. I've got to just, give it a tip of the cap because, you go one down at first, people are talking, people are questioning, and then you have lights out performance from there on out. They got together, maybe a little lights on them, but it didn't shake them at all as the team, again, continued to show why they are one of the top seeds here in this tournament and are advancing. And we've got an insane matchup. That was Group A, right? So mistake me if I'm wrong, but it's Envy versus 100 Thieves at this point now at the upper bracket.
You are absolutely correct, because it is 100 Thieves who earlier on moved up in that upper bracket final, and now Envy, after their win, will meet them there in that bracket final. What a way it's shaped out here so far versus this Group A bracket alone, man. Even looking over to the lower bracket, that Solaris fight versus FlyQuest is going to be crazy, and then looking forward at which of these demons have to take on who is left after that upper bracket finals is over.
Well, speaking of demons, we saw Wolverine. He played a little bit of Hela, the goddess of death. We're going to be welcoming in Cal for our interview here in just a second. I just love this game, man. This is the top tier content that I'm here to see. The top tier play, the executions, the strategies, and we welcome in the one and only Cal here again. What's going on?
Hello.
I love the calm, cool collectedness, because I'm anything but. I'm completely hyped from watching what you've done on Wolverine, what the team did, Speeder. I mean, across the board. I've got to ask, you watched them yesterday. They brought some uniqueness with this dive comp. You have Self on Black Panther. Tell me about a little bit of the comfortability of letting them do what they do, because you knew what you were going to do as a team.
I think yesterday they kind of like surprised FlyQuest, and I think that definitely helped them win. But I also think that FlyQuest were just playing like not good characters for some reason. I think that they were playing Iron Fist, which is just like, I think, one of the worst characters in the game. And so their divers just were unable to be marked, so they just roamed free. And I was kind of just like sitting on their divers the entire game on Wolverine, and that's kind of just like the thing that FlyQuest lacked in their match. They didn't respect them enough.
I feel like seeing the fact that you guys were able to deal with Self so much too, like Self being that self-proclaimed like best Black Panther, like you guys didn't even have to ban it. Like you guys already knew what you had to do to focus on without wasting that ban in general. Looking at the way that you were able to study going into Ego Death's like matchup, how did you guys feel after looking at them beating FlyQuest, now then being able to see you guys were, a little close with their series yesterday, looking at how you were able to play around that too, how did you guys feel going into this matchup? Were you guys worried, or did you guys already figured out, we guys got this, like it's not going to be a big deal, we already figured out what we have to work on?
I mean, yesterday we kind of came to the gates being like, oh, we're gonna be I guess not trying new things, but playing stuff that we haven't really played in a match. And we kind of got surprised by them playing triple res. We didn't really think that they were capable of doing that was in their arsenal, and we just didn't really swap. And today we were like, okay, like if they're on a comp that our starting comp isn't good on, let's just bite the bullet, swap and play what we're good at. And I think we're gonna be doing that for the rest of our games. We don't really want to lose anymore.
Yeah, I've got to say tip of the cap, because from that moment on, you guys were just all gas, no breaks. And I got to commend the flexibility. I mean, yesterday, man, you're playing Luna. You played a little bit of everything that we have seen here in the tournament. I've got to ask, man, to peek behind the curtain again, what makes your team stand out? What is the identity of Envy as you go into the huge matchup that is 100 Thieves versus Envy? You guys have scrimmed, played plenty of times before. Tell me about your identity of your team a bit.
I mean, I don't think there's a single player on any other team that's better than anybody else on our team. Even our sub is better than, I guess, like 99% of players, if not 100. So I think we beat them once recently. We beat them twice, beat them 3 times. I mean, 4 is a crowd. So I guess we'll see what happens whenever our next game is. I think on the 19th. But we hope to keep the streak going.
Absolutely, man.
I like this energy, man. I have to ask this one last question. Dude, Speedery is on another level. Like, you and Speedery together, you were just commanding a little bit of the skies, too. Obviously, the ground splitting up a lot of attention. But Speedery, man, being on that Human Torch, we're seeing a lot of Torch lately. What are your thoughts, actually, with the different teams trying to rock the Torch, trying to adapt to a much wider spread of a hero pool?
I think most teams lack what we have, which is flexibility. Like, Nero can play DPS, I can play support, Window can play DPS and support. Speedly's just the best player in the game, so he doesn't really need to play anything else other than his characters. But I mean, if you match Speedly on any flyer, you're just gonna lose. I kind of wanted him to come to the interview because he's very good, but it just gets pawned off to me every time. So I guess I'm here.
Well, tell them we want him in here next time. We'd love to have you guys, any of you guys, come up. I mean, listen, from, you to Kalush Window, love the team together. Excited to see you guys progress, and we appreciate the show that you guys put on. When you're at the top, man, everybody's going to bring their best, and I respect you guys for holding it strong. And yeah, we'll see you going into next week, man. Excited to see what you guys bring to get into the grand finals.
Thank you.
Hey, appreciate you, Cal. Thank you so much for coming on. Well, there you go. That is confidence, Vicky. I would say quite confident there in how he feels about his team, his teammates, and you know what? It shows, and it showed in that map right there. I'm gonna make sure I get Speeder on an interview. I'm gonna hit him up on Twitter right after this. Look in your DMs because I'm coming for you. But that was awesome to get a little bit of behind the scenes there.
It's in Cozy's name. It'll make you feel real cozy with the way that, you approach it to try to interview a lot of these different players. It's also really nice to hear the different perspective of these players. It's nice of Cal to be able to opt to come forward for the rest of Envy, but hearing from the other players, their outlook on the meta, how they approach things as a team is always a nice little treat.
Yeah, absolutely there. And it's just the confidence in everybody doing their job. I said this earlier, but it's everybody doing the role that they're supposed to do. And he just said, Speeder, the best player in this game. Let him cook. And I think he cooked a little bit there as the Human Torch. Guys, we've got one more match for you today. Me and Vicky, we got a lot of 2-0s, but could this be the 2-1 we're looking for? It happened yesterday. Could happen right now. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Look who just showed up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time
법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰
Well, hello there. Hey, you. Welcome back, guys. I don't want this night to end, and we got one more match to go ahead and send it off, and it's a good one. We have Shroud X versus Nemesis. Shroud X getting in through the Invitational, Nemesis earning the spot through the qualifiers. This is going to set up some awesome play. Now, keep this in mind. Nemesis was Shikigami. Now, coming into that team, we've got ourselves a big fight here. I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, this is the final match of the day. We were expecting these games to go hard. Enough of these 2-0s. Let's bring us to a 2-1 supposedly here going into our final game with Team Nemesis versus Shroud X after the action that we already saw too.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of Think Play. We saw a lot of Invisible Woman. And you know what? They've got brand new skins in the store now that you can go check out in the Future Foundation. I mean, just check out the Thing's biceps here. My goodness, they are just rocking in this outfit. And you've got Invisible Woman, Vicky, which I know. I heard a rumor you coked this up already.
Oh, I picked that up real quick. I picked up that Future Foundation bundle pack for both of them now. So now that's going to get me learning Thing as well. I already have my Lord Mastery onto Invisible Woman, but it makes you feel really fresh too, honestly. It's always really nice to try to make sure that you get that MVP so that way you get that MVP cinematic screen.
Yo, I swear, sometimes skins influence my play all the time. I've got the Alpha Scarlet Witch skin. I didn't play any Scarlet Witch, and then just like a month ago, I've just been playing it just so I can play that skin. It's like one of the few last exclusives out there. I guess the Venom one too from the beta. Sorry to be flexing the early play, but it's too much fun. Speaking of fun, we got a good one coming out here, Vicky, between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out too. As you already highlighted, Team Nemesis being the ex-Shikigami roster, and looking at the performance yesterday alone, they were able to defeat Dark Zero in a pretty quick fashion. I say quick only because by the time I was finished blow drying my hair, which usually takes a long time, I looked behind me and map number 1 was done. So I was genuinely very shocked as we take a look at the team introduction for Team Nemesis. Man, the way that they were able to really make quick adjustments, whether it be running that triple Vanguard on defense or even making the really quick swap over to the triple strategist to re-engage, it worked out in their favor. You talk about flexibility constantly going into these matches.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. And it starts here. We just saw Crazy Human Torch play. And right now, I would say from the tournament, there's just been a ton of elite play from Right Mazing to Speedery. Mello, though, was going off on Krakoa here. And not to mention, Crazy was going and doing the juggle that we know from Monster Hulk. It's cool to see some Hulk play some Bruce Banner. It's usually like Bruce is banned, but not here in competitive top end of Ignite. Listen, this team I've watched a lot, Vicky, and they had a saying when they were on Shikigami, the slingshot. They ended up losing some games they didn't want to, and then bam, they came back with a vengeance, actually taking out Shroud X, I believe, in the Invitational back then. Can they do it again?
It's about having that in-game or maybe in real life rage factor. Just the harder they get hit, the bigger they come back here. And they showcase that with not only their expansive hero pool, but the way that they're able to take that so quick versus Dark Zero. They also seem pretty nonchalant in their own interview, just talking about how they were looking forward to see which matches were coming in first. But even Kraz with that thing, the way that he was able to pop up Scatter 2, Doctor Strange from Scatter from Team Nemesis specifically was on my highlight reel.
Yeah, Kraz, just so fun to watch. Mello, those are the big stars to look out for. But Shroud X, you guys know them. This is Shroud's dream team put together. Impunity, Doomed Vision. You guys know Doomed and Vision. They used to be the Hella and the Bucky Barnes. Will we see that return again? Nuck, great job there. He does love his Rocket Raccoon. And then Dogman as well. Just a fantastic play. We heard from him in the interview. And man, I'm telling you, I love this guy's aura. Excited to see this team all together. The kind of thing about them is they've had times where they've risen up to the occasion, and other times they continue to fall in these bigger upper bracket, bigger stake games. Can they finally get the monkey off their back?
That's a question too, right? Because it's been really tough for them recently. So winning yesterday was a big momentum shifter, just so that way they could keep riding on those coattails. Can they keep that up now going against a way harder opponent that is Team Nemesis?
Yeah, absolutely. And Vision just being such a good hit scanner, he can play Ultron, kind of like we saw from Nero from the sky. And we saw that yesterday, combined with Doom's Human Torch as well. So you've got that on the end of Shroud X. And then Impunity, when he is playing his game, he can play it at such a high level as Doctor Strange. Great Vanguard play here. I expect to see a highly contested game. These two teams are much closer in margins than what we've seen in the last 3. And so we're bound to have some chaotic fights here. What Marvel Rivals does best.
I'm wondering, are we going to see more of that torch coming out? It's kind of been the bookmark, I feel like, of day number 3 here in Americas.
Yeah, the torch has been played so much at this point, again, because of that skill ceiling and the pressure and what you could pull together. Again, Speeder just showed it. I'm telling you right now, if there was a graph, you would see it go straight up after people watching the stream of Human Torch players. It was all Storm, Iron Man, Torches. Listen, I was one, too, that was down the torch a little bit, but Johnny Storm, he's fine after those nerfs.
And that's even with seeing some bans from these previous teams too, banning the Invisible Woman, so that way there wouldn't be a team up here, but it doesn't even matter. Torch still getting so much impact. And that was from Doom specifically, looking at those highlights. Doom being on the Torch, we saw some flexibility with the Wolverine as well. As we get started here for our very last series of the day. I can't believe it literally sped by today.
It has flown by, and I'm gonna miss it. I'm already hungry for more, but we've got one last meal here that is dinnered in this stream, maybe dessert, and we've got the band phase coming up. We've got Emma, Mag floating. Shroud X gonna be going on the side of Mag. Emma, though, from Nemesis.
Okay, not surprised here. The back and forth, while now on their side, they're gonna be able to protect the Mag from Shroud X.
Yeah, you've got Dongman playing a great Mag, so I expect to see that more today. The Loki band right off the rip is a tip of the cap of respect over to what we've seen them play Loki on their side here, and they are firing. They know exactly what they want to do this map.
Okay, now going forward, it's the Emma Frost and the Magneto Sade from each side of these teams. Not too surprised there, as they were able to ban one or the other at the very first when they both picked simultaneously.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we see. We see that early Vanguard lock-in and ban, and then it follows by typically a bunch of strategist bans to follow. However, things mixing up a bit. Nemesis is going to go and ban the Punisher. They don't want to see Vision and what he does best. Vision, fantastic Punisher. So they're probably planning on Mello being up in the skies, just like we saw yesterday.
We also saw Vision up to go for the Ultron, I believe, at one point, too, because they were the ones that were able to try to take out some Ultron strats.
Yep. And we've seen this little counterplay, as you just said, the Invisible Woman, so that you don't get the team up at the very least. You know, you're not going to ban Human Torch, but you could do that to slow them down. And they lock in Luna.
Okay, protection on the Luna here. Sing. Oh, okay. The Adam Warlock being the last one on the other side. So we got only Adam Warlock as the band's protecting the Luna Snow on the other side here, looking at Shroud X, and then Team Nemesis now being able to have that protection with the Emma Frost and the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, it's looking like Nemesis is going to want to play a little triple res potentially. Maybe not with the Mantis. Actually, yes, the Mantis. Ricky will play that and then swap after he gives the armor out. But we are going to get the triple res comp right off the rip. Love to see that. And in Domination, it's so crazy, Vicky. We saw it earlier. There's so many heroes that you have to eliminate. They just keep coming back and back, and it all happens on Hell's Heaven.
That res comp was absolutely crazy here. Hell's Heaven, seeing how this is going to play out for our very first map, as we do start every series on Domination before we transition onto game number 2. Let's get it started here. Team Nemesis versus Shroud X. We've highlighted a lot of the ex-Shikigami roster that is Team Nemesis, and what we saw between Mello, even Scatter too, and the way that they were able to perform now versus Shroud X, where, let's not forget, Team Nemesis, Ricky in an interview yesterday specifically said they wanted Techie to win because they just specifically wanted Shroud X to stay on their 0-4 losing streak as some sort of headline. Now, this could possibly bite them back.
Little beef on this team. Love to see it. And this is what we saw in the MRI. Vision on Hela. Doom playing Wolverine. Love this combination here. And this is what you will need to do. Now, the Wolverine, you're not going to have any, you're going to have Emma to deal with. But this might be a great team here against the triple res Vision can lock in.
I feel like myself again.
Here now, some of the poke pressure still, just trying to control a good amount of this space. Looking at Team Nemesis with that Emma. Furley's coming in with that Star-Lord as well. The res competition here now for Team Nemesis, as the Emma's the first one to go down. Isn't the way you want to start things off looking at Team Nemesis.
Yeah, you've got a lot of heroes that can res, but Emma's not one of them. And Shroud X says, bring it on, triple res. We're going to eliminate you double time. And right now, you're having the flee happen from Nemesis. They're going to have to regroup and get together. Strong start from Shroud X.
That was all because Scatter was the first to fall, being on that Emma Frost now as they regroup here, trying to control over to the flanking side. Vision just being that problem on the Hella.
So Vision, when he locks in, he can absolutely go off on that hit scan. Doomed, they make the joke when he gets his sleep. That's when you see the most out of him. Both of them are lethal weapons at what they do. A little bit of poke damage from a maiden there from the side. You'd love to see it, and we're going to see if we can get one of these overextending vanguards, but the legendary comes out from Peter Quill. It's vibes and violence, but they're staying alive in the cloak bubble. Scatter getting the pick, and Ricky to follow. They're going to get that point and swoop it from Shroud X.
That was a beautiful timing right there, too, because Shroud X just had no defensive strategy ult to even counter that from a maiden. So now being able to win that team fight, being able to recapture that point is important with Shroud X having plethora of ultimates coming right back.
Yo, dude, isn't it always so scary whenever you hear like a legendary and you're 97% of strategists and you're like, come on, get the ult. And unfortunately, Fidel and Duck were unable to do so, but they're fully loaded for this fight.
It's always scary, especially when you're so close. You know you have to heal just a little bit. You can't be invincible, but you move in and you still have to deal with Vision, who now also has the Goddess of Death ready to go.
And here's where the passive comes in handy. A maiden coming back from the dead, but there we go. We've got Impunity throwing out the Groot. They do get the elimination on Mello. Great pick there, and they're able to push forward here. Let's see if they're able to get the momentum enough. And we've got Vision up in the skies. Goddess of Death raining down her crows on the bottom. And just like that, Doom taking down Scatter, followed by Craze. And there it is. Just like that, right back.
Wait. The res here from Mello immediately into the Mantis ult to keep everyone alive. The 5-man coming right back. The Meteor not finding its mark, but Vision at the very least does find the Star-Lord.
Holy 5-stack res. Are you kidding me, Mello? He got wiped early, which allowed him to sneak in and get that res off, and you have to eliminate them twice. That's hard to do for any team, unfortunately. Nemesis now with all the momentum able to press, but you do have the point picking up slowly for Shroud X. Using those crew walls, Scatter is pushing and is able to get the elimination.
Oh man, but the Star-Lord also finding 3, finding 4, one by one as the heads line up with a little bit of popping off to do here. You gotta show him what you gotta here because Star-Lord is coming to play. Team Nemesis with another wipe.
Chris Pratt just fell to his knees somewhere in a local grocery store. He was like, oh my God, what was that? Beautiful, maiden. Are you kidding me with the 4-piece? And he knows it too. He's got that little wiggle of the camera to say, yeah, what's up? We're here to play.
Dude, that was insane, actually. A maiden, amazing, you know, very hand in hand right now as getting into position here from the high ground.
Absolutely here, and he's looking to do the same here. Build it up. They have plenty of setup here. Clobbering time can go right into a wombo combo if they get it down, but Doom is looking to make that. Wow, what a trade-off!
What? He does it again. Constantly is the problem. Even with the Fate of Both Worlds activated just to keep Shroud X alive for this fight. Fidel also going to just be able to move up with the rest of his team. Now you have the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond just to be answered from the Team Nemesis side. And at 99% overtime ticking away. And a maiden gets the res on himself utilizing this res comp.
Looks like a kindergarten portrait on the face. You got blue, red. You've got both Eternal Bonds. Both teams fighting it out. Will it be Nemesis that are at 99%? But Vision able to get the pick up. And there's the ball and unable to get the connection looking for. And Vision single-handedly having a vision of Crows thrown upon the team to make it even more competitive.
That Goddess of Death just to help clear out that point of what was left of Team Nemesis. Now we have a close game on our hands here, Cozy.
We've been so hyped for this. We're just like waiting eager for this close game to play. And this is it. These two teams both won it, advancing, guys. $3 million in total. They've got a lot to play for here outside of just the reputations as we have our last push from Nemesis.
Let's take it live in this winners bracket now as Maiden now moves up on that Star-Lord. Does have that Star-Lord ult ready to go. But looking at Team Nemesis here as they approach with this res cup. Shroud X don't have an answer against that Star-Lord ult. That is the problem. That's why you always need an answer here. Now you're stuck at overtime. They nicely kite away. Perfect positioning for Shroud X to try to re-engage. But with Vision landing their shots, they lose out on 2. Here comes a big res now from the Adam Warlock utilizing that ult.
And unfortunately, Doom's still alive, right? The Strange get people back. You're going to have to just do what you can with what you have. Impunity goes showing the train to get it done. Getting the cap in the back. there. Will they be able to push them out in zone? Well, there's only a little sliver left. Shroud X, even with the legendary, making it possible. Doom with the pop-off. I think they're going to get it, and they do. My gosh.
No way. There is no way. What a first round to kick things off for our series, our last series of the day. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, I had a cold glass of water, guys. Sorry, I was standing up. That's what we want to see here. And the back cap during the aggression of that push, Amadian playing as well as you can there with 14,000 damage to the name. But look at the heals of Shroud X under Nuck and Fidel. Fantastic play all around. The 12E lives of vision, doing what he does best as that aim god. Everybody playing lights out.
Impunity 2 with the 13.4k damage, and that's even through the Emma Frost trying to break way not only around the group walls, but also just trying to prevent Impunity from dealing the massive amount of damage with those walls, especially when everyone is stuck in a room out of that res comp.
That's a great point. Impunity and Doom switching over to Vanguard. They were able to stay alive for so long on that last push, even through res comps. I mean, you have to eliminate a team twice, sometimes 3 times, and they legit just pulled that off as they head into the point. I hate this little window over here, by the way, Vicky. I don't know if you are the pro that likes to destroy that, but I head straight for the point.
I just head straight to the point. I do not destroy that. I don't even not even like to mess with anybody on that side. I just let that be dealt with my divers instead. Now that we're already set up on the point, I like this counter rotate from Team Nemesis, first trying to approach from the high ground.
I like this wall step in advance, not allowing the strategists to back up. That's what we see at the top tier. There is the entangling prison, and he gets the pick on Scatter again to open up the match. Just like last time, history repeating itself as it often does, and they're able to get the crucial pick. But we do have Nemesis and the Eternal Bond coming out early.
The big Eternal Bond here, too. When you have that, you have the answer right back with the fate of both worlds from Fidel and Shroud X. Now looking around Doom, just trying to make sure that they do not get the res that they want. Making sure that that's the message sent right back to Ricky to see you back in the spawn room doors, because now Shroud X, they walk in and they take that point first.
By Thorn, by Branch, it's Impunity on Groot, it's Vision with the Thorns on Hella. They've got it all. And I'm telling you, Impunity saw that head-to-head graphic with Vinny and British Tree. He's like, hey, can I get on there? Can I show you what I can do on Groot? Great job there and a good cap first for Shroud X.
Doom does have that Doctor Strange Agamotto ready to go. Vision with the Goddess of Death. Wabo combo here as Team Nemesis still have an answer. You have to look out for that Adam Warlock who has that res available, as well as a Star-Lord that may open things up here, looking at the way that Shroud X deal with this.
Yeah, and I like that they do have the thing able to get combos up with the, oh, wow, okay, there it is. Impunity Doomed, able to get the 1-2. The Median coming back with that passive, but Vision, you can come back as many times as you want, but you're going to fall to the Crows.
That's the counter right here, too. They needed to make sure they deal enough damage output in a splash AoE just to prevent this rest from having any sort of success if you look at Team Nemesis. Shroud X says, keep talking out here as Vision gets even more picks. That is with the Star-Lord that constantly has been getting shut down after these counter picks, as the Eye of Agamotto comes down from the heavens. The follow-ups on top of it all, as Shroud X puts some diction into why they are here on this point, putting themselves nearly at 70%.
All of Kamartaj just celebrated with that one. I mean, they're lacking damage. Nemesis just doesn't have enough. Amadian doing great, but there's just not enough, to go against with the clobbering time, the combo setups, and on top of that, Shroud X playing lights out right now. I'm telling you, Vision on his game, and a huge Agamotto there from Doom.
To work with here, if this res comp isn't working out for them, they gotta make some changes here, but the covering time is going to be coming out to approach. You're nearing 90% as your Shroud X, and Fidel's also got that fate of both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous play. They have everything they need though. Nemesis, they have the internal bond. They also have clobbering time. Clobbering time though, unfortunately not getting it connected. Fidel getting that just in time. The fate of both worlds, keeping that team up nice and healthy, and they're able to continue this push and keep the aggro on. Dogman about to go down, but up with the cloak bubble. No one's falling just yet. Who's gonna be the first domino to tip?
Has to stay alive because Dogman has the meteor ready to go, and that's going to be the counter towards the Star-Lord, while you also have to consider the Psionic Seduction now coming in from Scatter, looking on both angles, taking a lot of damage, being able to go right back over to Diamond Form, and the Adam Warlock res now comes in, but can they stop it? Thing was so low here, and Dogman just walks up and gets that 3K.
They've got the Vision all ready to go too. They might as well pop them all here to end it. This is a full defense build if you're on an RPG for Nemesis. They just don't have the offensive output to deal with all Chris Dongman, though, is going to go down to Madian. Great job there on the back kick. He's trying to get a little health as they continue to push this overtime clock. Doom, though, with the Agamotto. We saw a big one before. Can he make it too? He's about to rise up. No, doesn't need it. Just going with the pop as they're going through the Fate of Both Worlds and putting the pressure on, Vicky.
Even with that here, too, Team Nemesis just do not find these picks as you talk about Shroud X. On the other hand here, off the Agamotto, get 2, make it 3 with Nook being able to find Ricky. Yes, you get the respawns here. The res is coming in from Ricky, but you have to make sure you have an ult to at least try to help the rest of your team. And Team Nemesis right now, with Ricky going down, will not be able to have the soul resurgence.
I mean, even with Internal Bond, Doom is just, he doesn't need it. He's going to stay alive through it all. We got the portal coming in. Nemesis trying to make their way in. Grace beating that portal off. This is going to be a long fight with triple res. We'll see if the passes come back. They just use it back to back. We've got the legendary popping off vibes. He's got the cassette tape in. Can he get the finish? Can he jam? Mello getting Doom down. Huge pick here, Vicky, as they're trying to make it a 6v5. No comebacks here. And Vision now on the Wolf.
Desperate times call for some desperate measures here. You're trying to fight for your life as Dogman, even with the Venom ult, cannot stay alive. It is Mello finding his head from the Adam Warlock. Team Nemesis finally flipped the script here as a Doctor Strange portal from Doom just to get something going here for Shroud X's Vision will have his ult.
No, that fight was nuts, man. It had it all. Every super. I mean, that was something else. And we've got a little bit of scouting going here from Doom, trying to get that top high ground here as they're going to jump in together. Vision making that swap over to Wolf, see if they can handle really the only threats there on the field of the Vanguards. He's going to go and take this back path here as you've got Chris trying to get a little bit of poke damage up top. We'll see who jumps down first. And Ricky kidnapped by Vision, and he's scooped, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a huge first pick, though. That's a huge kidnap here. Desperate times here when you don't have an Invisible Man, Luna Snow, or Loki, because they've been banned for you to use, so you're stuck here with this res comp, and now Mello being able to bring a maiden right back here, too, as well as the Wolverine. Another kidnap, isolating the Cloak and Dagger. Someone save them here, but the rest of the team is getting harassed from Team Nemesis.
Oh my gosh, you have the triple deaths there, but you do have the legendary for now going down, and he gets both strategists. No more heals on the floor there for Shroud X. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets the contention. Graceman up top there for Strange, trying to get more, and Mello and Chris Pratt himself, the Star-Lord, getting it done. 84%, going up to 99. This could be a huge flip, Vicky.
Literally a 0 to 100 situation. That is what we're currently seeing right now. With the way that now not only do they have control over this point, but Doom does have that Agamotto you have to look at for the psionic seduction here from the other side of Team Nemesis.
Absolutely played to perfection here as they're going to put the aggression on. We've got Ricky with the ult ready for Mantis. We're going to see if Dongman can respond with that. The Agamotto's ready as well. Doom can pull it off at any time, but Scatter looking to get the first lap. Doom to go down early without the well, this could be huge. A quick connection. Dogman making it more of an even fight if he can. But Scatter getting the job done. Nemesis Vicky is looking to get the job done for a complete 99% swap.
What a sweep from Team Nemesis. Not only with a huge swap making this res comp work, they take it. And not only that too, in a tie series right now for our very first map. What a way. I mean, on the other side, the strategist ults were just not available for Shroud X.
I mean, Shroud X had that completely. And then, hey, when your back's against the wall like Nemesis, you have all the support you need to come out swinging. And they did just that. Absolute phenomenal play. And a Madian, 34,000 damage, 12 final hits. Truly the core source of damage on that team, going crazy. All of Shroud X is playing well, but my goodness, I'm impressed.
You need that, though, especially if you're the only duelist right now for your team to get these picks. Yes, these fights are elongated, and that's because you're just trying to find an opportunity to finally get that initial pick onto one of the strategists. But even then, it was the battle of ultimates that really dictated that last fight. Shroud X not having a strategist ult just to reset through the onslaught of ultimates that Team Nemesis had on the other side is what made that really difficult.
You know these team comms right now, Vicky, are like Eminem on stage just hitting his best beats. It's just like the fastest talk ever. I mean, all the chaos. How are you even supposed to go through that? That's what makes it great. The Nemesis taking it right to the... Look at that group. Instant pull. Wow. unleash into Impunity. What a way to start.
Dude, you talk about Eminem. I mean, they're literally coming in like Slim Shady for real. Everyone's taking some shots right now with the way that they're coming in. Doom then answers right back, finds out to scatter. But then you also have the fate of both worlds just to keep Shroud X here in this fight. Even through that Doctor Strange portal, here we have Doom now trying to isolate the player with the Wolverine ult too. And the Legendary now coming in from the Star-Lord.
Yeah, Doom with a huge kidnap off the map, as many Wolves love to do on this map. Vision gonna clean up the scraps here with the mid-air pick. You love to see it. Impunity, though, really getting the job there on Doctor Strange. Doomed and him flipping mid-match. So cool to see the flexibility of this team. Great job all around the cap in the first cap. Even though the first fight went to Nemesis, Shroud is gonna get the last laugh, and they're up to 10%.
I mean, that progress already first. Although we've seen it already happen before, that 0 to 100 flip as now Team Nemesis take onto the high ground on their approach.
Absolutely, as Doom is going to be stalking his prey, as Wolverine does, as Logan likes to do. The X-Men looking for the elimination. Amadian, though, trying to get a flip in to get the pressure on Impunity, pushing him off the high ground, but keeping that pressure on the floor, through the middle, getting the throw. Damage not an issue at the moment, as Doom's slicing and dicing through the interior bond. Rage all the way up. That's when Wolverine's the most lethal, but Nuck getting the job done for Team Shroud.
Oh, and even with the Adam Warlock res here too, it's really up to Ricky to pop the Mantis Soul Resurgence, and even through that, you're not gonna even out heal. Ricky gets taken down from Dogman, and then currently you have Crack being able to push in with the thing and the clobbering time. Shroud X, they thought they had the answer, but then the flip immediately right afterwards as the stall still continues to help exert their progress on 62+%.
These teams are throwing it all out there. The 5-piece Agamotto's from Impunity, the swap, Nemesis able to flip the script again. It's both. You have to max it out perfectly. And again, with triple res, you have to do it twice. So even though Shroud X sometimes looks like they're really getting the last laugh, they come right back and they're able to come together as a team and make this happen.
What a reset too. The quick reset from Shroud X, just realizing if they cannot recontest, then it's time for... Oh, wow. That a big first pick onto Doom. That is Mello making a statement, by the way, on that Adam Warlock.
Yeah, that was a huge pick there. Doomed, unfortunately, without the passive, too, to keep him alive. Mello doing a great job here on Adam to show that pressure early. We do have the legendary. Amadian has been making those go off like crazy. He's about to put the cassette tape in, about to go off, blast the 80s. Let's see what he can pull off here.
Look at that damage output from Mello. No kidnap, but still trying to find isolation here. Well, the Star-Lord activates the ult, looking on the other side. The Thing ult also almost ready here, having to be careful as the Eternal Bond just allows and paints a path for the rest of Shroud X to move up to negate the damage from the Star-Lord originally. Currently, the Thing still having now that clobbering time ready to go, but Nook keeps finding these ultimate picks.
Yeah, and look at that. Unfortunately, the passive not ready for Mello. 97% on the res. That would have been so clutch if they could pull it off, but unfortunately, he had to go for the full respawn there. But you know what? Great job. Great patience from Shroud X's team here. Able to pull everything together. Right now, 65%, 75. Guys, this is the game you came here for. Can Shroud X get it done? Nemesis, are they going to hold it? Are they going to push? Let's go.
Edge of my seat right now. Look how close this is. Approaching that 90 percentile point. Nemesis have a plethora of ultimates here too.
Median looking for this backside flank, seeing if he can get early poke damage on the strategist. We have Doomed up there, going to contest this Wolverine. He's going to try to go for the kidnap, maybe off the map. That would be huge to pull in. He's going to go for scatter. Let's see if we can get it. No, Diamond form the flip of the script. Picked into the pillar, has to trigger the Luna ultimate at this point to keep the momentum.
And that's up to the clobbering time here too. Scatter coming in and not only the diamond form, but kicking Impunity right back to the spawn. Here comes the Mantis ult too with the Soul Resurgence, and that's to match that with the dance of fate of both worlds here. Shroud X, they are falling as Team Nemesis retake this point, and that's without using everything in the arsenal too.
It's like Scatter baited that out from Doom. That was insane. He got the kidnap, but no, Diamond Forward kick back up. And on top of that, that made Fidel have to use his ultimate to try to keep things going. Really well done in execution. And you're right, they've got the full res. Mello, he's a play aggressive, but also stay alive. You have essentially, what, 3 lives here if you're able to pull it off.
That's literally the win condition right now. They cannot isolate the Adam Warlock. Yes, you get these 2 nuts here, but at the same time, you have the res, the Adam Warlock res, as you initiate, bringing both the Mantis and the Star-Lord back, seconds away from them having to retake. Overtime now activated.
And here it is, legendary. The last thing you want to hear, but luckily there is a response. Nuck does have that internal bond, keeping everybody alive. Stay on the red path. Follow the yellow brick rotor. In this case, the red, as we have Scatter putting out the ultimate for Emma, tracking everybody in. Can they get the combo? Impunity, though, flipping it on instead and taking down the support. That's a clutch elimination, Vicky.
It is Shroud X who are walking by the Magneto ult to retake this point. Overtime ticking away, and now it's up to this portal play. And the Adam Warlock, who's still alive somehow here. Ricky as well with the respawn with this res competition. Goddess of Death now activated from Vision just to force them away. But one by one, they keep coming back. It's time to set them right back.
Nice little peekaboo with that Adam Warlock and Vision. Having the instincts, the portal, the patience there from Shroud X and Vision especially. You've got that portal coming on the point, but no, looking for the Adam first, getting that elimination. And listen, Nemesis just won that last map, coming back with a portal. Not this time. Shroud X says, this is the map in the match we were waiting for, Vicky.
Remember what they said. They're not going to forget it. Ricky's saying, you know what? Like, expecting them to lose out already just to keep up their losing streak. Well, time to put a hold onto that because now they're up an entire map versus Team Nemesis.
Yo, just two bowls going right against each other. I mean, 63, 80,000 from Fidel. My gosh, the healing is insane. The damage even crazier. Look at Impunity with 40,000 damage on Groot. 68 eliminations. This might be one of the crazy stat games we've seen in the tournament.
80,000 is in 72 assists too for Nook. Wow, talk about the strategist, just backline, just helping out the rest of this team. It is actually insane. And then the damage blocked as well from Impunity being on that Groot.
I mean, just pure nuts. 80,000 damage. That's more healing than I've done in the month of May. I mean, just absolute craziness there from strategist play. And honestly, really no one's even knack against there on what we just saw. Everybody played really well. The strategy and the camera shake from Amadian. I do have to point out, though, those ultimates made the difference. Shroud X, finally on that last map, Vicky, had these strategist ultimates line up with that legendary, and that was the big difference.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And it's something else that Shroud X was doing, not only with the Meteor, too, but just making sure that they were ready with Vision as well, cleaning up whatever was left of Team Nemesis. And we saw that happen, what, like 3 fights in total, where they were incredibly low. They don't have any way to reset here too. They staggered in their ults and then just were able to keep staggering Team Nemesis at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just flexing during the map. One person playing Doctor Strange, then the other. Doomed, by the way. Tip of the cap to him. He is what I've watched a duelist, but to flex to insane Strange play was awesome to see. But yeah, triple res, no problem. No problem for Shroud X, and what a way. But now Nemesis, they're going to be able to pick the map and try to get this thing on the right ship here.
And that's looking at Team Nemesis kind of forced to play this res comp, right? Because they had the Invisible Woman, Luna Snow, and Loki banned against them. That's why they couldn't make any more of those swaps here, really working with what they had. But it was Shroud X that also made that retaliation, the change-ups between Vision getting those crucial picks there too, and Fidel also having that Fate of Both Worlds ready when they needed it.
Dude, that is why I know the difference between an average Joe player. Hey, what's up? My name's Cozy. To Vision, the awareness, knowing over there the Adam Warlock, you have everything happening in front of you, and just taking down the biggest or the most important threat and establishing that. What a beautiful poetry, though. Shroud X, they're known for not being able to clutch it up, right? Not able to get that win that they need. And, you know, there's a little shakiness, but they got the job done, and they got one map there on Nemesis.
And now one more map to go to proceed on through that winner side of the bracket, where all the naysayers now looking at Shroud X wondering, all right, they've been able to do their homework. They've been able to really test things out here to change up what they need to going into the Ignite tournament.
Absolutely, guys. I mean, obviously, you're not going anywhere because that was an insane match. We have another one coming right your way in just a second. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 단지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내 배까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 제발 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내 배까지 세계 운명
Are you not entertained, people? My gosh, if it wasn't the elite Vanguard play Vicky of Impunity and Dogman, it was the next thing with insane ult charge of Mello getting those reses, the DPS of Vision. What is there not to break down about that last match as we head into the next one?
The 80k from the Luna Snow. What the way that we saw not only like the ultimates coming out of Mello, also by the way staying alive for as long as Mello could, and then looking at the way that Fidel had to match that on the Luna Snow was absolutely insane. Also Vision just going crazy like on the Hella was like 68 elims, like 31 final hits is crazy. And that was, don't forget, to counter the Star Lord from a maiden that he was the SVP from the opposing team and was able to get a lot done with the forced res comp from that team.
Yeah, and having just them lining up those ults a bit better this time around, I thought both Vanguards just some of the best Strange that we've seen this tournament, just with the execution of getting off, whether it be Agamotto's or clutch blocks. And I got to say, the flexibility of Doom, going from one thing to the other, just whatever that team needed at that specific point. At one point, it was just a portal to the team in, then he stays it, and then the rest we just saw unfold. I mean, I think that's by far the closest match we've seen thus far in Ignite here on, especially day 3, but in the tournament so far.
I definitely agree. That was also one of my favorite matches I've seen because you and I both together haven't really been able to cover something that's been this close. And I like how you highlighted Doomed because that's what I love the most about Marvel Rivals. The fact that you could have any of your players, no matter what they started the game with, now flex over to a different role to go towards what something that your team needs, even at the last second, is so important. Even if that sets back your ult just a little bit, depending on how you build your ult as quick as it is, depending on who you even go to, that is what matters here, and that's the adjustment that we got to see from the other side.
Absolutely. Here, both teams allowing the same exact top vanguards to make their way through. The question is, are we going to see Shroud X allow the triple res, or are they going to go ahead and say, hey, you know what? We dealt with it once. We'll do it again. Guys, this is the first time I'll be casting Clintar, at least in Ignite, and it's exciting to see this map. Always a fun time, kind of crazy cat and mouse game of offense defense here as we head into our second ban for Team Nemesis.
I was going to say, the Emma Frost would have gone crazy here, but the immediate ban from the other side, still able to save. Maybe we'll see another ban here as we see the protection now as the Loki goes away. And we saw the Magneto being protected. And yeah, that is the Emma Frost I was expecting here on this map.
Yeah, I know Fidel, 80k healing, insane. Nuck plays an insane Loki too. Saw a lot of that in the MRI. So they're getting rid of any potential of that. Both Lokis off the board immediately. And Dongmin is playing such a good Magneto at this point that they just want to keep him. Make sure, you know, have the Emma. We're going to keep our mag and go from there. Luna off the board this time.
I'm not surprised. They saw that 80k healing. She gotta go. She gotta go. That was a problem. And that's also with the double strategist ban too. That's onto the Loki and to the Luna. Now, will we see a third one is the question.
Yeah, and with this new ban system, the good news is they're able to keep bans even though they can play the hero even though they ban against them. So you've got this strategist comp being ban. Again, we saw Mello play a lot of Torch the day before, so they're shutting down that potential Fantastic Four team up that we've seen. Luna with the save, clutch there as they're able to keep it for themselves.
Okay, but they did see that the Invisible Woman was banned over to the other side. So no, it's a very similar banning lineup that we saw actually going into our very first map, which kind of forced out that res comp in the first place.
Yep, absolutely. Here, Punisher not going to be available, unfortunately, for Team Shroud X. They play Vision, definitely loves the Punisher there, but he did okay on Hela, I would say, if you watch the last game. Now Doom floating potentially. Oh yes, Human Torch, but goes to what I know him from well, and that is Bucky Barnes and the Kraken Impact Again show.
You get to hear again and again through your dreams, or maybe even your nightmares, as we get started going on to our second map in the series. This is going to be great here. I'm excited. Clintar is going to be our next destination. This brings back memories too, because actually, this is the very first map that I got to play on when I first experienced Marvel Rivals.
It's a good one. This is definitely like a love-hate map. Some people just can't stand it. Others enjoy it a good amount. And it's typically, compared to some of these other maps, this first point can go pretty quickly. It just depends on the approach that they're going to go with here. Now, looking at our teams, locked and loaded. Mello back on Adam Warlock. Played him very well. We're going to get that res comp yet again here from Team Nemesis. And on the other side, looking like we're doing a little bit of swap-ups, but Vision staying on that Hela. Doom now over to Bucky.
I can protect, but add time to the mix and
Here,
He's back wall early.
Yeah, and also being able to hold this position right here with the Groot is always goes really nice here against Impunity, who we already saw put in so much of that damage output himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, taking down the main street, going up there with Impunity, just rocking on up with the Groot here, seeing if they can go ahead and lock behind and push the pressure forward here. Love this strategy. They're going to take over this little room and see what they can do from there. They got the lockdown there on Craze, unable to get out of there, and Craze is trying and begging and pleading, but he is eliminated. Fidel with the insane Luna damage. Dinks, though, trading with Cloak to keep things even.
Saving Fidel to continuously be that problem right now with that freeze and beautiful follow-up that we got to see from Impunity setting up those Groot walls.
Absolutely, Fidel has just been going off heals, damage, limbs, you name it. Luna can do it, as we know. Dogman trying to get the early poke pressure there in the back line. Great use of shield, trying to get rid of that Emma. Emma cannot charge on Max shield. No Scatter trying to get that early pick, getting the pressure on Magneto early. Nobody's falling, but Vision with the last lap on Canadian. Huge pick to open them up and to follow. We've got Nuck hitting with that Eternal Bond.
And not having to use too much here, too. Even with that res that we see from the res composition from Team Nemesis, you see currently the Eternal Bonds, and then you have the Fate of both worlds ready to unleash. Groot wall after Groot wall after Groot ult. Double ult coming in from both sides, while Doomed again, tries to find a single shot here as Kraz now moves up, takes out Nook, takes out Dogman, and Shroud X. It's back to the drawing board for them because it did not work out in their favor to cycle through those ults. The res comp is just too strong.
Yo, somebody press the everybody press Q button because I just saw every ult in the game from Luna to Mantis to the Groot. We had it all right there, and then top it off with a little Doomed, Armed, and Dangerous. Great hold there from Nemesis, though. I'm actually impressed with what they were able to do. Unfortunately, unable to connect their impunity with his ultimate. They definitely want that one back.
But they were able to keep that Luna Snow staying with the Meteor. Try to see if it can catch Median. Does not here. Instead, shuts it down immediately. Dogman being that counter. And then the Psionic Seduction on top of it all from Scatter. Up from the high ground, wrapping around. Nice follow from Mello, dealing so much damage. Mello being able to boot up, by the way. That ultimate charge so quick in the last game. Still continues on with Team Nemesis successfully defending again.
Okay, Mello, I see you, buddy. It's like, all right, get rid of my torch. I'll go ahead and smoke with Adam. Great job there. Doom now trying to get that early poke damage. 93% charging up. You like to combo that typically with the Groot. That's at 80% now. They're going to look to do a little bit of poking and prodding as they make their way up Main Street. Vision does have the crows ready to throw down. They're going to go from a back approach. There's Crazeman with the ult that can get the team wipe. This would be massive.
But Doomed with the slow turnaround right when he gets caught in the Groot ult tube, and Vision, even after getting that 1 KO onto Deeks, you have to consider the fact that Mello had that res ready to go. The Soul Resurgence here as well from Mantis ready to unleash, just trying to cycle through the next set of a Groot ult, but you have to consider Doomed before coming in with that Bucky ult.
A great Vision ult there, trying to get the kind of peeking through the cracks and getting the picks they need, but that res, that's the big difference. But Vision doesn't care. He continues the eliminations. Doomed is playing the playlist. Looking from Star-Lord, put the tape in up again, but there it is yet again are the reses. But look at Doom just feeding and feeding, but they're going to push one more time. They did this before. Let's do it again. Jumping in the portal to make things happen.
Oh, no, not again. Not again. Even though pushing them right back towards the portal, here comes a Meteor. Yeah, you could try to go in for a res, but we saw Team Nemesis Ricky at the very end there just eat the Bucky ult in the face right after using the Soul Resurgence, so they won't have that ult going in too.
Dude, these two teams together, guys, like, this is peak Rivals, man. Absolutely insane. They do get the cap. Doomed must have gotten 19 resets. I'm not counting, but it's somewhere along those lines. And just great job from Shroud X to make it push into the second point. Once you get that point, you're able to really start getting some ground.
I hear the again and again in my own nightmares here. Mello putting in a good amount of poke pressure, already at nearly 60% on that ult charge. And then a Groot here too. Kraz just trying to put himself up on the high ground here. Scatter's gonna be able to boost up more damage output too with that Emma Frost beam.
Yeah, Impunity building up closely. Nothing to follow, but we have both Vanguard ults coming online for Shroud X pretty soon. Grace can get the ult at any time, but nothing to follow that up as well. But they can just go with pure raw damage output. Mello building up that res one more time so they can play a bit more aggressive. Doom, and there's the ult with the walls and the damage and the pressure. Can escape these torn last walls as they continue to press W and push them forward.
Great timing there from Nook to be able to have the Eternal Bomb just to save everybody right through the strangling prison from the opposition from Team Nemesis. As two go down, Shroud X win another team fight. It is Dogman with the 3K. Nook to finish things off too as the nail in the coffin.
Vision just casually getting like a 4 or 5 piece Agamotto there. Insane job there, Dr. Strange. That's what I'm talking about. They swap into heroes and then they play them at top level. We've seen now Dr. Strange played by like all 6 of them at this point. That's what you love to see.
Now going into this next fight, they have the fate of both worlds ready, but Team Nemesis, after losing out on Starlet, Amadian is going to be able to res, come right back, and they have a plethora of ultimates here as Ricky is the first to unleash a Soul Resurgence.
Absolute chaos unfolding here on the battlefield. Everybody resting their biggest abilities as Dogman's going up with the up. Nemesis down. Whatever they call, he slams it and unable to connect. Shatter pushing him away with the Emma ult as Griezmann now trades, and that was a good, strong last-second hold from Nemesis.
Now that Meteor not finding its smart gets the win condition they need to lead into to counter a lot of what Team Nemesis is throwing at them now. Star-Lord ult activated, unleash the button here as Mello reses himself as well. Shroud X with Nook having another Eternal Bond back-to-back here just to create a path for Shroud X to contest here on the point.
Mello always seems to have that ultimate ready, and it looks like, oh, we do have the touch, the push. Will they be able to get this in? They did it last on overtime. They have a rest behind them and plenty in the tank. Nemesis, though, taking one down, then the other, and resting up while they're at it.
And Ricky's still finding more picks after rezzing themselves. Overtime ticking away, and Shroud X are nowhere in sight. It's Vision here on the Doctor Strange that has to make that magic happen, but there is absolutely no time, not even with the Agamotto, to come back from the spawn room door.
Yeah, and that map's tough. You got to get all the way out of spawn. You know, some maps you have to get way more further to get that TP off. That's one of them. And unfortunately, even with it off the cooldown, it did not line up with the time that Doctor Strange got eliminated there to get it off. Not the worst push, but certainly better than not getting the first point, what was about to happen. Remember, Nemesis, they picked this map. They feel confident here, and they showed it.
Man, looking even down to the hero bands, being able to save that Luna Snow after getting 80k healing output in the first game here. Oh, and we're gonna perhaps maybe get some. Are they trying to mirror them?
Ooh, I like this. I like this approach here because, again, especially on defense, it just gives you that extra bit of life. And I've seen Vision play Adam Warlock. Guy can go crazy. They did not have that option last time. It was banned. Vicky, the last ban was Adam Warlock. So this time they left the Adam, allowing Vision to swap over. Triple res comp coming right at you. You have Nuck, the MVP right now, switching to Mantis. And Doom, I have seen play Star-Lord. He plays it at a phenomenal level.
That's a very good point. Actually, touching up on that first map ban, it was the Emma Frost, Loki, Punisher, and Adam Warlock where they ended up saving the Magneto and Luna Snow. Now being able to work that into their own favor, it's something to catch them off guard, right? This is the opportunity now to get ahead and whittle away more of that time bank away from them.
It's such a great comp to have in every team's belt. Like, if you know how to play triple res, you might as well learn it, because if you do have it available, it's just so strong on certain maps. We're seeing that right here as they're taking the portal and the fight right to them. They like to use these as kind of pseudo walls to poke behind, and they're doing just that as they're going to be able to go up on the high ground. Portal's protecting the low ground. They're going to see if they can get something rolling right away here as Madian's getting that poke damage going.
The only difference in this mirror match is that there is no Emma Frost in favor for Shroud X. They have the Magneto instead to counter the Star-Lord. That's going to be their priority. And here we go with the very first res already after getting that first KO here. Dogman taking a good amount of pressure. Same thing going in for Impunity, and Doomed having to try to back away literally 3 HP to his name.
Griezmann doing exactly what we saw last map. Like, he gets one, then he gets them all. 1, 2, 3. Mello making it 4, 5. And even with the rests, which all three coming back at the same time, they're just 1 inch from capping. Nemesis making it look way easier than Shroud X there on the cap. Mello going crazy on Adam Warlock. Fantastic first cap for Nemesis.
Dude, this match is insane. Insane. And look at the stagger. Huge stagger onto Fidel. They keep him alive just enough, just so that way they have more space, knowing that they're coming in, well, a full team.
Absolutely. I love that. I love when they stagger one person late. It's like just pure comedy to watch. Look at the team up all together. The synchrony, the synergy there, one would say, from Nemesis as they're trying to go across the bridge. They've got the fight coming to them. It's triple res, triple res. We'll see what happens here as the battle's about to commence. Fidel has that internal bond, though, as well as Dinks to keep the fight long.
The animation cancel coming in from Kraz on that Doctor Strange. They have high ground now. Fidel does have that eternal bond, and here comes a legendary now too from the skies. Team Nemesis putting in pressure around the corner. But again, Fidel does have that insurance policy, and that's what's going to be utilized now just to allow Shroud X to push all the way up.
A great job to use the cloak bubble there, the dagger bubble, to keep everybody alive rather than trying to waste it all. But Fidel did end up using that digital bond. Instead, you now have the inverse. Is Doom going to be able to get the fix with the legendary? It's going to be tough when you've got everything against you, including the Emma ult. Here comes the Magneto. He goes up. Can Dogman get the connection? And he slams and misses on the back end. end. You're going to have to put everything towards it. Just inches to go here to get the point.
And off of the Eye of Agamotto, the follow-up right afterwards, Team Nemesis also had that Soul Resurgence that they used second, but now with the Karmic Revival, Vision trying to keep his team in, but they have nothing to reset. No support ults, and that is just a Karmic Revival wasted here from Shroud X.
Ladies and gentlemen, the impossible has been achieved. We have a 1-1 match. Vicky and I, we've had 2-0s. Not today. We've got ourselves Nemesis looking strong on their home court advantage map pick. They looked like they knew exactly what they were doing out there on Clintar.
It's happening, Cozy. Team Nemesis, they heard us. They heard our pleas and our wishes, and they're performing too. Love to highlight Team Nemesis and even making the adjustment that they needed, looking at how close it was for the first map, and then even looking at the stats here for the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though Nemesis did such a good job on that map, I still felt like that was a very tight battle back and forth. Absolute sensational job. Looking at the stats across, I mean, there's so many people to highlight, but Crazy Man going crazy there with the 11.
11 final hits, 34k damage block. It was the damage output too. Then you look side by side and like how you saw Starlord Amadian, the way he was able to perform, even still being enabled 21,000 damage. Let's not forget, he was the one dealing the most duelist output too. He had to at that point, even when it wasn't a mirror match on the other side.
Yeah, and again, Mello was just on point with those snipes from across the map there. And always having that, I'm telling you at this point, he just made the res and ability because he had it up at any time the team needed it. Very flawless play across the board. Both teams, they won it. Both teams got a little beef. Let's gonna see who is going to progress in the upper bracket to face on Sentinels. We all find out just in a second here. But look at these highlights. I mean, just everybody playing flawlessly.
Guardians of the Galaxy would be so proud here. They're really just missing out on their buddy Rocket out here too. So looking at the way both these teams were able to play into that, mixing up their composition too at the very end. Impunity getting contested too with Krez, who was absolutely on fire. Vision, even with that res, there was nothing to help reset the rest of this team. It was unfortunate. And even with Team Nemesis losing out on Mello, it was about the damage output and then Ricky having that soul resurgence just to keep the rest of this team alive.
Absolutely. They just played as a complete unit. And with the skill level being so close, it really comes down to just the execution of team play between these two teams. You said it best. Guardians of the Galaxy on all sides. Drax and Gamora at this point, they're like, dude, when can I come in? Season 4, Season 5, please. I'm here. Let's get a full team comp going of the Guardians. But either way, great play from what we saw. Now, though, Shroud X, they get to pick the map. We knew Nemesis picked what they want. What can we expect from this next match here? What are you thinking? Are we going to get double res versus each other again? What will it be?
Oh, I don't know. I don't. It can't be convergence out here, and obviously, so I feel like in general, maybe we'll be able to see the res comp coming out again because I'm not expecting those bands to be much different after we saw the back-to-back. What was it? Invisible Woman, Loki, best band going in towards the Invisible Woman too. Yeah, the Invisible Woman. It was Loki, and I believe the Luna Snow in total. So we may have to see the force out res comp again.
Absolutely, guys. 1-1. Winner takes all this next one. Winner goes up. The loser goes down to the lower bracket. We're going to find out in just a second. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 빠지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품이 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품이 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It is 1-1. Nemesis versus Shroud X can truly go either way. Both teams are playing lights out. Vicky, we just saw Nemesis get the win on Clintar against Shroud X. And you know what? We head into the new map Araco this time here to finish things off on Convoy. This is going to bound to be a good one. What do you think we're going to see out there? More triple res? Who knows?
Are we gonna see an Atom ban? That's the question for me, right? Because the Atom Warlock is a problem, but both these teams looking obviously comfortable with the res comp. So wondering if that's gonna still be on the table, or are we gonna still get the triple strategist ban back to back with the Luna Snow, Invisiwoman, and the Loki?
Well, we're going to waste no time, guys. We're going to go into the last match of today. Who is going to move on and who is going to go to the lower bracket? Find out right now. We head into Araco Convoy. Pick and bans are up. We've been seeing Emma and Magneto. Let's see if we see more of the same here. Gotta say too, the music on this is like Mega Man vibe.
So
I dig it, man. I dig it so much. It gives me like that I love it. I love it from head to
I literally had like the cat jam. Like when I first loaded into this map, I was jamming it. And then this is the map specifically I do want to highlight. I feel like personally for me, very good when you start on the defense. It's very great to hold the bridge side. There's a lot of cover initially when you see the team coming out of the spawn room gates. So you have to consider that too when it comes to some of these bans to play around a new map like Araco and around the bigger, taller areas that you could be out of the line of sight.
Not to mention, Emma on this map is crazy. You get the kickoff there at that first little point, that first corner. You've got that whole fall off that she can kick into. So we'll have to watch out for that. Doom maybe playing a little Wolverine potentially to counter that as well. Shroud X is going to be on defense first. And so they do have that bar to set. And we'll see who gets that. Now, they are going to be banning Luna up top there. Shroud X banning it for Nemesis. They've been sticking to the same bans. Everything's about the same from what we've seen so far.
Some Shroud X now are going to be able to save their Luna for themselves. So something that Nemesis cannot say for themselves here, saying that Luna banner on the other side.
I was just saying that I thought Doomed was going to play Wolverine because of how great he is on this map. And look at that. We've got the Wolf ban. So Doomed shut down. They're unable to do so. And if we look at it, they also don't have the Emma. So very interesting. Last ban for Shroud. They go with the Atom. No more triple. Mellow. Time to play something else.
This is what we're waiting for. Finally, we go the distance. The Atom band, and then perhaps the Human Torch from Shroud X.
Yeah, listen, Mellow played a mean Human Torch yesterday, and you can only ban so many, right? And they did not have Invisiwoman bans. So you also have that team up ready to go if you choose to do that. Looks like we've got Dinks there on Cloak and Dagger Ricky to start with that, but probably going to Invisible. And you've got the Fly Comp. So we've got the Battle of the Flyers here, and this is bound to be a good one.
Oh, let's get this started here. Again, we are going on to our final map of the series here. It's gone the distance, finally, as Team Nemesis versus Shroud X settle it all here on Araco, our final map being Convoy.
A lot of nice little places to move in and out of this map, too. I enjoy, for sure, seeing Flyers manipulate the hallways to peek in, peek out, and try to get those key eliminations on that back line. And there's only so many places to go with that payload, right? So you're able to close things up easily with Torch, which both teams are definitely going to be rocking. This matchup's going to be rocking for sure.
Human Torch v Human Torch, saying which strategist we're going to be using in the back here as we get started out of the gates immediately by the hilltop that you and I were mentioning, and already taking a flanking angle looking at Kraz.
Yeah, absolutely. The gates are flying open, and here comes the Hulk. We saw him play yesterday, and he did great with the juggle and the pressure. Mello, this is the comp that we had yesterday. Exact same against Dark Zero, so excited to see them push this together here. Both Flyers staying in tune with one another. Master Apprentice here. Mello putting on the pressure early, and I like this kind of backside approach that they got going on.
I really like also taking advantage of these teleports that the map provides here, making sure that you could just wrap up around the defending team. Shroud X backing away, just trying to kite around the pressure that Mello's already putting in.
Yeah, Mello was a menace on Human Torch yesterday. We're seeing that right now. Look at, there's that Invisible Woman team up. That's why you want to ban it, but this time they got rid of the Atom. You can get rid of one demon, but the other is there without triple res. They've got that team up ready to go, and they're already making a nice job pushing right through this point, backing up Shroud X very easily.
They recognize Mello's a problem right now, hand in hand with Ultron 2. Madian now going to be able to also have the Ultron ultimate now as they try to exterminate the backline. Invisible Woman had already used that double jump too, and Doom now then flows in and follows up, finding 3 onto Team Nemesis.
Yeah, you've got a talent like Vision on Ultron. We've been seeing these insane players that hits can easily going to Ultron and what he can bring with that virtually no fall off. Mello just trying to escape, get back to his family. That is the Fantastic Four, at least half of them this time. And great job from Doom trying to slow down this team that's all gas.
And even better from Vision, utilizing that Ultron ult is what saved Nuke in the first place there, because Nuke would have been taken out by the Ultron that we saw from Team Nemesis.
Absolutely. Impunity now able to have that imprisonment, and you have that combined with the Supernova. We've seen that team up a lot today. It can burn through strategist ults quite easily, and we're going to see that here in just a moment.
Ooh, just trying to make sure you can get a stun real quick before leaping right on top of that Flyer. Invisible boundary procced already though first, and Mello had also tried to push in with that Supernova. Something that Team Nemesis has though, after utilizing that Cloak and Dagger ult, is still that Invisible Woman ult too, just to keep them grounded here as the Groot ult then comes in, the Supernova on top of it, and Mello gets another KO.
Great job from Mello, because Doom was raining down those fire tornadoes from up above, and he made sure that he put the pressure on him, causing him to run away. He followed him in the portal and secured the KO there. Absolutely huge. But Mello now continuing the job, taking out Nuck, taking up and out, both strategists down, and it looks like this first point is looking their way.
They didn't have the reset with the strategist ult there too, but they still come in to contest, still trying to waste time away out of the Doctor Strange portal.
The last second portals we've seen from these two teams today has been pretty dang nuts. Scatter, they're getting a nice 2-piece and really finishing off the job as they all make their way through the magic and out the gate. They're going to go ahead and secure this first point.
Now they're feeling themselves the way that they just cleared that, not only with the Sagar off that portal here too, but now finally wrapping around. And I also feel like this is the hard part of the second checkpoint here. Just going uphill, playing off that low to high ground is always scary too. When you have the high ground in any sort of shooter, you know that you already have the positional advantage.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. This is definitely a trickier part of the map. And for the Flyers, they've got this little opening up here that can go up top here, as you're seeing both of them do. This is going to be a battle in the air. Who can get those eliminations early so then they can continue to rain down on the back lines? That's what we're looking for. Mello trying to take this other entrance, though. There's so many paths you can take.
See jumping in, nice shield coming in as well. Team Nemesis controlling some space here, but Doom remains putting on the pressure, finding that first pick onto Scatter. The push in too, right here from the Invisible Woman. Shroud X just trying to isolate here before they try to wrap around on Team Nemesis, who are trying to kite away, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide when you have the Strangling Prison up against the wall.
pulls them up in the sky together. Impunity, are you kidding me? That was absolute cinema there. Love to see it. Vision still having their ult in the bank as well as Nuck. Love that both teams are looking stacked going into this next fight. So far, 2 minutes on the clock. I would say ShroudX doing a pretty good job here on defense. We'll see if Nemesis can pull together here. They've got plenty in the arsenal.
It's up to Median with that Ultron ult too, right? Because they see currently that Fidel at nearly 82% and climbing will be able to have that fate of both worlds in that next engagement. Mello as well with that Supernova, seeing how they try to wrap around this corner.
Absolutely here. Mello breaking up the wall, trying to get that early pressure, pushing back Impunity, making sure those walls will completely get his team cut off here. We have the Extermination Vision activating and getting the heals and electing for that, but also, just keeping the team alive as Doom does the rest here, taking the backline down in Ricky, followed by Dinks. No more strategists. This fight looks like it's going to go to Shroud.
Ultron v Ultron 2, just to start off that previous fight, as Shroud just with whole team Nemesis back to back, as Nemesis will at least be able to re-engage with 3 ultimates incoming.
Absolutely, guys. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. These two teams have been razor thin. Both of them, they deserve to move on in the upper bracket, but sadly, only one can. Vicky, that's how tournaments work. Vision now backing up, getting together with the team for a couple more team fights.
What I love about Double Elip here, though, the stakes are still high as a Supernova is unleashed from Mello. Invisible boundary to keep Shroud X alive. Fidel still having that fate of both worlds. Also one of my favorite skins, by the way, with this invisible woman being able to hear the piano keys tick away as Vision then gets a Median once again.
Yeah, we've got Nuck with the clutch ult, keeping the team alive through Mello's ult. But hey, we have the Hulk who can do the juggle and completely isolate and disrupt. We'll see if he can pull it off. There it is, Monster Hulk coming out. The Gamma ready to go, but just getting melted down by Doom. My goodness, the Pyro out here going nuts. And then he trades with Mello. Right now, Shroud X is playing on all cylinders.
Oh, there's no worlds that he's breaking in. That Hulk ult, forcing himself to back away. It is Doomed, putting out all this damage output, forcing Team Nemesis to wrap around. May need to use a psionic seduction here as the invisible boundary just to try to counteract that with the Groot ult here from the other side.
Yeah, forcing it early because they have to. They have to counter that insane Groot ult. Just keep the team together. There's now 3 seconds, now 2. They have to touch the point. They're on it. We're into overtime, and Extermination is going to be the thing that potentially ends it. Both of them popping off at the same time. And Dogman, we've waited. We've got the purple ball. Take down Dinks to the backline.
It finally hits the strike, though. We were waiting for this opportunity. You yeet it all the way in the backline as Doomed activates a Supernova in the crevice of the corridor, still trying to isolate the Ultron hand in hand with Dogman being on that Magneto gear too. With only 4 available, you have Dinks now activating the portal just to recontest.
Vision is just completely in sync with Doom, taking out Ultron together, getting rid of the threat in the skies. Vision now finishing off, showing the multi-talented team of flexibility here as they continue to take one by one. Nemesis falling, only pushing about halfway through this map, not even through the second point, and that is going to do it. A sensational defense from Shroud X, and it does start in the air there with Ultron, Human Torch, Doomed, and Vision.
I'm saying, going up that hill and you're dealing with fires on top of it, it is so difficult. A literal mountain to climb there too. But we saw some great counter ultimates coming in, especially from the strategist.
Yeah, Fidel Nuck, we're just on point there, just able to completely get rid of anything from Mello and what those tornadoes are going to do. I thought play was great from Nemesis. The Hulk play, honestly, Hulk can be a menace, but if you just focus him on the team and burn him down, not much the monster can do, right? And they did just that. Doom was throwing it in. It's crazy to me, Vicky. We've seen Doom play Doctor Strange, Bucky Barnes. He's playing a little Human Torch right now. The whole team is super flexible.
It's important. In a game like Marvel Rivals, look at the damage output. 14K left uncontested because they couldn't wrap around that one hallway. Even if they try to take that side corridor, it was just constantly being stopped. As you mentioned, the positioning that we currently saw from Nook and Fidel made it so difficult for any sort of interaction to be made, whether it be from Kraz being on that Hulk or even to focus just onto that backline, and it didn't work.
Insane stats for both teams. Both Mello, Doom almost matched entirely in their DPS output here as we see Shroud X now on the offense. Can they do better? Can they advance? It's up to them. They had a good hold, but this is a tough map to push through here as we immediately are met with the Human Torch field to keep the damage pumping.
Fire everywhere. Curly burning down the competition with the way that they've been able to perform. Human Torches all day today in the Americas, saying something out here with Doomed already getting incredibly aggressive on the other side, but it's not being able to find Mellow first.
That's a massive pick. I mean, Nuck taking down Mellow there is allowing this team now to completely push forward and get through this first little choke point. This is what we just saw with the Shroud X on the opposite side. Able to get through this, nothing to worry about here. Hulk trying to get a little bit of pressure and Doom putting it on them.
It's a little quick stun here, but it's going to be fine. You're hand in hand with the rest of your team here. Even looking on the other side, they look like chameleons. The way that they're controlling so much space at the same time, still putting on the same amount of pressure is insane.
They're in sync. They're in total in sync, and they're going for the exact same team, saying bye, bye, bye each time as Crazen's now jumping up on the top, trying to get something rolling. Now, Hulk is great for the anti-fly, but we've yet to see the connection as Doom is going to get a little bit of heat there, and great play from the Gamma Shields. Keep the team alive, getting that Gamma charge. Dogman trying to fight his own way through Mellow, but Mellow pumping out that damage, Vicky.
Kraz is incredible. Literally giving himself whiplash the way he whips around here on that Hulk. But I'm looking at a Median who's got that Ultron ult. It's Ultron v Ultron right now, keeping their team alive, but also putting in the pressure if you're specifically looking at Vision, forcing back the strategist to go in the back, and the invisible boundary here to save them.
Insane boundary there, insane timing from Nuck, keeping the team alive because they almost lost Vision there and then they were able to keep it up. That's the second time we see both Ultrons throw up the ult at the same time. Supernova's going up. Dongmin, as we've seen, he's connected once. He's got both of them right there and able to finish off Ricky and Dinks. The strategist go down.
Big here, now forcing Team Nemesis just to respect this space. It took a lot here from Team Nemesis, but Shroud Egg still holding on to that Gruul as well as Doomed and the Supernova.
Absolutely. I mean, this right now is Shroud X's game to win. We've seen this before as we have Doom now throwing down the Supernova's Nemesis, though. They've shown what they can do, especially with the Doctor Strange magic of the portal comebacks. We're seeing it right here. Nemesis 1-2, taking them down one by one, and they will look like they get the team wipe.
No, wait, Team Nemesis coming right back in off that portal too. Dinks makes his way together. The stagger is humongous now. You have a minute and now less than 35 seconds on the clock.
Hungman is just begging to find the pit. He's like, get me out of here. I've got to be eliminated. Now, Median, what was looking all like Shroud X, now there's only a minute and 20. And if we look at the ults, we've got the, we do have one ult for Ultron there. And Shroud X, they don't have a lot right now built up, but they do have the most important one, and that's going to be Infinity's group.
And Vision slowly reaching that Mark II with his own Ultron ult. To max that, we know Ultron gets his ult rather quick, already nearly at 95% for this next engagement.
Absolutely. Now, Mellow trying to get that early pick. It would be massive with only a minute on the clock here. Everybody building up the ult. Unity has his ready to go. We start with Emma Frost. Neil Peasants, she shouts as she puts the pedal to the metal, pushed in there. And Median getting that first pick on Vision. That's huge. But in return, Dogman and Impunity swapping back and forth. Both Human Torches are out of the fight now, Vicky.
And even with the invisible boundary from Dogman gets sent out because he was out of the boundary itself. Now you have less than 30 seconds to get this moving here, and Shroud X have to come back. They have 3 ults at least on that next engagement.
Yeah, Mellow's got that Supernova, but if you look on the side of Shroud X, they've got the Fate of Both Worlds, you've got Dogman about to get the Purple Meteor, and then you've got Vision as well, who could pop the Extermination. So everything that they need is right here. What team wants to rise up? What team wants to move forward? We're about to find out.
See, gets a little tricky here. Where will the meteor go? But landed on nothing in the back. I don't know what that was here. Maybe a Hail Mary attempt to try to find the backline, but no backline in sight there instead. As Vision activates the Ultron ult too. Nice little stun on the other side. Impunity takes a good amount of damage here. They need a lot of healing as Team Nemesis have a lot more to work with, a lot more survivability with their own invisible boundary.
This has been the story. Can Shroud X overcome the adversity at the top? And it doesn't look like it as Nemesis gets 1, now 2 down. Overtime's ticking. There's only so many moments left. This is to move forward into the upper bracket. 1 goes down, 2. It is Nemesis taking down Shroud X.
Woo! The back-to-back off of Clintar and Tarako. Team Nemesis. They keep themselves in that conversation, but I have to highlight Dogman with that Magneto ult could have really changed the course for Shroud X there too. But Team Nemesis playing like a unit and also cycling through those ultimates at the very end were so important to actually take control over that fight.
Absolute cinema from start to finish. Both teams, again, deserve to move on, played well, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on the team you're going for, Nemesis is the one moving forward. Very insane play. Look at this damage block, 52,000 from impunity. The stats are off the charts, but not to match. We have Mello, 25k on scatters. Emma, that's why you ban her. Insane play all around.
Wow, like Scatter, not only that, was combined together with Mello, 25k damage to match that close to Scatter. It was a lot, as well as the fact that you currently saw triple support at the very end here too. Like just being able to cycle through that Invisiwoman, that Cloak and Dagger ult, as well as the Ultron really helped keep them alive and still continue on the pressure with the Ultron putting in a good amount of pressure from the skies, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud X, they were like, the point was done. And we saw that happen twice on both Domination. Definitely the question I'm going to be asking in the interview. You have to happen twice now on Domination and then right then and there. It doesn't matter how much of the point is left. You can test, you go in with the portal. That's why it's so strong. And they held.
Wonder here if that difference of that survivability just really helped Team Nemesis out at the very end. Even if they weren't able to get that tree over to that finish line here. Really good hold here as well from Shroud X, but man, it was just so hard to even get to that first checkpoint for them.
And it's so hard going from having a game, you know, you're down one game and then you get back-to-back wins. It's such a hard position to be in, and we just saw the execution, the play so well at the helms of all players, honestly. I thought Mello just going crazy there on Human Torch at the end, whether it was him or Adam. Just fantastic play all around. Nemesis truly showing that they've qualified into this tournament for a reason, and they want to make a statement.
But you know what that also means? That means that they will inevitably be facing off against Sentinels, and that's going to be a big feat to deal with here. Very different look compared to what we already saw in a very close series versus Shroud X.
Yeah, absolutely. Communication is razor tight on that team, and that's what they're going to be going up against here, guys. Absolute, that was without question my favorite match of the tournament thus far. So close, could have gone either way. Stakes were high. That's what Ignite brings to the table, and that's what I love to see. I mean, we can definitely highlight here that the Human Torch play has been one of the defining moments. In MRI, MRC, it was Hella who had the Hella that could get the picks that were needed. At this point, it's been about the Torch.
We have to talk about it. You know, when we talk to our interviewees as well, like we have to highlight, I said it before already in our last interview, but just highlighting how Human Torch, or just how he's been in general. We weren't really expecting it. Yet, here comes Torch in the Americas, literally swinging throughout the entirety course of day number 3.
Absolutely here, and we have ourselves an insane player for Nemesis. Grassman is ready for an interview, and I know, man, that guy has got to be feeling ready to chat after that insane win. We'll be welcoming him here in just a moment to talk about what was, I'm sure, a heart-pumping... I can't even imagine the comms.
I want to know how scattered they were, because you know sometimes when you get very passionate, especially you know you're nervous, you're playing on the big stage here, lots of money in the line, you want to stay in that upper bracket for as long as possible because you don't want to go through a gauntlet run too. That's something else that's not discussed enough, where I feel like when you have to play at that loser side, you're playing more games, and that's very detrimental for the teams that may feel a bit of burnout the longer that they play. So that's something else. You're trying to make sure that you also stay fresh and still in that upper bracket.
Yeah, it's that esports mentality, right? Like, you just never give up. I know it can be corny, but you don't give up. You always have something to play for if there's time left on the clock, and they showed that. They showed that right there with the portals and the clutch plays. Dom, you know, wasn't able to get the win on that, but they were able to get that map contention that we saw, and then again right there on our map, Araco. Just insane play all the way around. Excited to welcome him in here in just a moment.
Yeah, I also want to dig into his brain, see how it was, you know, swapping over to the Hulk. We saw a thing, of course, at one point. He loves playing the big boys out here, too. But how that influenced playing together as a team and having the Emma Frost alongside you, right? Lots of back and forth that were available, even through Impunity, having that Groot, where, you know, those Groot walls could actually act as a double-edged sword when the opposition has the Emma Frost instead, because he could slam into your own Groot wall.
Well, let's welcome him in, guys. The one and only, I believe, Hulk player that we've really seen in this tournament. And, man, I've got to start right away, and I've got to ask you, how many times was the word portal said in 2 seconds when you guys are going in now on one but two maps to get into that point?
All the time. I love the portals. It's so much fun. It just does. It has so many things that you can do with them.
thank you for that match. I just gotta stay. That was insane.
Honestly,
No
that was my favorite match, by the way.
I think it was like a great time too.
You guys popped off. Like, that was literally one of my favorite maps that we've seen thus far within the region. All right. Nemesis, Kraz, you were popping off. I have to ask you, I was talking a little bit about it with Cozy. You cycling through Thing and Hulk, etc. What determines the different compositions you guys come out with? You guys were even trying to counter the res comp out here too, you know, trying to work around that. What influences the different types of compositions you guys decide to bring depending on the map?
Yeah, so first map, I played Thing because it's really good with the triple res, as well as we knew they were going to be on Wolf, and it's just Thing's so good into Wolf. So that's why I was Thing. And then the second map, I was on Groot just because Wolf wasn't open, and Groot was just good into that. But third map, I played Hulk because I love playing Hulk into those angle comps where people are taking angles, and there's flyers that you can tackle. I love Hulk, so I play him whenever I can.
I mean, insane, man. From start to finish, I've got to know, man, the mentality of this team. You know, previously, you guys were the slingshot, right? You guys love being down to come right back. And I want the viewers to know, right? Like, again, you guys were down 1, came back 2. We've seen it in the MRI. We've seen it here. What is the identity of this team? Calling in, you know, tell the viewers, I want to give you the floor, man. Like, who is Nemesis and what can they expect in this upper bracket now?
I think we're a sleeper top team that wants to win. We're going to give our best and hopefully qualify even further.
All right, I have my last question right now. Now you guys are presented to play up against Sentinels. Now, being in that upper bracket final must feel real good, but how ready do you feel to play against the Titans that Sentinels are?
I feel so ready. I'm not very nervous.
Oh, that's what I want to hear, man. Honestly, from start to finish, a match of what I think ignites so far, just crazy close. You know, hats off both you guys and Shroud. I mean, how do you keep the team so calm as the last question here, with just seconds on the clock or seconds in the overtime to get that portal through? Like, how does that team get conveyed to not get overstressed, not, you know, stay according to plan? Like, what are the comms like? I was saying it's like an Eminem on stage, probably just crazy. Like, tell you know, let us in.
So that's the funny part. I would say today, especially like that last minute, was not calm. It was all over the place. It was super messy. So we probably got to work on that a little bit more. But yeah, we were all over the place that last map.
Well, as it should be. It was for the upper bracket advancement. It was for everything on the line against Shroud X there, man. Yeah. So, hey, just want to say huge congrats to you, team. You got a big fan over here now, for sure. I can't wait to be watching you as you progress against Sentinels here and see that matchup. Good luck. Go celebrate, man. Enjoy the win and get ready for mid-next week.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, buddy. Breath of fresh air, man. Absolutely. Well, that will conclude our interviews and our matches today, Vicky. I mean, we had some 2-0s, and then we ended on the absolute sunset masterpiece that was Shroud X versus Nemesis. I mean, what are the biggest takeaways today as we look at the bracket?
Well, shaping things up and hearing already how confident Kraz feels going into that next matchup, that Sentinels versus Team Nemesis, you do not want to miss it. Even looking at the lower side of the bracket too, of course, Dark Zero versus Techie, Alon and Wind versus Nightmare 2. These different matches you do not want to miss to see who's going to be facing off against Citadel and SDX.
We've got some heat in the lower bracket. Group B, we've got some good stuff. Group A is going to be insane. I mean, Dark Zero there versus Techie is a great matchup into Citadel Gaming. Can't wait to watch that. Iron Ship, Dogman will be bringing you some of the action tomorrow. And then a lot of Wind. We saw a lot from them and what they brought. They faced a very good team in Sentinels, but can they carry on that spark? And then, of course, Solaris versus Fly is insane. That is one of my favorite matchups. Will FlyQuest be SideQuest? Would they be booted out, Vicky? Or will they move on to play Jobless, the new, you know, one of the fan favorites here in this Ignite tournament?
I mean, they have a lot to actually make up for, right? After losing in a clean 2-0 versus Ego Death in the upper bracket quarterfinals, like, no one was really expecting FlyQuest to fall this early on. So a lot of pressure on FlyQuest, and Solaris is also just a really good team, too. And then even looking at Luminosity, having a lot to prove looking at Shikigami as we take a look at the match schedule for today. Wrapping up our results, we had enough of the 2-0s. We were welcoming that final match going the distance all the way to game 3.
Yeah, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and Shroud X and Nemesis was the cherry on top. And you know what? I mean, we're bound to have an insane setup for the rest of this tournament. I'm telling you, I cannot wait to see what we've got in store for our next matches. We've had a little bit of everything. We've had new up-and-coming teams. We've had insane orgs continue to dominate at the top seed like they do. We've had upsets. In tomorrow's matches, you've seen it right here. We have those casters. I run Chip, Doc, you know, you love them. Can't wait to watch them. And these are the matches that we'll be seeing again. Alani Win versus Nightmare. LG versus Shikigami. Vicky, tomorrow looks good.
Oh, yeah. We got DZ versus Techie. And, of course, to end the day is the banger that we are looking forward to see is Solaris versus FlyQuest. You do not want to miss that out. It's going to be a good time and also a good pin to bookmark where we stand after the first week of action-packed matches within the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament.
Dude, I love this game. I love this game. It's so cool, not only just the action behind it, but to see Marvel characters that I love, just like it being represented on such a high level. It's just awesome. As the nerd in me and Vicky, it's been a pure pleasure casting with you. We got our 2-1, and I'm just excited for more.
I'm excited, man, and I'm so happy to be joining you and the rest of the team here on the broadcast. It's been a fun time to be able to cast one of my favorite games, Marvel Rivals, here with Ignite and the big prize pool that our competitors are vying for.
Well, guys, if you've been here at the beginning or you're just coming in at the heat of the end, I want to thank you guys so much for watching the Ignite Tournament Day 3. We've got Day 4 tomorrow. You don't want to miss. Who knows what is around the corner. Guys, again, have fun out there. Good luck. And as always, until the next one, happy rivaling, and we will see you tomorrow.